Ezio Auditor. Brave of you to stand alone against me, but also quite foolish. Assassin.
Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So I finished Assassin's Creed 2 yesterday, my Saturday, and it's now Sunday here in Australia. And I'm going to be playing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, and then after this I'm going to be playing Assassin's Creed Revelations. So to start the year off for Assassin's Creed content, doing the Ezio trilogy. I'm going to save over one of these save files. And in this playthrough, there's nothing special I'm doing. I'm not doing the optional objectives. I'm not collecting everything. I'm not doing the Christina missions. I'm not actually going to be doing even the Leonardo missions either in this playthrough. Simply just going to do the story and do the tombs as well, because I really want to do the tombs. So that's what we'll be doing for this playthrough. Let's actually delete one of these save files and then rename it and then start a new game. So I might save over the annual 2021.
I don't think anyone ever expects to wake up one morning and find themselves caught in the middle of a war between two secret organizations. I know I didn't. But here I am. On one side are the Templars, better known these days as Abstergo Industries. They're in the business of control. Politics, economics, technology. They won't stop until every single one of us serves them. Literally. Fighting against them are the Assassins, a group dedicated to safeguarding humanity's free will. I was born into the Brotherhood. A couple of weeks ago, the Templars found me. They took me prisoner, strapped me into a machine they built and put me to work. It's called an Animus. And it's where I spent most of my time. Exploring the memories of my ancestors, discovering entire lives locked deep inside my DNA. First, I revisited the life of Altair ibn La'ahad, an assassin from the Crusades. The Templars wanted the location of something known as a Piece of Eden, an ancient artifact capable of bending people to their will. Once the Templars had what they were looking for, they decided my usefulness had come to an end. But Lucy saved me. Lucy. When things were at their worst, she revealed herself to be an assassin and helped me escape. I was hoping that would be the end of my misadventures, but we were just getting started. Back into another Animus I went. Now, I'm reliving the memories of Ezio Auditore da Firenze, my ancestor from the Renaissance, searching for a path forward. Through the bleeding effect, I'm becoming an assassin in more than just name. It will come in handy as the Templars prepare to enslave us all. They found us. They've crashed our hideout and we're fleeing the scene looking for a place to hide. Only there isn't any and time is running short. My name is Desmond Miles, and this is my story.
How did you find me?
Mario Auditore led me here.
Rebecca? What's going on?
I have to run some diagnostics. I'll get back to you. It is done. The message is delivered. We are gone now from this world. All of us. We can do no more. The rest is up to you, Desmond.
What? Who is Desmond? I don't understand. Please, wait. I have so many questions.
Hey there, Tall. Welcome to the stream. Ezio Audatore da Firenze. Requiescat in pace. It goes really well, thank you, Tall. How's things with you? This is the beginning, yes. Very beginning of the game. So we get a recap of what had happened, and the game picks up exactly where the previous one left off, with Ezio being in this location, in the vault, and this was back when the series did that. Each game would pretty much start off where the previous one had ended as well.
Better in the hands of the earth than in the hands of man.
Uncle.
What can I say? We sent a single man against an entire army. I was worried. Quick, climb up. We have to get out of here.
Tall, yeah, you started playing Crash Bandicoot 4 today, which you bought from Amazon for £28, whereas PS Store were selling it for $59.99, which is a total rip-off. I'll say, especially if you got it for that cheap instead. It really pays to actually look at other places, you know, when you want to buy something, instead of just going for whichever one you come across first.
We kill the popes, wring the Templars' necks, and then we take back the precious? Yes. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum.
Hey there, Gizlek. Thank you for redeeming the Gollum impression. I hope things are going well. Hey there, Walker Man. Welcome.
would not believe the things I have seen, Mario.
Then be sure to stay alive that I might hear of them.
I expect opposition.
And I expect the Borgia to mourn the loss of many lives tonight.
Things are doing well, just starting this awesome game. How's things going with you, Walkerman?
Che cosa fate qui, assassini? God will see you pay for your crimes.
You have desecrated the sanctity of this holy place.
You condemn what you do not understand.
We must go, Ezio, now.
Porca miseria! Is it the voice of the devil? Come ti permetti? Turn away from them.
Did Rodrigo manage to hurt you?
Barely. My armor blunted his attack.
Against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against the spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore,
Be ready to fight.
What are you doing?
Saving you from the look of things.
Not bad for an old man.
Agreed. You still have some skill.
Buona questa.
Excellent. Good one. Impressive. Aha! Now. There's too many of them!
I just see that.
We're losing him!
Alright, Mario should stay there, I think. I did hear that, Walkerman, that they've cancelled those projects, but overall, in the past couple of years, they've actually cancelled way more than that too. That were all unannounced as well. And considering Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake has been delayed multiple times, and Skull and Bones has been delayed 6 times now, since 2013, 2014, it's just getting worse and worse for them financially. You know, they had a big drop in stock recently as well after their investors call that they made, where they talk obviously about, you know, their plans to investors to let them know how things are going and all that type of stuff. And the thing is, when the investors aren't happy, that's when, you know, things go wrong too. But that's also where companies can go wrong because they rush stuff. So it's kind of like a very sort of like dire situation. They need Skull and Bones and Mirage to be massive hits, I think, like massive financial hits as well, I think, for that. Strange to see how Assassin's Creed gameplay has changed over the years. That's true. Yeah, it's definitely evolved. Even in the early games, there was evolution happening from one game to the next. It's like we had a shit morning. Over the span of 3 years, taking sushi home went from kitchen-born wasabi and a fish-shaped bottle of soy sauce to normal bottle of soy sauce with a bag of oddly fitted wasabi, to the same bag but also with a bag of soy sauce, to them being in a combo pair of little baglets that somehow managed to contain even less, and now you put off doing it ever again. Talk about saving money a little too far. That's the thing, I guess, you know, sometimes we go to extremes to save money as well, but, you know, having it contain less is definitely not good too as well. It's like when products decide to reduce the amount of, like, food, like if you're buying, you know, let's say you're buying like a Pringles can or whatever, you know, they might put less inside it, or they might make it thinner, you know, and take corners. Because like, don't worry, Skull and Bones will release surely. Yeah, by this point, Elder Scrolls 6, GTA 6, Elder Scrolls 10, and GTA 10 will actually come out before Skull and Bones does. Hey there, Schluck. Why do you like older games? Because I feel that older games, if you're a fan of them, why stop playing them just because they're old? Hey Spicy Chicken, how's things going? Welcome, man. They told the investors that they have wasted $500 million basically in investments in the games they have cancelled in the last 2 years. Yeah, their stock is like $4.38 American dollars, which is really bad. Yeah, that's the thing too, you know. But the problem with Ubisoft is they're always trying to go too big with multiple projects, instead of basically deciding, hey, how about we only release 1 or 2 games every 2 years, you know, so, and do smaller scale stuff as well. They're always trying to do the big, massive, like 500-hour gaming experience with 1 million collectibles and all that type of stuff, you know. They're focusing too much on that stuff, and of course their microtransactions, because obviously they're thinking that the only way to make good money on your games is microtransactions. But if they actually focused a lot more on the quality of their games and didn't rush them, and also didn't try to do as many things, because, you know, obviously they have different teams working on stuff, but, you know, they sort of seem like they're all stretched all over the place and doing different things, and there's not a consistency of vision within each franchise, you know, and they're trying to cut corners by making one franchise the same as another one, you know, and then they're banking on mobile and all that sort of, you know, so they're just really all over the place. I think what they should do is scale back and only release, you know, 1 or 2 games in 1 year every 2 to 3 years. Companies like Remedy Entertainment, for example, you know, Alan Wake came out in 2010, and then in 2016 we got Quantum Break. Now that's quite a few years between Alan Wake and Quantum Break, but they took their time and they made sure that Quantum Break was a unique game to itself, you know. And then in 2019, 3 years later, they came out with Control. And in 2023, they're coming out with Alan Wake 2. Control 2 will probably be like 2025 or something, you know. So Remedy, for example, are releasing games with big gaps between, and they're focused on those games intently, and all their focus is on it. You know, I think Ubisoft needs to do that with their stuff. It's like, oh yeah, we're talking a restaurant here. Oh yes, a restaurant. Yeah. Well, when you go to a restaurant and they reduce the amount of things that you get in a serving, that's just, you know, ridiculous. Hey there, Ryu. I hope things are going well. Spicy Chicken, it's okay. You got a really nice dress coat today. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's good. It's always good when you can get something that you've really wanted, and that it's good quality as well. That's okay, Schluck. No worries at all. You have a good rest. Definitely considering it's 4 a.m. for you. Thanks for stopping in. Spicy chicken, it's okay though. Well, that's good. I guess, like, to be honest, you can't tell if Ubisoft is trying to consolidate MTX, trying to pull a Blizzard. Hey, that worked out pretty well, right? Yeah. Or trying to maximize hours played recorded per game. Yeah, well, that's it. You know, because they're asking, you know, players who actually, you know, play a lot of content to actually put so many hours in. And yet they're like, oh, we're going to bring out another game the next year or a year or 2 years later that is as massive and big, you know. Walkman, yeah, they said they're going to combine some teams now and try to focus on making their established IPs better. Yeah, I really think that they need to have a stronger focus. Because, I mean, what are their biggest franchises, really? Like, obviously Assassin's Creed. What would be the next biggest after Assassin's Creed? Maybe Far Cry? I don't know. And I'm talking like in order of scale. Like, obviously For Honor is a big franchise. Same with Watch Dogs as well. But I'd have to say that Assassin's Creed is probably their biggest, you know, profile. Like, highest profile franchise. So they've got all these franchises, and you know, it's good to see some franchises get more games that haven't had one for a while, you know, but I don't know. But I think it's just too far gone now, really. I don't know even if they were bought out, if anyone can fix it. So far, only Blue Bytes seem to be doing well. Actually, that's a lie. For Honor is still swimming too. Oh, is it? I see. Yeah, I haven't actually played For Honor as a game. Well, I've never played it at all, I should say. You going well, Ryu? Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, dude. Spicy Chicken, you meant to say it's a bit small. Oh, so it's a bit small, is it? Ah, damn. It's a bit small, but it's okay, though. Well, I'm glad that it's still okay. It is a shame that it's a bit smaller than what you thought. Walkman, Ubisoft is not the only AAA gaming studio that's struggling. They are just the latest. It seems like the gaming world is switching to more indie companies. Yeah, well, that's it too, you know. You can find a lot of really cool independently made games because they're not under the same restrictions as, you know, the other ones are, you know, and some of them have the luxury of being able to spend as many years as they want on a game and getting it to a point where it's where they want it to be and then releasing it, you know. Hey there, I'm in a bear suit. Welcome, dude. So Assassin's Creed, Just Dance, and Far Cry. So there you go, you know, and Just Dance is obviously one of those game franchises where it's probably very easy to make those games, and it's probably not that long of a process, you know. But I haven't played any Just Dance games, so maybe they are very complex to make. Walkman, Assassin's Creed and Tom Clancy are their biggest, followed by Far Cry. Yeah, and with Tom Clancy's like endorsement with things like Splinter Cell, and you've got obviously Rainbow Six, which was based on an actual novel written by Tom Clancy, and all that type of stuff. And then you got like The Division, which he probably also endorsed, like he did with Splinter Cell. They probably asked him some, you know, information about, you know, certain things for story stuff, I imagine. But Splinter Cell remake is another thing that they've got in development. But the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake, I think it was a big number one. I think it was a big mistake giving it to a Ubisoft studio that maybe doesn't have as much experience yet doing big scale games. It really should have been given to Montreal day one for them to remake the game, because they were the studio that brought the original. They would have never done it, but in the perfect world, it would have been cool if they brought back Patrice Désilets, but that would never happen because he's had such a bad experience with Ubisoft that I doubt that even if Ubisoft played friendly and everything, they wouldn't have got him to actually do the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake again. But in a perfect world, they would have done. But as it is, they gave the project to Ubisoft Pune, which I don't know what games they had worked on before, but they were given, you know, full reins on it. And maybe Ubisoft didn't really put the remake up as a AAA project, you know, maybe they just thought it could be a quick kind of like process, you know what I mean? But the thing about a remake of a game as beloved as Prince of Persia: Sands of Time is it's good to take your time with it, but also you need to not waste your time. And it seems like a lot of the work that was done on the remake so far until Ubisoft Montreal got it maybe wasn't, you know, time well spent and all that type of stuff. So who knows, but you've also got the remake of Splinter Cell, and recently they did a video celebrating the 20th anniversary of the series, and they were talking about what they were doing with the remake. And from what they're saying, it sounds like they're on the right approach with the remake. But I say that because it could fall to pieces at any point, obviously. But I think the biggest obstacle is getting someone to play Sam Fisher. And you could say, well, they should just get Michael Ironside to return, which is all well and good. But what if the remake is a success? Like, you can't expect him to, number one, want to do the role forever. Until, like, let's say Michael Ironside, hopefully, and let's touch wood, lives till he's like 90. Like, we're not going to get Michael Ironside voicing Sam Fisher when he's 90. You know what I mean? So, if the remake of Splinter Cell is successful, even if they did have Michael Ironside, at some point, if they were going to do remakes of Pandora Tomorrow, Chaos Theory, for example, that's years worth of work, you know, and he might not be able to actually play the role for a remake of Pandora Tomorrow and Chaos Theory if the remake of the first Splinter Cell's great. But what they're saying about the series, like the franchise, what they want to do for the remake, sounds good. It's not going to be massive open world, it's not going to be RPG elements, it's not going to be a health bar above the enemies, it's not going to be, you know, leveling up or anything like that. I'm sure there'll be microtransactions, of course, because it's Ubisoft. They're not going to go with that, doing that. So you'll probably get different variations of Sam's Spec Ops suit and different variations of night vision goggles and all that type of stuff. But their approach is, let's actually go back to the roots of strong stealth focus, but also give Sam more things that he can do than what he could do in the original Splinter Cell. And it seems like they're looking to Chaos Theory for that, because Chaos Theory is such a great evolution of what was begun in Splinter Cell 1, which was then carried over into Pandora Tomorrow. But Chaos Theory went up the next level, and it put it up to a height where that is the game that if you're going to remake a Splinter Cell game, even if you're remaking the first one, Chaos Theory is a great game to look at in terms of what can we let Sam do. So in Splinter Cell 1, for example, when Sam is actually hanging off of something, like if he's hanging off a pipe, if someone goes underneath him, he can't grab them by the neck and then break their neck. But in Chaos Theory, he can. So in a remake of Splinter Cell, it makes sense to give him all these moves that he can do that weren't in the original game. So he's hoping that Splinter Cell remake will be good, but has to remain to be seen. And Ubisoft has to be more about proving things with gameplay a lot now, not just saying that they're going to put stuff in as well.
This decision is yours alone to make. Only do so quickly. Give it to me. You can do with it as you will later.
Bene.
Jump!
then Minerva talked about the sun. She told of a disaster that occurred long ago, and another that is coming.
Sometime far in the future, Vero? Then we need not worry about it.
See. Perhaps our work is finished.
Would that be so bad? We upgraded the arsenal while you were away.
Ah, and it is now customary for you to fire cannonballs at visitors.
My apologies. We only installed them a few days ago. My men are still being trained in their use.
Welcome back, Ezio. Ezio! Look, it is Ezio! Let me see!
Buongiorno!
Salve,
It's good to be home.
Two of them.
This place just keeps getting better.
Thanks to you.
Brother!
Claudia. It is good to be home. How is Mother?
She's fine. I heard you were returning, but I'm glad to see it with my own eyes. The Contessa of Forli is here to welcome you. I had no idea you were so famous.
Caterina? Here?
Is it finished then? Is the Spaniard truly dead?
Gather the others in Mario's study tonight. I'll explain everything there.
Steel yourself, Ezio. They will have many questions.
Claudia! Tell the Contessa I look forward to seeing her this evening.
Spicy Chicken, you think Road 96 is an indie game and you really loved it? Oh, that's cool. Because they have a lot of ability to be really creative and even try things that bigger companies might be restricted by, not because they can't do it, but because there might be investors that don't want that to be done, or, you know, some other creative dispute happens, you know, that prevents it from being done. Because, like, you think once the new Settlers game flops, gets cancelled, Anno 1305 may yet see the light of day, without aliens, TYVM suits. Now, that's actually a franchise I didn't even know that Ubisoft did until last year. And I think they've had that franchise for a long time, haven't they? Anno. Hey there, Shin. Welcome, dude. You want to see a remake of the first 4 Assassin's Creed games using the graphics engine from Valhalla? Yeah, graphically, seeing those games and the story in those updated graphics would be great. My only concern would be what changes would they want to make to the story of those first 4 games. Because if you look at remaking games, if you look at Resident Evil 1 Remake, for example, that was a great example of taking the original game's story and then deciding to add a new element to the story, but that new element doesn't destroy the original story, you know what I mean? It actually complements it. Because in the original Resident Evil 1, you don't find out who actually designed the mansion interior and also designed all like the traps and stuff. You do find the gravestone that in the remake is of Lisa Trevor's father, but in the original it's a nameless grave, right? But in the remake, they decided to add a plot point where you have this character named Lisa Trevor. Her father actually was the one who designed the interior of the mansion and also the traps. And Umbrella betrayed him and basically left him to die. And the grave that you find is actually of him, you know. But also, Lisa Trevor was experimented on along with her mother by Umbrella as well. But that all really complements what was going on in the mansion labs anyway, you know. So you can actually add new story elements to a remake, but it doesn't actually ruin anything from the original story. But Ubisoft haven't proven themselves yet to be able to do that, because as far as I know, they haven't remade anything yet. So it'll be interesting to see what they actually add to something like Prince of Persia: Sands of Time that wasn't in the original. If they have, or if they're doing it. Maybe they're going to do a different approach. Welcome, man. The biggest issues with Ubisoft as an outsider looking in, not knowing what's actually going on. It seems to have big ideas but struggle to produce that idea, or when it does finally come out, the launch is bad and it turns people away. Exactly, you know, and I think that's even more reason why they should scale things back. Focus on 1 or 2 games, and then get those 2 games out and released, and polished released, not just released at 75% completion and then fix the rest later, but actually do a great job and then wait till it's, you know, 99% complete at least, you know, and then release it, you know, and then wait a few years to release more games, you know. So who knows if they're going to dig themselves out of their hole, but some people are saying that the answer is to be bought out by someone else, and that could, but it could go either way too. The new company could decide to completely overhaul everything to the point where fans of the franchises who actually like the series might not like it anymore, and the people who are hoping that it's going to be fixed might not like it either, because what they do won't fix it, you know what I mean? So it could go that way too as well. But maybe it could go the other way. Maybe a new company could actually really bring a fresh aspect to all the franchises and make them better, while still being respectful to the franchise and the fans of it, you know. Because like, they could just do a Splinter Cell as a sequel story, but actually write a human being as a main protagonist character. Also level-based design, please. Tom Clancy's games don't work well in open world, let's be honest. Yeah, that's the approach that they should take. And let's say that this remake of Splinter Cell is successful. If they do decide to do an actual new sequel to one of the other games, then, you know, hopefully they don't do the open world route. Wildlands was this messy piece of patchwork, and Breakpoint kept eating its own tail story-wise, which is a damn shame, because mechanically Breakpoint is an immaculate piece of third-person stealth shooter. Yeah, I never actually played much of the Ghost Recon games. I think I tried a demo of Ghost Recon 2, or whatever it might have been called back in the early 2000s, but never actually played any games in the series. Spicy Chicken, you'd like to see a Fallout game with the Borderlands art style. It would be cool if they added an Altair costume into Sands of Time. They most likely will, I'd say, or something similar. In Assassin's Creed Mirage, they're actually doing a Prince of Persia Sands of Time outfit for Basim. Because, like, Anno has history, alright. You still have an original copy of Anno 1602 from 1998, developed by an Austrian company called Max Design. But the very first Anno was actually made in 1992. It was called Anno 1869, but that's an obscure piece of history given the 1602 hype back in the late 90s. And one Ubi has no rights to. Oh, I see. So that's one that they can't do. That's interesting. Because Prince of Persia was a franchise too that they actually got the rights to. Some people don't realize that Prince of Persia actually existed before Sands of Time, and that it was, you know, a different company that had done the first 3 games in the series before Ubisoft got the rights and then did Sands of Time. I guess, like, the publisher, Walkerman, well, you wouldn't be surprised if Ubisoft gets a hostile takeover by another company. With their current stock prices, they are open for one, honestly. Yeah, I mean, there's always been a lot of pushback from the head of Ubisoft, who obviously wants to keep the company majority owned by his family, you know, so there's a bit of that going on too with Ubisoft as well. Because, like, the publisher back then used to be Sunflower's Interactive Entertainment Software, German company. Blue Byte was more known for The Settlers in 1993. Yeah, never actually heard of those companies. But then again, you get so many companies that get bought out, and then that name disappears. You know, the new company doesn't even keep it as like a side studio. They just completely erase the name from existence.
Cazzo! This box is heavy.
So at this point in the story, Ezio doesn't realize yet that Cesare Borgia is going to do an attack on Monteriggioni. And he feels that the Templars are weak now, and that and that he can maybe, you know, settle down a bit and actually not have to, you know, worry too much, and maybe even retire as an assassin. So this is where Ezio's head is at the moment in this part of the game, but obviously that's going to change given what eventually happens.
Come, please!
Buongiorno.
Ezio, Mario is going to murder me. I have lost his favorite horse.
Do not despair. I will bring it back.
God bless you, Ezio.
This music reminds me of something from like The Last of the Mohicans or Legends of the Fall or something.
Here.
Grazie, Ezio. I can no longer keep up with the horses. Promise me you will enjoy your good health. Do not spend as much time in battle as your Uncle Mario.
My battles have already been won.
That is good news. Arrivederci, Ezio.
Sorry, Ezio, but fate has other plans. So yeah, Ezio is just thinking that he can scale things back now, and that his enemies are very weak and not enough to, you know, do damage anymore. Because like, it's actually pretty impressive that Ubisoft Blue Byte got to keep the Blue Byte name. Yeah. Well, see, when they took over a company called the Learning Company, I think it was called, they got rid of that name, so there's no thing. So that's interesting that they kept the Blue Byte thing. Walkman, do you like medieval fantasy RPGs at all, Rod? I'm pretty picky with those genres of games. Like, I love Lord of the Rings, don't get me wrong, but games like the Shadow of War or whatever it's called, I've actually seen them played and they don't honestly appeal to me. I'd much rather replay the Lord of the Rings 2 Towers and Return of the King games that came out on the PlayStation 2 than actually play that. But having said that, I enjoyed playing Skyrim. I really liked Skyrim a lot. But I'm not a big fan of those styles of games. But not averse to potentially playing some of them. In fact, maybe, and I'm not going to do it like next month or something, but maybe I might even play Kingdom Come Deliverance. Because my friend Lucinda is playing through that game at the moment, and it seems like a game that I might actually like. So we'll just have to wait and see. Because a lot of those games, those style of games, do take a lot of time to actually, you know, get through them. Okay, so one of these dudes at the cannon, I think it's that dude, is actually voiced by Marcel Gianin. And I'll just prep his IMDb and everything. I'll call him the beardless cannon dude. Because although this guy doesn't have a beard either. Alright, what can I call him? Just for the sake of this command, well, not this command, but he plays the beardless cannon dude. Does he have longer hair than this dude? Yeah. Alright, so this dude has longer hair. With longer hair. So I think Marcel actually plays him.
So, these are the new cannons?
Yes, Signor Ezio.
May I try one?
Yes, but... Go on, tell him. We cannot seem to make them work properly, and the fool who mounted them is nowhere to be found.
Then it is up to me to find him.
We do not want to waste your time.
It is not any trouble. I have all the time in the world now.
And that dude, the first cannon dude that spoke, need to find them in IMDb. He also plays another character in this game, but I won't be doing his content as part of this playthrough. He might not even be credited with the actual name of his characters that he played. Is it Michael Rudder? Cannon engineer? Oh no, that's the dude that we'll be talking to, that's right. That's the dude that we'll be talking to. Damn, they don't actually say who it is. So I've got to try and think. Damn, I hate when this happens with IMDb, where it just says additional voices, or it just says, you know, voices. It's like, well, obviously they did voices, but what are the names of the characters? Nope. Doesn't have that character. There's another character he voices too. Maybe if I see that name, then I'll know who it is. Because later you got that character who's a banker, and he has a brother. Can't remember his name at the moment. This is so annoying. Let's see if I can find... Search for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood Copernico. Okay, list of Assassin's Creed characters. Characters of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Okay, Angelina Caressa, Margherita De Campi, Fabio Orsini, Penthesilea Baglioni, Egidio Troche, that's the dude. Egidio Troche, but they don't say who voiced them. Damn it. Oh dear. Egidio Troche is the dude, the banker that I was thinking about. Damn it, this really annoys me. Hang on, Nicholas Copernicus. Damn it, it doesn't say who voiced him. Fuck. Alright, never mind. Never mind. Can't find it. Which is annoying. Because I like to sort of like pay respects to a lot of the actors who play roles in video games. Gizlek, that they aren't being relocated to non-management style games. Yeah. Because I imagine that's their bread and butter, like, to do those types of games. If you look at Blizzard, for example, they drove things so far that their entire RTS department just up and quit out of frustration because they weren't allowed to work on any new RTS projects and kept being assigned to projects that didn't lead to StarCraft 3, Warcraft 4, let alone any form of new IP whatsoever. Yeah, see, Blizzard as a company, my only real connection with Blizzard was the games The Lost Vikings 1 and 2 and the game called Blackthorn, which is kind of like a Prince of Persia style game, but you play this dude with long hair who has a shotgun. And there's orcs and other enemies in it. It's a platforming, side-scrolling thing. Spicy Chicken, why can't we have a pirate fantasy RPG? Exactly, Spicy Chicken. How hard is it to do Skull and Bones as that? Well, apparently it's so difficult that it's taken almost 10 years to get 6 reschedules of release. Is how hard it is for Ubisoft to do a pirate fantasy RPG. All they had to do was take the game engine of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, create a new IP, not have the main character have a hidden blade, obviously, you know, take out all things related to Assassin's Creed, because you're doing a new IP as a pirate game, and just simply make it a story about a pirate who has to go from the bottom of the ranks, being a crewman on the ship, and then as the story progresses, they get boosted up to a different position, and you can go and explore. You go to islands, you have a look, you meet new characters, there's side quests. You might have a side quest where someone wants you to help them find treasure. And then once you've found the treasure, you can decide, do we give the treasure to them? Do we share the treasure? Or do we just take it for ourselves? You know, how hard is it to do a game like that? Like, seriously. Because, like, Return of the King was such a great game. The parry and combo system in Return of the King was so smooth. That is such a great game. I'm actually, like, wanting to get to a lot of other retro games that I played a lot years ago but haven't played since, and that's definitely one of them. Hey there, Shaky. How's things going, dude? Welcome. Welcome in. Okay, well, Deck 13 has a new game coming out called Atlas Fallen, and it's a medieval fantasy game. It looks interesting to you. Well, hopefully it ends up being a good game, and that it actually lives up to what its potential, you know, might be as well. So what other games have Deck 13 done? Hey there, Godfather Al. Brotherhood Figure of the Generation, Signor Rod. Voice actor enthusiast of the century, Sir Rod of the House Legion. Rodniano. Quen Bablici de la Legos. I've absolutely butchered that, but welcome on in, Godfather Al. I hope things are going well. He's like, oh man, those are old. That sounds too simple, Rod. Yeah, it's just too simple, you know. Too simple to do a pirate RPG where, you know, you do those kinds of things. It's just so hard. Nobody's going to buy a mechanically indistinct game from Assassin's Creed Black Flag. That's like making a game that's like Assassin's Creed Odyssey in a mythological Greek pantheon setting. Absurd, no one would want that. I see what you did there, Gizlek, with, what's it called? Immortals Phoenix Rising. Blizzard and esports. Yeah, that's definitely a facet of gaming that I don't really find much interest in now that you mention it, which is, you know, esports. But hey, it's, you know, great that people who actually do esports have a big following, so that's always good. And I mean, not a big following as in heaps of followers, but I mean to say that there are people who are interested in esports enough to actually watch people do esports.
Salve, Messere. We need you to fix the cannons on the battlements.
Leave me be. I do not begin repairs before noon.
Do you know what time it is?
I make cannons, not clocks.
If you are busy, someone else will fix them.
Uno momento. No one else will touch my cannons. Soldiers have no respect for artillery. They expect a gun to work like magic. You need to feel her out. Give her a little encouragement. We are only equipped with simple cannons now, but I got hold of a design from France, a hand cannon. Something called a wrought iron murderer. Imagine firing a cannon from your hands. That is the future.
Michael Rudder was also, I think he's done a lot of stuff in Skyrim actually, but he was also in Deus Ex Human Revolution as well, as Yaron Namir, one of the main bosses you have to fight.
What have you done? We used them. They were not ready for firing. You could have gotten us all killed. Let me see.
His breath is more fatal than our cannons.
Only when you two fools are shooting them. There, try it. Aim at something to test the alignment. Someone here knows how to shoot. Now, for the other one.
I must go.
Thanks for your help. If you hear the cannons tomorrow, do not worry. We will be practicing at dawn.
Too bad it will not do you any good.
Very funny. Now fix the second cannon.
They could have done like a little mini short movie with these three dudes. The Three Cannon Stooges, they could have called it. Walkman, so they did the Surge games and the Lord of the Rings, The Fallen, a Deck 13 games. They're a very small German-based studio. Yeah, never actually heard of them before, but hopefully their new project will actually end up being a good one. He's like, well, Rod, you're poking fun at a company that completely throws supportive communities under the bus because they haven't paid absurdly high licensing fees for organising anything Blizzard esports. Let's just say there's not a very white history there, as in clean. There's a myriad of other issues, but we need to book a week to list them. Ah, I got you now, Gizlek. Yeah. But that does sound like underhanded things to do as well, you know, to actually throw supportive communities under the bus.
Oh. This box is heavy.
Need some help.
Salve.
So many flowers. Your husband must be very lucky.
I am the lucky one. I have you here to aid me.
Let me see what I can do.
Back there, I may have given you the wrong impression.
Oh?
I have no husband. The flowers are for a party.
Am I invited?
To Claudia Auditori's birthday party in the villa. If you are willing to help me again, I need someone with class to accompany me.
What makes you think I have class?
I could tell the moment I saw you. No one in this town walks with such bearing. I'm certain Ezio Auditori himself would be impressed.
Oh? What do you know of Ezio?
Claudia thinks the world of him, but he rarely visits her. From what I gather, he's distant.
She is right. I have been.
Oh no. You? The party was intended to be a surprise. Promise you will not tell Claudia.
What will you do to keep me quiet?
I am sure I can think of several things.
I'll be waiting to hear them when we get there.
So, having a look, her character is Angelica. Caresa. Or Ceresa. And spicy chicken, she'll make Ezio some pasta and cheese. Walkerman, that's Deck 13's website. Oh, nice. Thanks for linking that through. Walkman, they actually have a very good reputation in the gaming world. They may go a few years in between new releases, but when they do release a new game, it's usually very, very solid. And that is definitely the best approach to take, really, overall. As much as it's cool to get new games in a series, and to get them in less than, 3 years' time, sometimes it's just not worth the final product being, less than stellar if it's not going to be given a lot of time.
Now about earning my silence.
I have something in mind. There is one condition.
Anything.
You must wait until tomorrow.
If it pleases you, I will not stand in your way.
It will be worth the wait, Ezio. Trust me.
And we never see her again, and most likely she dies when this attack on Monte Gioni happens. He's like, what will you do to keep me quiet? Pizza, pasta, prosecco. Just want to suss something out for a moment. That's if I still can. Maybe I can't. Because there's something I want to point out. But I might not be able to point it out. No, can't point it out now.
Caterina, to what do I owe the pleasure of your presence here?
I desire an allegiance. The papal armies have resumed their march on Forli. Your mercenaries would be a great asset to my cause.
It is likely that I can give you what you seek. But we will talk later. Mother. Machiavelli. It is done. Though not, I think, as any of us expected. I entered the Vaticano and faced Rodrigo. No! Used the power of the papal staff against me, but I defeated him. Combining the staff and the apple, I gained access to the vault. There, a moving painting of the goddess Minerva spoke. She told of a terrible tragedy to befall mankind in the future, but gave hope of lost temples that will provide aid to humanity. And then she called out to a phantom, Desmond, as if he were there, standing beside me. After her warning, she vanished.
Amazing.
I cannot imagine such wonders.
The vault did not house the terrible weapon we feared. This is good news.
What of this goddess, this Minerva? Did she appear human?
Yes, but her words proved otherwise. All of her kind died many years ago. I wish I could show you the magic she performed.
Who is Desmond, and where are these temples Minerva spoke of?
I do not know.
Perhaps we must search for them.
Tell me how it ended with Borgia. Did Rodrigo beg forgiveness? Make excuses? Promise power in return?
No, none of those things.
Interesting. I'm surprised he remained so composed.
I let him leave.
The Spaniard lives? Once our enemies are dead, we can speak of vaults and gods and ancient places. You should have killed him. We're sure to suffer for it.
I am not here to debate the past. Together, we should discuss the future.
No. I am leaving immediately for Roma.
Ezio, I do not know why you spared him, but I trust your judgment. Machiavelli will come around.
Oh good, I can point it out. That's awesome. Giz like, you know, everything is about to go to shit when the love interest is in the intro says, wait until tomorrow. Yeah. And then tomorrow never comes. Well, it does, but not with her still alive. Spicy Chicken, you know that reminds you of something you might have heard once. You think it was that 40% of the Italian language is pasta? Yeah. Well, I absolutely love pasta. Like, if you put a plate of pasta in front of me, it won't last long. I absolutely love pasta, especially spaghetti bolognese and lasagna. Hey there, Spectrum. How's things going? So, Ezio used the term magic there. And the thing about him using that term is, obviously, it's not magic, because the Isu didn't do magic. It's just technology that is highly advanced, and we, in present day, would know it to be such, whereas in Ezio's time period it would have been considered magic. So he's not literally saying that it's magic, which is a mistake that Ubisoft Quebec make with Odyssey, where they give things all these magic fantasy things, you know, that aren't actually supposed to be given to them, you know what I mean? Because even the most fantastical piece of Eden technology that the Isu created isn't magic, you know what I mean? Like even Ezio using the apple to create clones of himself, that's not magic. It's still a technology that is making those projections, You know, it's just holograms. You know, so that's the number one thing to remember about Assassin's Creed, is the Isu don't deal in magic. It's not fantasy. It's actually sci-fi. And it's different to Star Wars. Star Wars is basically a fantasy series with sci-fi trappings and elements. So Assassin's Creed isn't even that with this stuff. So what I wanted to point out is not the naked lady on the picture, but what I wanted to point out is that all these paintings in Assassin's Creed 2, you have the option of buying them. You don't have to buy them. But the fact that they're all hanging up in the villa in this game actually means that canon-wise, Ezio bought these paintings. So I guess if you wanted to do a strictly canon playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2, you would also buy all the paintings in the game to put them in the villa. That's what I was hoping I could actually point out. Spectrum, fairly well, and you? Oh, I'm doing great, thanks Spectrum. I'm glad to hear that you're doing fairly well. Hopefully you're having a great weekend. Oh, nice spicy chicken, so you're actually part Italian, that's cool. Yeah, I don't have any Italian heritage in my family that I know of. And I mean like, you know, centuries ago, I don't know. But I absolutely love pasta, I know that. Walkman, you too, lasagna is your favourite meal ever. And Spectrum, you love lasagna too. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's I really love, like, I don't mind some store-bought lasagna, but I really prefer, you know, homemade, and if you go to a good restaurant as well. But yeah, store-bought lasagna for me is just like a last resort. I'd rather have, you know, either homemade or go out to a restaurant and eat it. Walkman, you can eat Italian every day, all day. Nice. Spectrum, you had chicken Alfredo for lunch today with garlic cheese, toast on Italian bread. Damn, that sounds absolutely delicious. That would have been awesome. Gizlet, canon is hundo, the... Remember that for your next AC Valhalla playthrough? Yeah, it's interesting trying to keep track of what's canon and what's not in the series now, because, you know, the last two games have been multiple endings, or they've been, you decide as the player when you want to do certain content, and the way that they've done the content is to try and make it that you can do it as soon as it's available, even if it might have made more sense to do it after a certain point, you know. So they're not too worried anymore about making their DLC content actually either take place before, during, or after the main story. It's always, you know, let's just make it that the player can decide when they want to do it, which is all well and good, but it also creates issues for players who want to try and play it the canon way. He's like, you could go for carbonara sometime next week. Absolutely, that's also delicious too. I love carbonara. Walkman, you always buy every painting in AC2. You love going through the villa and looking at them. Yeah, I must say that it's something that I haven't done in a playthrough of 2 for quite a while. Quite a long time. I can't even remember the last time that I did. Even in an annual playthrough, which is when I usually do really in-depth playthroughs of these games. But it is cool that they gave you something else to spend your money on in Assassin's Creed 2 if you enjoyed the paintings.
Welcome home. Ready to go again?
You don't need to ask.
One should always have the freedom to choose. Shh! What's that?
Probably just training exercises. Merda. I have to find Mario and rally the troops.
My men are in the courtyard. I aim to lead them around back and flank our attackers.
Stay out of sight.
This part always hurts. Mario's death.
It's the Borgia!
How did we not see this?
They must have massed to the east during the night. We need to hold them off until the townspeople have escaped.
I will take care of it.
Use the cannons above the rampart. I intend to lead a frontal assault.
Do you have it?
I am keeping it safe. The Borgia must not be allowed to breach the walls until everyone is safely away. Insieme per la vittoria.
Insieme. Uncle,
Insieme.
be careful.
I will.
Thank God! We must put them back and beat the villagers again! Aim for the cannons, signore! Save us, signore! Aim carefully! We can't withstand the attack much longer!
Nearly half the townspeople have faded out!
Reload! Reload! Ah! He's dead, signore!
Some townspeople still haven't escaped! Keep going!
Spicy Chicken, it sucks that Ezio lost Altair's armor. Yeah, that's another thing that happens. It really cost me when that cannon I was aiming at,
The villagers escape!
highlight for it actually lit up. to signify it could be hit, but make it go up higher, which is annoying in games when there's an indicator that lets you know when something is hittable, yet you actually shoot it and then it doesn't get hit because the game actually wants you to aim a bit higher, even though you already had the highlight happening. When you're aiming at someone's head and you shoot and they don't die. It's like if you want the player to actually aim higher and actually don't make the indicator happen until such time as the positioning reaches that point. You know what I mean? But there's plenty of games that do it. Even like Tomb Raider 2013 does it, where the reticle will go red and you'll shoot but it won't even hit the enemy.
Townspeople still haven't escaped. Keep going! Almost all the townspeople are outside the walls.
Of course this would happen. See, this is why I'll never be one of those master players of games. Not that I want to be, but Murphy's Law always rears its head for me.
Thank God. We must get back.
Then there'll be a playthrough 10 from now where I'll get this done perfectly. So it's very unpredictable.
He's dead, signore!
Some townspeople still haven't escaped. Keep going! Almost all the townspeople are up.
Thank God!
escape! Keep going! Almost all the townspeople are outside the walls! You have saved them! Wait! Soldiers are climbing the walls! Signore! Forget the cannons! You must stop them! Go! I will carry on here! No one shall be spared! They're breaching the gate!
I know you're there, Ezio! The Pope told me about you and your little group of assassins. And this! Give me the gun his friend fashioned for us! We've had too much bloodshed. I think a cleansing is in order. So consider this an invitation from my family to yours!
Rest in peace, Mario. Another Auditore that unfortunately dies.
Basta! I can walk.
Look out! They are coming! Everyone, retreat to the villa!
I cannot fight like this. Stand with me!
Ora! Cut his legs off!
Go! I would like to see you try. Yes.
Our blades fight best! Yes, va bene! Right here, we'll get you back there.
Get inside the sanctuary!
Follow me!
I will get him. Don't worry, we'll catch the bastard. We'll get him, don't
I will hold them back. Stop! Wait for us!
We thought you had been killed, Sir Ezio.
Not yet.
Where does this passage lead?
To the north, outside the walls.
I am surprised it exists. Let me through. I must go help the troops.
Hurry, Ezio!
Where's Mother? Is she all right?
I am here, Ezio.
Grazie a Dio.
We could not leave without you.
The way out will be dangerous. Protect our mother.
Where is Mario? I thought he would be waiting for us.
The Borgia infantry are circling the town!
Mario is dead. You must leave this place. Take Mother to Firenze. Get me a horse!
You are not coming with us. Where are you riding?
To Roma!
Go, my son. Destroy them. But remember for whom we assassins fight.
Ellen David also voiced Maria Auditore in Assassin's Creed 2 as well.
Lucy, I can't seem to get a position on Ezio's POE.
POE? Could one of you tell me what's going on?
Sorry, Desmond. Peace of Eden. In the Vatican, Minerva talked about other temples, that they're the key to preventing whatever terrible thing is about to happen to the Earth.
Right.
To find the temples, I'm convinced we need to get our hands on Ezio's Apple of Eden. Minerva altered it somehow when she touched it.
Wait, we're at the Auditore Villa.
Yes, it's our last safe house in Italy. It turns out the Templars are watching the border.
Ezio hid the POE sometime in 1507, but when I try to access that DNA sequence, he seems to be remembering something else.
Like a memory inside a memory?
Yes, exactly. Maybe.
Exactly, maybe?
I believe you experienced something similar back at Abstergo, didn't you?
Subject 15 exhibited memory within memory-like patterns, but she was pregnant. The memories of both the fetus's father and mother were competing.
Desmond's not pregnant, at least, as far as I can tell. Might just have had a big lunch.
Can you skip ahead to a later memory?
No, it doesn't work.
Well, that sounds familiar. We couldn't access Altair's later memories until Desmond had improved his synchronization.
Then it's possible something similar's occurred here. Ezio's troubled state is being transposed onto Desmond, destabilizing the memory. Either that, or Rebecca's just not a very good engineer.
Thanks, asshole.
What? I'm simply listing possible explanations. And that is amongst the most likely. Touchy.
This place isn't secure. Cell phone surveillance can see right through the walls.
Don't you mean satellite surveillance?
Are you kidding? Abstergo upgraded to cell towers ages ago. The waves go through everything above ground. They're gonna find us.
No, they aren't. Come with me. There's a beam blocking it from the inside. We're not getting in this way.
What's our next move?
The road just loops back into the highway. This is not a good place for us to be right now.
Do we have any tarps? We need to cover up the van.
I really hate to stress this, yeah, but we are running out of time.
Well, help us then, Sean. Do you have any ideas?
I don't know. Maybe there's another way into the sanctuary.
Hey, I think I've got something.
Follow me.
Desmond, that was pretty awesome.
It just felt natural. We can get in through here.
Good job.
Well, we'll just wait up here then, shall we? Yeah, all alone with massive targets painted on our backs.
Why won't this turn on?
It's great to be out of the Animus.
This isn't exactly my idea of a good time.
Well, let me guess. You're more the in-bed-at-6 type.
What? Desmond? I know how to have fun.
Oh, that's very convincing. Yeah, I'm convinced.
Okay, after we save the world, I'll show you.
Wait, can I get that in writing?
We have light.
Spectrum, you mean there's a future backstory to this game? What's Animus? Save the world? Well, there's a lot to unpack, but I'll do my best to sort of like put it into a short explanation. Yeah, Spicy Chicken. Yeah, Sean is cool. I actually like him. You know, I know that some people hate him, but I like his character. So Spectrum, this is set in 2012, this segment, where we're playing as Desmond. And the Animus is the machine that allows him to relive memories of one of his ancestors. And in the first game, it's Altair, in the Third Crusade, in Jerusalem, or the Holy Land. And in this game, and the previous one, it's Ezio. And the next one I'm going to play after this. And there's a catastrophe that's going to happen again to Earth. And it's up to the people in the present day to try and stop that from happening again. The first time it happened, a very highly advanced race of beings were almost completely wiped out. And then eventually, the remaining ones did actually die. But some of their consciousness still exists in present time. But over the decades and millennia, the temples and the technology that they had became lost. And some people found it and some haven't yet. So everything in humanity kind of went back to reset with prehistoric era and then, you know, all that type of stuff. Hey there, RV. So when you play through the AC games, you're collecting everything you can collect in the game? No, not every single playthrough I do. I like to make the playthroughs fresh for me, but also for viewers as well, so I'm not doing the same kind of playthrough of the game every time. For example, in this playthrough, I'm not doing the Christina memories, I'm not doing the optional objectives, I'm not doing the Subject 16 puzzles, I'm not collecting anything, I'm not even doing Leonardo's war machines. All I'm doing is the story, as far as the main memories go, as well as the tombs, and then that's it. Spectrum, how many of these games are there? Well, there's quite a few, actually. So let's see. You've got some spin-offs and you've got some smaller scale games as well. So there's quite a few.
What was that?
I don't see anything.
Run! Get out before I soldati get you! Correte! Go!
They escaped through here.
What?
Ezio and the villagers. After the attack, I can see them now.
I know it's difficult, but try to compartmentalize, Desmond. Focus on the present.
What if I can't stop the visions? How long before I start painting symbols on the walls?
Don't joke about that. 16 is dead. We're focusing on the present, okay?
Yes, Lucy, 16 is dead. He had a name, Clay Kazmarek. And why is he dead? Because you didn't hold up what you were supposed to do as an assassin and actually help him get out of there, which was the mission that you were given.
Great, it's stuck.
I can get under there.
Ready. Any chance you can lift that gate?
Not unless you want me to end up like that skeleton.
I'll find a way around.
Yeah, Spectrum, so quite a lot. The first game actually came out in 2007.
Below, through here.
Watch out for bats!
Where?
I meant in case you see any.
Remind me not to make you a lookout. Desmond?
More ghosts.
I'm here, okay? Stay with me.
Did anything fall on you?
No. Is Mother all right?
Desmond, we can't climb this.
How about you give me a boost?
That's a bad idea.
I could throw you into the air and you grab the ledge.
Even worse.
Follow me. How about this?
What are you going to... Nice job.
I aim to please. I wonder how old these tunnels are.
Middle Ages, probably. Luckily, the beams still hold our weight.
After all this time in the Animus, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but you're really getting fat.
Ouch.
I even told Rebecca to widen the Animus.
Seriously?
No.
Up we go.
Ready.
You know, when I came here last...
When Ezio came here.
Yeah, I meant Ezio.
I shouldn't put you through all this. It's not right.
Hey, all joking aside, I'm having the time of my life. And it's thanks to you.
Just focus on where you're going, okay?
So as you see, Desmond doesn't suffer fall damage, but not because he's got some magical powers that allows him to not take any fall damage. It's just that when they programmed the game, they didn't want to punish the player by killing Desmond and desynchronizing, because obviously we're not in an Animus at the moment. But besides that, it would have been time consuming and annoying to make Desmond just die and then, you know, have to reload the checkpoint.
When did this become my job?
If I pulled all the levers, then what would be left for you?
Nothing.
Nice try.
Ready?
Found a switch!
Something's open!
I'm stuck over here, but I can see a lever across the water.
Great. Ezio gets a bath with Caterina Sforza, and I get a swim in a toilet. I've got this one!
There's another lever up ahead. Come over here.
Oh man, it's freezing!
Stop whining.
It's easy for you to say. You aren't swimming in medieval toxic waste. Ugh.
Hey there, Ricky. It goes really well, thank you. How are you?
I smell terrible.
You're exaggerating.
Remember, this is the time of your life.
Yeah.
Ready?
Go for it. Okay, release it.
How come you don't have to get wet?
Because you're here,
Charming.
aren't I?
I've got you.
Thanks.
Ezio! We are on the other side! Hurry!
Cazzo! Dio mi salvi!
Originally, one of the things that they were going to do is have it that by the third game, Desmond would be able to experience memories of ancestors without even using the Animus, but he would be able to control it, unlike other characters where it's sort of like is uncontrollable and can, you know, make them go kind of insane. But they dropped that idea, of course, because the series became really big and Ubisoft obviously wanted to keep making games. But at this point, Desmond is still just in the early stages of seeing, you know, bleeding effect visions and stuff. But it won't affect in the same way that's affected other people because he's got some higher concentration of Isu DNA in him.
We can't jump this.
I have an idea. You'll have to help me. Stand at the edge and get ready.
Ready?
Made it! Let me see.
Oh, you go on ahead. I'll just stay here to die in the dark with the bats.
Jump across.
Nice work.
The bats will be disappointed.
For now.
By the end of the first game, because because Desmond synchronized enough with his ancestor Altair, he actually unlocked the ability to do eagle vision, and that's partly because it was within him all along, but it took experiencing the memories of Altair for it to be teased out and actually brought out, and so that's why he's able to do eagle vision at the end of AC1. And what else was I going to recap and say? Yeah, so in Assassin's Creed 2, when he's experiencing the memories of Ezio, he's actually learning how to be as skilled as Ezio was, because the bleeding effect, which happens when you're exposed to the Animus and being inside of it, means that certain characteristics of the ancestor you are experiencing memories of will become imprinted on you, and you'll be able to do them. So it's almost like in the Matrix, where they can just put into a program and say that the person now knows how to do all martial arts in the world without them actually having to worry about training. They can already do it once the program's uploaded. But the Animus doesn't work like the Matrix at all. Just saying that that aspect of the Matrix where the person can basically do all these things without having to do the training is kind of like what's happening with the bleeding effect in Assassin's Creed, where Desmond becomes a better assassin through the bleeding effect, experiencing the memories of Ezio. And I like to extrapolate and say that in Assassin's Creed 3, the reason why Desmond uses Connor's fighting style is because when he's experienced the memories of Connor, he's experienced the memories of Connor so long that it actually influences how he fights and his fighting style. But that's just me coming up with that
Soldati,
theory.
I have found an entrance.
Or maybe not coming up with it is the right word, because other people have most likely had that theory before I have, but that's how I like to look at it anyway, is that Desmond's fighting style changes in AC3 because of experiencing Connor's memories. And obviously Connor fights very differently to Ezio. Hey Zayas, welcome. You just finished replaying this today. Went back and did Da Vinci DLC. Great game. Oh, that's nice that you finished it. You finished your replay. That's awesome, Zayas. And that DLC is really good.
Good. Let me just go and get that bridge down for you.
I did the last one.
And I'm sure that will be your last one.
Haha, very funny.
I won't be doing it in this playthrough, but when I do my annual playthrough in February, that's when I'll actually do it. As well as all the other types of content. Like the Subject 16 puzzles and Christina memories and Leonardo flying, well, not flying machines only. He also has other machines, but I won't be doing Leonardo's War Machine missions in this playthrough. Or worrying about optional objectives either.
Got it!
Thank you, Desmond. Now it's my turn to even the score. There.
Thanks. It's a start.
Do your magic.
Up you go.
Thanks. We make a good team.
Okay.
Come on, Desmond, let's go. I can see the sanctuary.
Wow. He looks so old. Ezio must have come back here way after the attack. But why?
Desmond!
Right. Let's open that door.
And this would feel really surreal to have gone into this location, but not physically until now. So Desmond has obviously been inside this place consciously through the use of the animus that allows him to relive the memories of Ezio, who was inside this place. But now Desmond himself is literally inside this location. That would feel quite surreal if that was something that was in real life. I imagine, in a way, you could say that if you've only seen a country in movies, when you actually go to that country in real life, it would probably feel surreal because you're like, I've seen this place in that movie that I watched, but now I'm actually here. That's probably the most accurate in real life example I could probably say that is a way to put it, so to speak, for what Desmond is probably feeling being in this location right now. Of all the statues. It's so funny, you know, like, I play these games so often that I know that some people watching have also played these games so often, and that me not mentioning certain things might make the person think that I don't know them. And sometimes that's true, but not because I've never heard of information. It's just that I'm not very good at remembering every single detail about every single game and be able to just bring it to mind instantly. And there's also some things I choose not to talk about because I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record talking about it. And one of those things is these statues, and I already spoke about these statues in Assassin's Creed 2 when I played that recently. But needless to say, there's a few assassin statues here of characters that actually didn't live when the assassins were even a thing, not even when the hidden ones were a thing. For example, Darius here is one of them. He was way before even Bayek and Aya's time, and Bayek and Aya were the ones who kickstarted the hidden ones, and the hidden ones eventually changed their names to assassins. So Darius wasn't actually around when even the hidden ones existed, let alone when they changed their name to the assassins, but they still made a statue for him. And because this whole place was designed by Ezio's great-great-grandfather, I think it's his great-great-grandfather, maybe just his great-grandfather, but again, I don't always remember the exact details about everything. But one of Ezio's, ancestors built this area here and built these statues of these assassins. So what I like to think is that he looked at Darius, for example, and was like, he was a pretty prominent figure who actually was the one who used the hidden blade, and it was the first recorded use of it. So how about I honor that? How about I honor Darius by making him an honorary assassin centuries after his death? You know, it's like when someone dies and after they're dead, an organization might think, well, they did some great work, so we're going to give them the honorary title of such and such because of the great work that they did when they were still alive. But now that they're dead and they didn't attain that title when they were still alive, we're going to give them that title in their death to honor them. So I like to think that that's what happened with this statue of Darius. There's also some other assassin statues here that are of characters that didn't actually even exist around the time of the hidden ones even. And I think it's this one, Iltani. I think she killed Alexander the Great. And Alexander the Great was another character that existed way before the hidden ones became a thing. And yet Iltani has a statue here as well. So Ezio's great-grandfather, or whoever he was, must have felt that what they did was prominent enough to give them the honorary title of being an assassin centuries after their death. And then you get a character like Amunet, who, when this game came out and when Assassin's Creed 2 came out, all the way up until 2017 when Assassin's Creed Origins came out, this statue was also something that people were like, oh, okay, who's this character? And then when Origins came out, and it was revealed at the end of that game that Aya changes her name to Amunet, and she was the one that kills Cleopatra ultimately, people were like, how come she has a statue and Bayek doesn't have a statue? Well, it would take until Valhalla came out because Odyssey decided to completely go a different direction. But when Valhalla came out, the same team who wrote and worked on Origins added and came up with the idea that when Amunet was visiting one of the Roman bureaus, there were actually some hidden ones who found out what her name was, and they decided to keep record of her name as Amunet. And so eventually, because they knew who she was, they decided to, you know, obviously Ezio's grandfather or great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather decided to make sure that there was a statue of Amunet, but not of Bayek, because the assassins didn't know about Bayek until 2017, which is the year when the present day of Assassin's Creed Origins takes place. But yeah, Bayek doesn't have a statue simply because he managed to make sure that his identity was hidden from public and even from the assassins from a very long time. Although William Miles does say that they were trying to figure out about Bayek for a while, so I don't know how long that was the case. But in any case, Amunet's statue being here makes sense, and the reason why Bayek's statue isn't here, also makes sense as well. So there we go. I've covered the statue conversation, and people who already know are probably like, yeah, whatever, I know, keep on playing the game, shut up talking. But as a streamer, it's important to understand that sometimes you're actually streaming a game that people haven't played. And, you know, there'll be people that haven't played these games and don't know anything about it. And so to them, the information is new. And as a streamer, it's important to remember that if you're going to talk about stuff like that, you know, it's also good to explain it for people who don't know. Hey there, Vinman. How's things going?
Try using that special sight you learned from Altair.
There's something here.
Can you open the damn bookcase, Desmond?
$14.19, $14.20, and $14.21. The answer is 72. You going okay, Vinman? That's good to hear, dude.
You guys did it!
About bloody time. What's that?
Looks like something Ezio left behind. There are numbers underneath it. 1419, 1420, and 1421.
Maybe you should lie down for a bit.
No, it's all right. I'm fine.
Whoa, they really built this place to last. No signs of structural damage, no cell signal either. Should be safe to set up. Let's get the Animus down there.
Okay, everything's good here. Sean, hide the van in town, and make sure you aren't followed.
What is that smell?
It's my clothes.
They smell like you swam through a sewer.
It was Lucy's idea.
Wait a second, guys. We need power down here. There's a line running nearby I can hook into, but the wattage is weak.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Anything else you two would like? You know, some caviar, perhaps? Maybe you'd like me to knit you a lovely hat? No? Fine, follow me.
The way Sean was running there, where he had his arms hanging by his side, not moving them, but running at the same time.
Right, look around Monteriggioni for circuit boxes. Rebecca's little doodahs, they'll reroute small amounts of electricity to the power line underneath the villa. Don't ask me how they work. If I understood that, I wouldn't be the fella hiding the van.
That there's not a glitch, that was me doing it, because in that point the game lets you actually move Desmond in that little mini cutscene thing. Spicy Chicken, you hate how modern day Eagle Vision looks. Yeah, the change that they made where it's not traditional Eagle Vision anymore, but literal Eagle Vision, as in you're seeing through the eyes of an eagle. And you've got the Animus Pulse, but that's different because the Animus Pulse is something that is a separate idea from Eagle Vision. Because Eagle Vision is not strictly something that is in... well, it's not related to the Animus, Eagle Vision. It's something internal to a physical being that they can do. And in Assassin's Creed Mirage, a game which, by the way, they're saying is going back to the roots of the series, but in the earlier games they didn't have an eagle companion that you could control. They're actually including an eagle companion that Basim can control. But they also said that he has traditional Eagle Vision as well. So it's another example of companies using the term, we're going back to our roots, but they're not really. Not fully, anyway. It's just a buzzword to say, to get people hyped. But in any case, Basim is going to apparently, in the next Assassin's Creed game, have traditional Eagle Vision, but also an Eagle companion that you can also control. And that symbol looked like a nuclear pyramid, did it? I've never actually seen that nuclear pyramid symbol before. Spicy Chicken, it was Lucy's idea. Yeah, Lucy was the one that said to Desmond, hey, you jump into the sewer. You don't meant the eagle thing, you hate how everything turns black and blue. You've said this before, but you'd rather have Eagle Vision be a light filter. So everything turns black and blue. Do you mean, like, I don't know what you mean though. Because you've got the Animus Pulse, which is not Eagle Vision. Then you've got the Eagle. But what's the other thing? How everything turns black and blue in Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. Maybe I just don't know that term for it. Modern day Eagle Vision in Brotherhood. So you'd rather have Eagle Vision be a light filter like modern day in Eagle Vision in Brotherhood, is that what you mean? Oh, I get you now. Sorry, Spicy Chicken. I looked at your previous comment again, and now I actually have understood what you're actually getting at. You mean the actual modern day Vision in Brotherhood. I see. I see what you mean now. Sorry, I was thinking, when I saw modern in your comment originally, my mind went to modern, as in modern Assassin's Creed games, as in, you know, the latest games in the series. Sorry.
I'm back.
Just in time. The sun's rising.
Yes! It's booted. We're good to go.
Did you miss me? No? Anyone? Hello? Am I speaking out loud? Hello? Workaholics.
Let's get started.
When you actually go outside, from this point, and any time you go outside, a countdown will happen, and story-wise, the countdown happens because Desmond can't stay above ground for too long because Abstergo will be able to detect after a certain time where they're located. Well, maybe not now. Geez, that's annoying in games. Because you have increments of things, right? So I just assumed that if you went outside again straight after that last part, that the timer would come up. But, of course, when I'm actually trying to explain about it, it doesn't come up. But anyway, usually what happens when you actually go outside as Desmond is a timer appears on the screen. And the timer is just there for you as the player to know that if you stay out too long when the timer's finished, then Desmond won't die. There isn't a cutscene where Abstergo finds them. You don't get game over. Simply what happens is Desmond just gets teleported back inside underground, and then it allows you to go outside. So really the only thing that punishes you as the player is if you're trying to find the collectibles outside and time's running out, and then the time runs out and you get annoyed by the fact that you now have to actually run all the way back out again. That's the only punishment that the time running out really gives you as a player. But if you don't mind that kind of thing, then it won't matter. You'll just basically go, okay, alright, time is up, I'll just run back out there again. So you get 10 minutes of real time every time Desmond goes out here to actually find collectibles. And speaking of collectibles, I also won't be getting the collectibles in modern day either. Vimin due to overhead satellites. That's it, Vimin, yeah. Yeah, sometimes when I'm explaining things I might not use the actual literal words to describe the actual thing. I might just say something that's like a quick way of saying something like, you know, if you stay out too long, Desmond will get detected. But you're right, it is due to the overhead satellites that Abstergo has all around the planet.
Do you have any clue about those numbers under the drawing?
1419, 1420, 1421. Maybe something to do with the 100 Years' War. Or wait, in 1419, Pope Martin V arrived in Florence, right? He left for Rome in 1420, and that was the same year Brunelleschi began building the Duomo. And in 1421... Yeah, I'll have to do some more research, I think.
What are we gonna do about Abstergo?
Wait it out. As soon as we find the apple, I get in contact with our other teams in Europe, but as far as Italy goes, we're on our own.
It'd be nice to have some help from above.
Our top assassins are busy gathering info about the Templar satellite launch. We've pinpointed several possible facilities in the US, China, and Russia, but there are no clear leads yet.
What are the other teams doing?
Combating Abstergo's search for pieces of Eden. As far as I know, Abstergo has no clue about the temples and Ezio's apple. We might actually be ahead for once.
Women just like in Resident Evil Extinction. Yeah. As action horror movies go, I actually thought Resident Evil Extinction was a decent one. But as a Resident Evil adaptation, it's definitely not good. Same with all the other movies that have come out of Resident Evil. With the exception of the first Resident Evil movie they did, because I think they didn't actually do such a bad job with it. But still, it led to a series of movies that just got more and more like something different to what Resident Evil actually was.
There's no time to talk.
Not to mention video game characters that were introduced in the second movie, and then all the other ones onwards were just butchered in their adaptation of them. For example, in Resident Evil Apocalypse, yeah, Jill Valentine, you know, looks like Jill Valentine from Resident Evil 3, but you can't simply make the character look like they did in the video game and then call it a day. You actually have to make sure that their personality actually matches. And Jill is written to be an asshole to people, which I never got that impression from Resident Evil 1 original, or Resident Evil 3 original, or even Resident Evil 1 remake for that matter. Some might say in the remake of 3 she does act like a bit of an asshole to people, but the thing about that is Jill doesn't trust anyone but herself and, you know, other characters like Barry and that. So she's not too open to basically trusting Carlos straight away because, you know, she doesn't know him. So his advances on her and, you know, flirting with her sort of don't get answered, which is something that if you have a problem with your flirtations not being returned by a woman, I think that's a negative thing to be worried about, if you know what I mean. So her being kind of standoffish to Carlos makes sense in the Resident Evil 3 remake. But I digress completely. The way that Jill is portrayed in Resident Evil Apocalypse is to turn her into an asshole to people. And then you have like Resident Evil Extinction, who introduces Claire Redfield into the series, but they don't mention Chris Redfield, and there's no clues or anything about Claire's you know, experiences before the events of Extinction. So we don't know if she has actually experienced the events of Resident Evil 2 or not. So that's that. But I didn't mind the portrayal of Claire Redfield, though. I think the portrayal of that character was decent. And then you have Leon in Resident Evil Retribution, who, you know, is just like, yeah, they give him the Leon haircut, but that's about it. And they give him the look of Leon from Resident Evil 4 once he loses his jacket and everything. I don't know what the actual term for the type of suit he's wearing underneath is. A tactical vest or a tactical suit or whatever you want to call it. I know that in the Retribution movie he wears that same thing, so he looks like the character, but again, when you're adapting video game characters to another medium, you still need to make sure that while they look the same or look similar, they also need to have similar you know, attributes like personality wise and stuff like that.
So, what do you think of Monteriggioni?
This is not Monteriggioni. Monteriggioni existed in the Renaissance. Ask me how the town was in 1554 when it was seized by Florence, and I'll tell you.
Huh. I figured you'd like it nowadays. Seems not to have changed much.
Exactly. History is the study of change. Change is life. When things become static, it means they're dead. You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now.
You seem focused.
I've been busy patching new systems into Baby here. She's only gonna get better.
Is Desmond gonna be able to relive memories this time?
As a matter of fact, he will.
Always a tech geek?
Nah, I was into sports, but then I broke my leg and started playing with computers. Who knew that coding could be just as exhilarating as strapping on a board and dropping out of a helicopter?
Just FYI, you might want to get your adrenal glands checked. You know? Because that is not normal.
It's so funny how Sean comments on that, and how Rebecca was, you know, doing things like that, jumping out of a plane on a skateboard and all that kind of stuff, which you would think Sean would be into as well because of leaps of faith and stuff, but I guess that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. But it's ironic because in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, in the present day sections, there's actually a part where Sean and Rebecca drop a smoke bomb and escape from the Templars' clutches and jump out of a window of a high-rise building doing a leap of faith. I'm sure they had parachutes or something like that to use, but Sean definitely didn't have any qualms about doing a jump outside of a building from a very great height. but that happens later. This game is set in 2012, whereas Syndicate is set in 2015. The present day story, at least, is set in 2015 in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Vim, you consider Universe A as the games, B as the movies, and C as Welcome to Raccoon City. Yeah, if you compartmentalize it like that, it's good, because then the video games can exist on their own, and the movies can exist separate, and all that type of stuff, instead of trying to make them all fit into the same continuity, which, when the first Resident Evil movie came out, I think you could have actually made a case for it to be a prequel, or if not a prequel, at least events taking place around the same time as the events in the first Resident Evil. When you think about it, the first Resident Evil game came out in 1996, right? And the story in Resident Evil takes place in 1998, which is 2 years after, obviously. And the movie came out in 2001, was it? Or 2002? I think it was 2002, because then the sequel came out in 2004. Yep, 2002. So, if you look at it like that, the first movie being set in 2002, adapting from a game that was set in 1998, that's not that many years really in between 1998 and 2002. So the movie Resident Evil could have been a story that took place between the events of Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2, just in a completely different facility, because obviously Umbrella have heaps of facilities. However, once the sequel movie came out, the potential to see the first movie as what I just said became null and void, because they brought the video game characters into the series then. In Resident Evil 1, it does mention the Nemesis program, and in the sequel we find out, of course, that the character of Eric, I think his name was, that was in Resident Evil 1, who's not actually in the games, becomes Nemesis. And because in the games they never said who Nemesis was to begin with, then it kind of makes it okay for the Resident Evil movie to give an identity for the human who was then experimented on to become Nemesis, you know. So you've got that whole thing as well. But apart from that, I still feel that before they did the second Resident Evil movie, the first one still could have been in the continuity of the games. But when the sequel came out, that became null and void, that potential. You just like how you view Mortal Kombat's lore. Yeah, that's a good way to do it too, as well. You know, and that way it's easier to critique them, because you're sort of like separating them. But also at the same time, if you're critiquing an adaptation, you're also going to be comparing it to the original. So yeah. Bimman compression shirt, is it? Oh, so that's what it's called. So Matt Addison, what is his name? I think I said Eric because the same actor has actually played Eric Draven in a sequel to the Crow movie, I think. I think his character was Eric Draven. Anyway, maybe I just thought of Eric because that's the name of the main character in the first Crow movie. And because the actor who was in Resident Evil 1 who played Matt was also in a Crow movie, maybe my mind was just melding the two together.
We don't have time for chit-chat.
Yes, we do, Sean.
We'll talk later. As you may have noticed in the van, I've made some improvements to the Animus, and I've also patched in a new VR training program. Here you can show off all those flashy moves you picked up from your ancestors. Let me open one of the missions. You can access more VR missions through the Animus desktop. As you complete training sessions, I'll add additional challenges. To stop your subconscious from rejecting Ezio's later memories, you're gonna have to live them in the order his genome recorded them. Highlight sequence 2 for me, Desmond. Good, now select it and you're gonna see the memories inside. Once you've unlocked a memory, by accessing this menu, you can relive it as many times as you want.
But what if there are memories I just want to forget?
Desmond, this is very important. If you need to take a break, log out of the Animus. You can leave the machine whenever you like.
I'm all set to go. Don't worry.
One last thing. As you raise your synchronization by executing events the way Ezio lived them, you might even discover some repressed memories. Okay, let's get started. Select the first memory.
Desmond, I've been looking at those gibberish 5-digit codes from the end of Subject 16's files, and I seem to have discovered a remarkable coincidence. The codes correspond perfectly with coordinates inside the Animus. I've tagged the landmarks, pinpointed by the coordinates with eye icons in the database. Now, odds are you won't find anything there, but, well, who knows?
There's some things I want to talk about what we just saw, but I'll wait until cutscenes are finished.
Calmatevi. The pain will end soon.
Where have you brought me?
Nowhere, Messere. A man left you here.
Did he say anything?
Only this. You are to meet Messer Machiavelli in front of the Mausoleo di Augusto. Let me help you get dressed.
The same man who brought me here gave me these clothes?
Si, Messere.
Roma.
Yes. Or what is left of it since the Borgia came to power.
And the Mausoleo?
Unfortunately, you cannot see it from here.
How about from the top of that church?
Yes, but the stairs up are closed.
That should not be a problem. Vi ringrazio di tutto quello che avete fatto per me, buona donna. Addio.
Okay, so things I wanted to talk about. When Rebecca was talking about memories and having to start from the earliest memory and for Desmond to build his way through, she was also talking about how as events are experienced the way that Ezio lived them, the synchronization will actually increase. And the reason I want to talk about that is because when you get optional objectives, like do not drop below 1 health square, in-game, and I'm talking about in-universe, as in the world of Assassin's Creed, those optional objectives, for us, are a gameplay thing, right, as a player. But for Desmond, that actually indicates that Ezio, when he lived, in this point in his life, he didn't sustain any other damage aside from what wounds he's suffering from now, you know. But a better example would be if the full synchronization / optional objective is to air assassinate the main target, that means that Ezio canon-wise actually assassinated the main target. But gameplay wise, you as the player don't have to do that. You know what I mean? So it's a two faceted thing. You've got the gameplay IRL reasoning behind having optional objectives, but then you've also got the actual in-universe reason for the idea of synchronizing memories and all that type of stuff. And something that was interesting too is replaying memories. So in Assassin's Creed 1, you could actually go into the Animus when possible and actually go back into a memory that you had already finished and experience that. However, in Assassin's Creed 2, they took that ability out. So in Assassin's Creed 2, once you've done a memory of Ezio's, you can't replay that memory afterwards. So in Brotherhood, they brought that back. So you can now go back into the Animus, like you can go back into previous memories, because this is the first game in the series to introduce the idea of these optional objectives to the game. And they are optional, so you don't have to do them. So if you're a player who hates doing optional stuff, then you don't have to do it. If you're someone who does love doing optional stuff, then you'll do it. But at the same time, obviously, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to enjoy doing all the optional objectives, even if you do like to do optional objectives in games. And another point I'd like to make, jumping off from that, is that I feel that Ubisoft choosing to take out optional objectives to please people who don't like an optional thing is a bit silly, because it's like if I said to you, I'd like to give you a bar of chocolate, right? And I say to you, I've got a vanilla one and a chocolate, and I've got a vanilla one and a strawberry one. Now, if you say, I don't like strawberry ones, you don't have to take the strawberry chocolate, do you? Because I've got another flavored one. So if you like the other flavored one, you'll want to get that, right? But someone who does like the other flavor that you don't like will happily take that flavored chocolate. So in that analogy, an optional objective in a game, for those who do like them, they shouldn't be told by developers, we're not going to give you the option to actually do it anymore, because the people who don't like to do an optional thing don't like the optional thing, so we're going to take away the option of doing the optional thing. It just doesn't make sense to me to do that kind of stuff. Because if you've got something optional, then it means that you don't have to do it. That's the meaning of optional. It's not you have to do this. So the game's not saying you have to do full synchronization, otherwise you get game over and have to redo the memory anyway. No, it's just an option that you can do it if you want to. However, they did bring optional objectives back in the DLC content for Assassin's Creed Valhalla though. But in terms of like main games in the series, they dropped the optional objectives with Assassin's Creed Syndicate in 2015. I mean, you would think it would be weird that your ancestors look exactly like you. Yeah, that's something that changed as well, because the character model for Altair in Assassin's Creed 1 and for Ezio in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood is actually Desmond's face model. Whereas in Revelations, because Ezio's much older, they've actually changed his face model to reflect that it's different from Desmond's. And then obviously Connor's face is completely unique and not like Desmond's. And then, because Desmond's related to Edward Kenway, Edward Kenway doesn't have Desmond's face, But obviously other characters in present day, like Layla, who's not related to any characters that we've played in any of the games so far, in that case, obviously the person's going to look different, because it's not a ancestor that the person's experiencing memories of in the later games. It's someone unrelated, which is something that gets established in the game series, that Abstergo were working on ways to make it possible for people unrelated to people from the past to actually experience those memories. Whereas for a long time, it was only people who had that ancestry who could actually experience those memories. that are locked within their own DNA. Women historians would be like, that's odd. They would be, for sure. But then again, I think also you have to consider the human face, as much as it can change and be so different, because obviously you've got combinations, right? You've got the genes of, you know, two different people you know, what's the right term? But in any case, you have the idea that people might have similar facial structures and elements of their faces that are similar. And as time goes on, sometimes we see someone who reminds us of someone else, not because they literally look like someone else. There's just something about their face that we recognize as being similar to someone else. And we may feel like they literally look like that person. But they don't actually look exactly like them. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of people, like, for example, people get confused between actresses Jessica Chastain and Bryce Dallas Howard. But when I see both of them individually, I know who's who, you know, and when I see them together, I know who's who, you know. But some people would say, oh, they look so much alike, I can't tell the difference. But they are different, you know what I mean? And it's a bit of a joke too. They even did, I think Bryce Dallas Howard even did a song singing about it as well. But just to use an example of two people that get confused for each other that don't actually literally look the same, it's just that people, when they see both of them, can get confused between the two. Vinman, that's why there are resemblances. Exactly, Vinman. You know, you see those memes too where they have like Keanu Reeves and then they show a picture of a portrait of some dude who lived centuries ago who looks like Keanu Reeves. But it's only because that person has similar facial structures, has a similar facial structure to Keanu Reeves, and they might be wearing a beard, which Keanu Reeves has been known to actually, you know, sport. You know, so. But it's also interesting when you think about the mind and how it plays tricks on us too. You know, so people might think they remember all the details about something, but sometimes they might be adding a detail that actually wasn't in that actual event, but it was in another event they experienced maybe close together. But when they're recalling it to someone, they meld the two together into the one memory. So our minds can play tricks on us like that too. So I imagine our mind can also play tricks on us by making us think that someone we're looking at looks exactly like someone we've already seen before. So it's like, oh, that's you're my twin, or you could be this person's twin, you know. Anyway, that was a big divergence, but that's you know, one of the things about being a streamer, you know, especially if you're wanting to respond to chat and have conversations and all that type of stuff. And when I really get going on talking about something, I'm a bit like a blabbermouth when it comes to continuously talking about stuff. And I know obviously you've got some people who come to a stream to actually watch the game and not to worry about what the streamer's saying. But I'm the type of streamer that likes to, you know, try and cover both. Do gameplay and not talk over cutscenes and allow the game to sort of like, you know, quote unquote speak for itself, I guess, is one way to do it. And then I'll respond to chat, and then sometimes I'll stop gameplay so I can actually talk, because unfortunately I'm not one of those streamers and gamers who can actually talk about something in depth and still be able to competently and efficiently play the video game at the same time. For example, I wouldn't be able to do a big battle sequence in some games while talking, because I'd need to concentrate on things like dodging attacks and all that type of stuff. But some things are a bit mindless and it doesn't matter, and I can sort of like talk while playing. And then sometimes you'll see me run around in the game in circles or in the same area because I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm not doing something like killing the character while I'm talking or something like that. But it can be hard because sometimes in games you've got characters that are talking to the main character and you're trying to listen to their dialogue, but at the same time you're also trying to make sure that you don't get too far away from them, otherwise you get desynchronized. Akira Runner, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for that. As good as new. Find a doctor to heal the wounds from the Vila attack, then climb the church tower to locate the Mausoleo di Augusto. And I'm not doing optional objectives for this playthrough, so if I drop below 1 health square, so be it.
Oh. I need to find the doctor. My arm. Salute. I require medicine.
Let me look. Someone your age cannot recover from a wound like this with medicine. Here is something to dull the pain. You will heal over time.
Grazie.
4 out of 5 doctors would suggest leeches, but they have not proven effective against such things. However, I can recommend several good colleagues around the city. Do you need anything else?
Come, friends! I've fresh-caught leeches today!
Someone my age. Imbecile.
Yes, Vidman, leeches. A weekly bleeding can solve any health issue. I'm just being funny, don't take this as health advice, I'm not a health professional. Spicy Chicken, these doctors sure do love leeches. Yeah, the doctors in these games absolutely love using leeches. But I think in real life, back in that time period, it actually was a form of healing that doctors prescribed. Even in playthroughs like this where I'm not doing everything, you will see me actually get some treasure chests open because I want to build up Ezio's money as we go through.
Must be a drunken wager or something.
My back.
Vimin, unless you already have a clotting problem. Yeah, well I mean, in that case, that'd be a whole different thing too.
Gone out that a peasant is resisting arrest. We will show him how things operate under the Borgia.
Machiavelli can wait.
Oh, that's certainly adventurous.
Why would anyone carry on like that?
More! They want more Leo.
Vimin, as they can reduce your blood pressure. Ah, okay. Yeah, definitely don't want blood pressure to go really low. Spicy Chicken, that makes sense. Something like that happened to you, did it? Oh, really, Spicy Chicken? In this game, when you're blending, once you're actually inside the group and that shimmering appears, you can actually not have to worry about moving Ezio. It's not perfect though, because if the group you're blending within hits certain walls, it might push Ezio out of their group.
I am thinking of joining a merchant ship.
I have never seen it so bad. My wife is sick again.
Buongiorno.
Spicy Chicken, you were stressed over needing to pay $100 for some blood work, but after the blood was taken, your body felt very less tense, did it? Ah, okay, so that's what happened to you. Yeah, it'd be a very tricky thing sometimes, you know, having blood pressure that's too low, or even going the other direction, having it too high.
Regulation stipulates a minimum distance of 10 feet. A mass will be held tomorrow for the souls of the pilgrims trapped in the fire at Thanksgiving.
No, our hearts are weak.
There! Get him! Spare me! I'm a good man! There! Get it! Run! Via! Madness!
She was beautiful.
She was! Until that porco defiled her! I wish he'd just killed her! I wish he'd just killed La Mia Amata! People who saw her grow up cheered when he spat on her. Smiles on their faces when her neck...
I understand.
How can you? My Livia was innocent!
I have lost family to the rope, to treachery.
Il Carnefice watches from his home on the hill above. He threatens to hang me if I cut her rope.
Well executed. Il Carnefice lives on the hill overlooking the gallows. Locate and kill him. Okay, so his character's name is Il Carnefice. Now, who voices him? Okay, so I'm not seeing that character's name in the IMDb credits for Assassin's Creed 2, so when I hear the voice, maybe it's an actor I know the voice of and know their name, and then I'll know who to look for. Spicy Chicken, you've always had high blood pressure. That'd be something that would, you know, mean you'd have to be very careful as well to make sure that it doesn't go over.
When you are ready, take her down. I will deal with Il Carnefice.
Nice work down there.
Not my best. But it's hard to make art with poor materials.
No, can't actually remember who that actor's name is. Just want to set up something for a moment.
Requiescat in pace.
Now!
Forgot to put the underscore.
Now! On him! Sorry.
Oh, really, Vinman? Damn, dude. So sorry to hear about your losses. It's one of those things, too, where, like, you just can't believe it, you know? Spice Chicken, it seems you're not the only one who has trouble with his doctor. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's definitely a lot of great doctors out there, but there's also some doctors that have questionable practices, and you hear horror stories about a doctor, you know, prescribing the wrong thing to someone for years, you know, and ends up giving them something else, or even, you know, resulting in death as well. That is Vinman. That really is a large one. Hey there, Ronnie. How's things been going, dude? Welcome. First time viewer, hey. Good try, Dr. Ronnie. I'll give you an A for the stealth approach. Or the social stealth approach, I should say. How's things going, dude? And thank you so much for the 15 months in a row, Dr. Ronnie. I really appreciate that, buddy. That's so awesome of you. Thank you so much for that, but also for your support in even just, you know, being a follower and when you're lurking. You know, so thank you so much, Ronnie, for all your support in all ways. It's really appreciated, dude. Spicy Chicken, you wonder if you should get into contact with the person who has had trouble with her as well. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. At least then you'll get a bit of an idea of anything that might ring alarm bells, or maybe they will, you know, tell you something that you didn't know that would be good to know. Hey, good morning, hippie. How's things going? Ronnie, you would have gotten away with it if it weren't for these meddling kids. Good old Scooby-Doo reference. Ronnie, you're honestly a little tiny bit sad tonight. Your Chargers threw away a huge lead and got themselves eliminated from the playoffs. Oh no, dude. That's very frustrating when your favorite team, or even if it's just a team that you prefer over the other team, has a lead, but then they just basically lose it, whether it's because they just can't maintain it or the other team just, you know, gets the advantage. San Diego sports are sort of cursed. It's your punishment for your amazing weather. Well, I guess there has to be some kind of balance if you want to take that sort of like philosophical thought on it, I guess. For everything good that happens, there's something bad that can happen. The only thing I really want to save money for in this game is actually the crossbow.
The new code of conduct concerning garment modesty and of punishment for sins of revealed flesh.
Niccolo Machiavelli, who I do believe was once quoted as saying that it is better to be feared than loved. I don't know if that works in all contexts, but maybe there are some contexts where that's very effective.
Ezio, what a surprise to see you here.
I thought you had sent for me.
Never. News of the Villa attack has spread across the city. We were certain that you were dead.
Not yet. I am still very much alive.
The Borgia must not discover that you escaped them.
New man in town. Accompany Machiavelli through Rome, encountering dangers along the way.
Follow me. Take care not to draw any undue attention.
When do I ever?
You would be wise to purchase missing equipment. You will not live long in Roma without supplies.
I have my blade.
And the guards have their guns, courtesy of the Borgia. Fortunately, I can help you.
Grazie.
While you are in my debt, perhaps you will listen to reason.
As soon as I hear some, I will let you know.
I have wondrous weapons and a fire.
Hey guys, Arnie here, Rod's roommate. You should put me on the team, Ronnie. I am the Terminator. Thank you so much for redeeming that hippie. Arnold was very happy to oblige with that impression. Yeah, I was. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You have a good one. Okay, Rod, I'll be back. I just need to go and get some things. Okay, Arnie. No worries at all, dude. Yeah, nice burn. Yeah, Ezio's still, well, Machiavelli is still a bit sore about Ezio letting Rodrigo Borgia live, and Ezio's still a bit sore about Machiavelli being sore about him being having done that. If anyone wants to do a no upgrade challenge with this game, including not getting better weapons and not getting better armor, this is the only point in the game where you have to get specific things.
Pleasure, signore. Return anytime.
Bene. Now you can survive the journey back to Firenze.
Perhaps. But I'm not going to Firenze.
Oh.
There will be no peace until we rise up against the entire Borgia family and the Templars who serve them.
I do not recall such brave talk at Monteriggioni.
How could I have known that they would find me so quickly? That they would kill Mario?
Rodrigo surrounds himself with snakes and murderers. Even his daughter Lucrezia has been sharpened into one of his most artful weapons. But she pales in comparison to the man behind the villa attack. He is ambitious, ruthless, and cruel beyond imagining. The laws of men mean nothing to him. He murdered his own brother to take power. He knows neither danger nor fatigue. Those who do not fall by his sword clamor to join his ranks. The powerful Orsini and Colonna families have been brought to kneel at his feet, and the King of France stands at his side.
Give me his name.
Cesare, head of the papal armies. What does he intend to do with his power? What drives the man? That I still do not know. But Ezio, Cesare has set his sights on all of Italia, and at this rate he will have it.
Is that admiration I hear in your voice?
He knows how to exercise his will. A rare virtue in the world today.
Should we not travel by horse? Roma is quite large.
As Cesare's conquests in Romagna continue to succeed, and the Borgia grow in power, they have taken desirable areas of the city for themselves. We cannot use the stables here.
Oh, the will of the Borgia is law now?
What are you implying, Ezio?
Do not play dumb with me, Machiavelli.
Do you have some kind of plan?
I am improvising.
You'd be sore too about letting Rodrigo Borgia live. Yeah. If you really think about it, Ezio would rather kill a bunch of nameless guards without a thought, and he was like, oh well, Borgia, you can live, my work is done. Yeah, there's definitely valid reason for people to feel that Ezio did the wrong thing by letting Rodrigo Borgia live. There is obviously a counter-argument for why he let him live, but at the end of the day, even counter-arguments, even if they actually explain something in a way that actually makes sense, that obviously doesn't make them exempt from people still disagreeing with them, which is fine, you know. But one of the reasons why Ezio didn't kill Rodrigo is because, as he said in the game, you know, killing you will not bring my family back. You know, so Ezio decides that killing Rodrigo Borgia, while it would, you know, obviously feel good to do, wouldn't bring his family back. So he decides to spare him, and Rodrigo, after that event, becomes a broken man, and he thought he was the prophet, but it gets proven otherwise, and he's very defeated. And the fact he was humiliated by losing to Ezio, you know. So when we see Rodrigo Borgia in this game, he's someone who isn't as strong as he was before. Not to mention the fact he's getting older, but I mean strength as in he's not as formidable of an opponent for Ezio as he, you know, used to be. And Cesare Borgia is arguably more sinister than his father was. So he becomes the main villain instead of Rodrigo for Ezio. You know, and it's ironic that Rodrigo Borgia dies by the hand of his own son. And I think, overall, if you take the wider view, it's actually more satisfying to know that Rodrigo died by his own blood and not by someone else. But the other reason is because historically, Rodrigo Borgia did not die during that event that's depicted in Assassin's Creed 2. Obviously, there was no Ezio who tried to kill him, but I mean to say, whatever day, month, week, or whatever that Ezio was fighting Rodrigo Borgia. In real life, Rodrigo Borgia didn't die on that day. He actually died later. So there's some reasoning why Ezio not killing Rodrigo Borgia could be explained and could be considered to be something that, yes, it does end up allowing the Borgia to kill Mario and you know, all that type of stuff. But that's some of the reasoning anyway. But it's completely fine to be like, fuck all that, he should have killed him. Because I can understand that point of view as well.
Let's show him forza! Let's show him some Borgia hospitality, boy! Come on, you lazy dogs! We've an assassin to roast! Forza, Borgia! Let's kill this slug! Good riddance!
Even though I said I'm not doing optional objectives in this playthrough, you may see me just do them because I just felt like it. But if I fail an optional objective, whether it was me feeling like trying for it and failing, or whether I just failed because I'm not actually attempting it, it doesn't matter in this playthrough because it's not a priority. Hippio, wow, he died by hitting the tower. He sure did. That's such a really cool move to be able to do. I hope that it's something that you can do in Assassin's Creed Mirage, because it's something you can even do in Assassin's Creed 1, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering. But in any case, in the classic Assassin's Creed games, if you will, you could actually do it. So it'd be cool in Mirage if you could also throw enemies into a scaffold. Oh yeah, you could never care for 100% sync. That's understandable. Yeah. I like to do playthroughs from time to time where I don't do it, because it helps me just relax and not feel as much pressure, and also feel like I'm having a fresh experience with the game. Because I don't like to play the same game every single time the same way all the time, every time. You know, I like to mix things up. So one playthrough I'll do something like this where I'm not worried about them. In my annual playthroughs I tend to worry about them and get them done. Some playthroughs I do a challenge playthrough of it. Other times I'll just be like, nah, I just feel like playing the game this time. I'm just doing a casual run through it. So it just helps it keep me fresh. It helps keep the experience fresh as well, I should say. That's right, I forgot. We have to go Machiavelli. This is something else that happens in games where I jump ahead of the game and I go to do something that I can't actually do yet, or that the game won't let me do yet. Actually, that's the same thing. I said the same thing but differently. But in any case, sometimes I think ahead too far and do something out of order.
Just because you kill a few guards does not mean the people will grant access to the stables.
You are right. We need to send a signal. Wait here.
Is he an entertainer of some kind?
It seems the stable is now available for purchase.
After you.
Restoration and cleaning work has
That's definitely no worries, Vinman. You take care as well. Thank you for being in chat. I hope you have a really good one. Have a good rest as well.
The bishop asks that Pellegrini avoid the area for the foreseeable future. Tourney will be held this Saturday in the field beyond San Lorenzo Fuori le Mura.
So in this playthrough you'll see me renovate some stuff, but not every single thing. Easy come, easy go. Accompany Machiavelli to the Campidoglio.
Prizes for all games winners are promised, as well as a purse of 2,000 gold scudi to the most manful, chivalrous cavaliere.
You excel at opening wounds, Ezio. But can you also close them?
I intend to heal the sickness, not treat its symptoms.
Stop sparring with me.
Fine. Let us talk openly then. Rodrigo Borgia's death would not have solved anything.
I am inclined to disagree.
Look at this city, the center of Borgia and Templar rule. Killing one man will not change things. We need to take away the source of their power.
Are you suggesting we appeal to the people?
Maybe.
Relying on the people is like building on the street.
You are wrong. Our belief in humanity rests at the heart of the Assassin Brotherhood.
He must be from your inner circle. Go, get back what he has stolen. I will wait at the Campidoglio. I am meeting a contact there.
Give me back my money! Come back here!
That's it! Ora ne prendi! Please! Non uccidetemi!
You are making a big mistake!
Get out of here before I regret sparing your life.
No, please don't kill me!
What the devil is he doing?
Hey, Desmond. I don't know if you're looking for something from 16, but last time scanning in eagle vision seemed to help.
What's with Ezio glitching out when he's climbing? Oh yeah, I remember this glitch. This glitch where it makes Ezio go really fast and climb up buildings really quickly. Hippie, Ezio got some fancy leg movements. He sure does at the moment. There we go, finally he got up on top.
Well, aren't you a funny monkey?
Hey, spare a thought for others, you might injure.
Abbastanza, più a noi.
It's still going.
He's a murderer! Hold the watch!
I don't know how I've made this glitch happen, but at first I wasn't remembering it, but I have actually seen it happen to someone else before, where Ezio climbs really fast and all that. I know that on the PC version of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, you have to, at some points, change your hertz or something at certain points, because it can make the game glitch out. But this is the Xbox One Ezio collection being played on the Xbox Series S.
Did you liberate your money from our friend?
I did.
A small victory.
They add up, and in time with work, we'll have a few dozen more.
And in time, Cesare's gaze will return to us, and we'll be broken again. Now, where is my contact, Vinicio? He should have already intercepted the letter. Follow me.
Who's got mail? Rendezvous with Machiavelli's contact and retrieve the letters he carries. Letter for me. The horse really likes this music.
Look at these facades masquerading as government. The Pope is very clever to keep this place in business. It fools your friend, the people, quite easily.
When did you become so cynical?
I merely describe the reality of Roma today. But all may not be lost. The good news is that we have allies in the city. How much longer this will last, however, I cannot say.
He was attempting to steal official Vatican mail.
Perdonatemi, signore. You must be mistaken.
Who are you working for, ladro?
I am working for no one.
Then no one will care what we do to you.
Whoa! Bye! Bye!
Grazie.
Where is it?
The courier still has the letter.
Ezio, stop him! Find me at the Terme...
Hey there, Desmond. That's understandable, Desmond. Thank you so much for popping in and for leaving your lurk as well. And I am, thank you. I'm doing really well. I'm having a good, relaxing Sunday here in Australia. It's going great. I hope things are going well with you also. Thank you so much for leaving that lurk. We're playing this awesome game, and I never get sick of replaying it. It's such a great follow-up to Assassin's Creed 2. Your namesake earlier was swimming through the really dirty old water of Monteriggioni underneath. So unfortunately he had a bit of a bad experience with the water and how old it was and the smell. This whole thing with the tombs in this game, it goes towards unlocking an armor called the Armor of Brutus. And I have to say that personally, aesthetic-wise, there's something about it that makes me not really like it as much. So I won't actually be having Ezio wear it when I get it. In fact, I might not even bother getting it even after I do the tombs, because I just love doing the tombs themselves. This glitch is still happening, with Ezio climbing very fast. Desmond, what can you say? You like you some dirty water. Greppi el Lupo. Deliver the letter to Machiavelli near the Terme di Traiano. Thank you for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed character quote, Desmond. Ah, nice, Desmond. So you're choosing to have me say an actual quote that you've got? Awesome. Where is Charles Lee? He's right behind you. No, he's over that way. No, he's up in the air. No, he's behind you. No, he's on space. In space. He's on Mars now. Now he's on Earth. He's everywhere. He's also nowhere as well. That's where Charles Lee is. We have to find Gavin. And maybe if we find Gavin, he'll lead us to Carmen Sandiego. And then maybe once we find Carmen Sandiego, maybe we'll find Waldo. And then maybe when we find Waldo, maybe then we'll finally find where Charles Lee is. Desmond Charles is everything, yet nothing. And he's nothing, yet everything.
Where did these murderers come from?
Exactly, Desmond. Put simply, Charles Lee is redacted. Everything's redacted. I just thought of something. Let's see if it works. It might not. Yes, it worked. I wasn't sure. And also, yes, that also worked as well. Are we done with this redacted contest? So if anyone's wondering what the hell that emote is all about, in the game called Control, the documents that you read have some parts blacked out, and another way to say those blacked out parts is to use the word redacted, which means, I think from memory, something that is covered up to hide it from, you know, other people knowing about it, or something like that. And the quote, are we done with this contest? In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, there's a moment where Eivor, the main character, says, are we done with this pissing contest? And so I made a command where the word pissing can be replaced with something else. And of course, Detroit Become Human is the name of a video game, and I've got a command there where you can put exclamation mark become and then put a word in. So if you wanted to say Detroit Become Robotic, you could do that. If you want to put more than one word in, though, you have to actually put underscores between each one. So for example, if you wanted to do become pasta salad, you'd have to do pasta underscore salad and then enter. They are great, Desmond. It's so cool coming up with combinations like that. I was hoping to try and make, you know, certain things happen where people could choose which word in a sentence they wanted to have redacted come up in, but I just couldn't get it to work because you can only specify one word out of everything. Ronnie become Y charges, Y. Become Charles Lee. That'd be a fate worse than death. Actually, something that would be worse. Now that would be a fate worse than death. Becoming Micah Bell. Sorry, Desmond. Feel free to put that through again, because the cooldown... I've got a very short cooldown on it, but not short enough as to allow instant uses of it. The Halls of Nero. Locate the shrine to Romulus. So if you want to do the optional objective, you need to complete the memory within 8 minutes. When I did a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2 for an annual playthrough 1 year, I actually did a challenge playthrough and it had multiple requirements. I actually keep a record on a document of the different challenges I've done with different games, so I'll just bring that up on my end and just quickly go over what those things were, and also just in case someone else wants to try the challenge out for Assassin's Creed 2, that is. So let's see. Here we go. So in 2021, for my annual playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2, I did what I called a multiple requirements challenge. So the first part of the challenge in that playthrough was the main assassination targets and any other target that the game points out as a you must assassinate this character to continue on was a hidden blade only kill. The second part of that playthrough, the challenge was when doing a tailing mission, I had to be on the rooftops while doing it. Unless there's a part where you can't literally get from the rooftop to where you need to go, then there's exemptions. The other part of the challenge was when doing the courier missions, I had to do them without being detected. The fourth part of that challenge playthrough was when I was doing the beat 'em up events, I couldn't take any damage during them. Whenever I was doing a race in that game, another part of the challenge was flawless races, meaning if I bumped into anyone, I had to restart the memory. And with tombs in Assassin's Creed 2, in this playthrough that I'm talking about, part of the challenge was to do the tombs in a time limit. And because in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood you have some of these tombs where the optional objective is to complete it within 8 minutes, that gave me the inspiration for the playthrough that I'm talking about of Assassin's Creed 2 to actually come up with that as an actual part of the challenge too. Because in that annual playthrough I was doing all the things, like I was doing all the races, all the beat up events, all the courier missions, and of course doing all the tombs as well. But I can't remember what time limit I gave myself in that playthrough. I think I just went by Brotherhood's optional objective of 8 minutes and made it that in Assassin's Creed 2 I had to do the tombs in 8 minutes or restart the memory. But that's what the optional objective is in this mission, but I'm not going to worry about it. If I don't get it done within 8 minutes, then that's fine. Longest 30 seconds ever. Ronnie, Charles Lee was actually seriously injured in a duel with John Lawrence. Really? So that's how he was... Well, that led to him dying. Like the real life Charles Lee ended up dying. That went towards how he died. It's funny, isn't it, Desmond? Like 30 seconds, in terms of the number, might not actually seem that long, but when you're actually counting it and aware of the count for it, it's not really that long. Especially too, if there's something that you need to do within that time limit, like 30 seconds when you're not doing anything and you're not focused on it, it won't really feel like it's a long time. But if there's something that you really need to get done and you're in a rush, then it'll feel like it's even a shorter amount of time than it actually does, because you're focused on getting what you're doing done as fast as possible. Which ties into how, like, I've done experiments with this where, like, even in high school when I was doing an exam, when I was actually more aware of the time, i.e. looking at it every friggin' few minutes, it made the time feel like it was dragging on. But if I was to be doing something that I was having fun doing, for example, if I was playing a video game, then that same amount of time would fly by. So it's all about what you're doing at the time and perspective as to whether or not time can feel like it's going fast or slow. That's absolutely no trouble at all, Desmond. Thank you so much for staying around a little bit to chat. I really appreciate it. You have a really good sleep, and definitely catch you again next time. Ronnie, Charles Lee was the commander at the Battle of Monmouth in your Revolutionary War, but he blamed his defeat on George Washington.
Now I can get back up here.
This led to a duel that he lost and a court-martial. He lived through both, but died from tuberculosis a couple of years later. Ah, so that's what he died from tuberculosis. Yeah, definitely know who you mean, Ronnie. Spicy Chicken, you heard Assassin's Creed 3 had some inaccuracies like that. Yeah. As Gizlek says, the series hasn't been immune, as much as they do try to be historically accurate. There are instances in a lot of the games where they do take liberties with what actually happened.
That could help.
It's like Rome never built Ladindium, a aqueduct, by the way. Oh, they didn't? Ah, interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't have known otherwise. Ronnie, been there. Now I have a way to get back up, in case I fall. Yes, it bugs you. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. It's like when someone is watching a movie and they're very knowledgeable about something that the character's doing, yet the character's doing it in such a way that isn't entirely accurate. So the person who knows the ins and outs of what the character's doing, but in real life, always gets annoyed by it because that's all they can see. Whereas someone who doesn't know about how that stuff works in real life might look at the same scene from that movie and just take it at face value. But there's also things in the series where a character's actual event, actual death might have been under mysterious circumstances that they don't really know. And then that gives the opportunity for the writers of the Assassin's Creed stories to fill in the blanks using, you know, the fictional events. Like, let's say a character died mysteriously all of a sudden and no one found out the cause, and it happened in, let's just say the year was 1950. That would then mean that if they're using that character from real life in a story, they could make it that the reason they died was because someone was shooting them from a position with a silent weapon, like a blow dart or something, and it killed them. But then they were smart enough to get to the body in time. I'm going overboard with the example that I'm using, that I've come up with, but they have done that in the series where a character's death, like there's been some kind of thing that they've added by saying, oh yeah, this character was actually involved, partly. Because like the years and or locations of the target's death in AC1 are sometimes way off.
Romulus. This band of false pagans has been terrorizing the city for months and driving the people into the arms of the church.
Quite convenient.
Exactly. I believe the Borgia are supporting them, but proof remains scarce. That is why the letter is so important.
Here it is. I hope you can break a cipher.
Cazzo! Another encryption. This one was supposed to be legible. They are transmitting them using a code sheet. Without it, we have nothing.
Sometimes logic is not the only way to win a war. Andiamo. You said we had allies in the city. Bring me to them.
Follow me.
Because like the years and or locations of the target's deaths in AC1 are sometimes way off, and AC2 being Revelations are guilty of plenty of inaccuracies too, just don't remember which off the top of my head. Yeah, I mean that's the thing too, like unless you know these sorts of like things, and then depending on even if you do know whether it's actually an important thing that they got wrong. Like personally for me, if there's a person in real history who died on a Tuesday, I don't mind if they decide to make them die on a Friday. You know what I mean? Just as an example. Ronnie, thank you so much for redeeming the random Red Dead Redemption 2 quote. Thank you so much, because that's one of my new channel point redeems that I've got going on the channel. So many great quotes to choose from. Alright, here we go. Now I cannot do an American accent, let alone do an impression of Arthur Morgan. But this is one of Arthur Morgan's quotes from Red Dead 2 when he's interacting with Sadie. So I'm just going to speak in my normal voice. Well, come with me then. You want to head out there? Run with the men? Then so be it. But we do more than just hunting. We're hunted. And them things hunting us? They got guns of their own. And then Sadie responds, I ain't afraid of dying. If you personally wouldn't mind killing some prominent history figures your style in a video game, especially if people don't really care about those people. Oh yeah, hippie. Like, I haven't played them myself, but my friend Saint Ravage, who also streams, he played the well, he didn't play all of them, but he's played some of the Sniper Elite games. And in that game series, of course, you have DLC where you get to actually kill Hitler. And that is so fun to be able to, you know, in a video game, kill him in many different ways as well. So that's definitely an example of someone that I agree Hippie T would be, you know, because he's a prominent figure in history. You know, killing him off in, you know, those sorts of ways is very satisfying. Ronnie, and to be fair, Charles Lee was more obscure before the global super phenomenon that was the musical Hamilton. That's right, I think I remember you saying before, Ronnie, about that musical. That was what put like Charles Lee a bit on the map more. And I wonder then too if that was also what made them want to do that time period in Assassin's Creed 3. In part, of course. Obviously they wanted to do a time period different to Ezio's time period, but maybe that was one of the reasons why they decided to go with that time period, was because they knew about the Hamilton musical, and that made them think, oh, you know, that's another good thing about setting it in that time. Is like, while we're on topic, why does Manny, the Iroquois from Brotherhood of the Wolf, know one Hup Kuen Do? That's not even a Native American martial art. I have absolutely no idea about Hup Kuen Do. I think I've mispronounced it. But yeah, that definitely is interesting. It's like giving Indiana Jones the ability to do, I don't know what I know it's a bad example because I don't know the earliest point at which an example of a martial art actually became a thing, to actually say that maybe if he did, I don't know. Whatever is the earliest form of martial arts, imagine if a character that existed centuries before was doing that, before the actual person who started it. I don't know, that's not really a good example either. Ronnie, did not know that this was new as a first time viewer. How lucky are you? Ronnie, I'm sorry, but your cover's blown. I already know you're not a first-time viewer. You remember that exact point of the game? AC3 was before Hamilton, was it? Oh, okay, that's interesting. And you remember that part of the game? Yeah. Yeah, it's a great moment though, because, you know, as we find out, Sadie is more than capable of, you know, not only defending herself, but also going on the attack as well. And she can definitely hold her own. That's right, Ronnie. Yeah, that's when it happens. When Sadie wants to go into town, and at first Arthur's a bit against it, but
We recently began traveling through the tunnels to avoid the guards, but many of the entrances in the city are broken. By using them, we can get to our destination rapidly without encountering resistance.
Ben trovato, Nicolò. Ah, Ser Ezio. A pleasure. Fabio Orsini, at your service. I've heard a great deal about you from my cousin, Bartolomeo d'Alviano.
A fine warrior.
Fabio has lent us an unused storeroom on Isola Tiberina.
I know you were used to better accommodations in Toscana.
It is perfect.
Bene. Then I am off to begin preparations for Romagna. Today, Cesare commands my men, but soon, I hope we will be free.
Now I propose we begin planning our assault on the Borgia.
Oh, you think we are ready for such an attack?
Si.
Do you know, for instance, where the Borgia troops took Caterina Sforza?
What?
Are you also unaware that the Borgia have captured the Apple of Eden?
How could we have lost the apple?
So, you do not know what goes on with our enemies. Do we at least have an underground here to work with?
Hardly. Our mercenaries are ensnared in a losing battle with Cesare's French allies. We have girls working for us in a brothel, frequented by cardinals and other important Romans. But the madam there is lazy, and would rather attend parties than further our cause.
What about the city's thieves? Do they have a guild?
Si, but they refuse to talk to us. I don't know why. What are you going to do?
Make some friends.
Avete qualche spiccio?
Yeah, Spicy Chicken, as Ronnie pointed out, 1760 to 1783. Hey Templar, you've gone too far with the WWE 2022 mods. I have you really? Okay. Well, I guess that's understandable because I imagine it can be quite addicting as well. Ronnie, okay, it's time for me to go motionless like Osiris. Motionless, motionless like Osiris. Have a great stream, Rod. I absolutely will, Dr. Ronnie. Thank you so much, buddy, for being here. Really do appreciate that. Hope you have a really good rest as well. And I hope that your limbs are everlasting. Want to highly recommend people check out Ronnie's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a playthrough of Spider-Man Remastered. He's also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. He's actually a scientist in real life. He's working in the field of regenerative medicine, working on cures for things like Parkinson's disease as well as MS. Most recently, he was doing a charity stream, playing some Fall Guys to help raise money towards fighting MS. And when he's streaming, he wears a hat, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on what type of game he's playing as well. And he's very good with chat, a great streamer, very entertaining, and is also a really cool dude, so highly recommend. Templar, you've added Paul McCartney, John Lennon, Daft Punk, members of Kiss, Spider-Man, Spawn, and many others in a wrestling game. You also added Arthur Morgan, did you? You want to see John Lennon fight Obama, like Obama? You guess you can arrange that? That'd be so cool seeing Spawn. You should also see if you can put Blade into it. I remember when I was playing the Nintendo 64 wrestling game WCW vs NWO Revenge. I remember sometimes I'd try to make the characters look like movie characters, and I think I tried to use Booker T, I think his name is, to try and make him like it was Blade, but obviously there was no way to be very customizable within the game itself. But that's a cool idea though, Templar, to be doing mods and all that type of stuff. Ronnie, thank you for the shout out. You might do some more Spider-Man early tomorrow your time so that you can see it. Absolutely, dude. That'd be great to see you swinging around the streets of New York as Spider-Man. Such an awesome looking game, and I can't wait to get to them eventually myself as well. Just need to get a PlayStation console that plays those games. I'd even be happy just to play the original unremastered version, to be honest. So we'll just see how it plays out. Hippie, you know another Ronnie Coleman, he's a weightlifting guy. Oh, is he really? Haha, cool. He's like, it feels awesome to play too. I imagine it would, for sure. It's on PC too. That's true. If I had a PC that I could actually stream modern games on, then yes. It'd be good to play it on PC. But, I love, well, I really enjoyed playing Spider-Man 2 on the PlayStation 2 all those years ago, as well as the Spider-Man game on the PlayStation 1. I remember having a lot of, fun just swinging around, and especially in Spider-Man 2, of course, but also Spider-Man Web of Shadows. That was a game that I didn't mind either. I could spend so much time just swinging around. So I definitely will be enjoying that aspect of the new Spider-Man games when I play them. Spicy Chicken, you don't know what game to play. All you've been playing is Fallout and Arkham Knight. Yeah, I know what that's like sometimes, trying to think of what game you want to play. Are there any options that you've got that you've thought of, or is there just like nothing that's coming to mind? You've added Blade Templar? Excellent. That's cool. He's like, they showed the web mechanics designer of Spider-Man 2, the Insomniac game. The dude was surprised and impressed. Oh, they did? Oh, that's cool. That's always good when that happens. Spicy Chicken, nothing's coming to mind. I see. Well, that's fair enough. You hope they'll change the name of the street in Spider-Man 2 because it was renamed in real life. Oh, was it really? Well, they might do that to make it accurate. Templar, you should stop adding mods, but this is too much fun. Yeah, I imagine it would be so much fun, and seeing the end results, but not only actually visually seeing it, but also seeing it in action too would be quite cool. Because, like, you hope they keep the fast travel loading screens for Spider-Man 2. Those are great. It's so rare to actually have likable loading screens. Okay, I didn't really, when I watched Crooked play it, I didn't really, take notice of that kind of stuff with it. But it is cool when they make loading screens more than just a bar on the screen and some text, maybe. Templar, fuck playing like Triple H, you want to play Ronald McDonald? I think we know what Ronald McDonald's cooking. Buzz Chicken is a street called Reitman, way in honor of Ivan Reitman, the director of Ghostbusters. That's cool that they actually did that for him. Because he did a great job with the Ghostbusters movies, but also movies like Kindergarten Cop, as well as Twins. Did a great job with those movies. Couple of really good Arnold Schwarzenegger comedies, those. He also directed Junior, though, which wasn't that great, but he was still a good director, though. He's like, you guess Crookie hasn't been using the subway enough then? Oh, so it's through use of the subway, is it? Buzz Chicken, you can guess where it's at. Near a firehouse? The same, because what, didn't they film Ghostbusters in New York? Because I know some movies put a stand-in city for New York, and maybe only do a few cutaway shots of the actual city of New York. He's like, that's cool. That is, yeah. It's good how they can do that. Templar, you did buy China and Andre the Giant, wrestlers you love. Andre the Giant is your favourite wrestler of all time. And apparently he could put away a lot of beers, that guy. Spice Chicken, the item making Ghostbusters Afterlife reveals Ivan had his son Jason at the sets of the original Ghostbusters. That's cool. That would have been so wild to be on set of that movie. It's such a great movie. When that movie came out, I was 1 year old. It's just one of those things where I wish I was able to see it when it came out in 1984. But I wasn't even born. Well, I wasn't old enough to go see the movie. And even if I did go see the movie, obviously I would have gone with my parents. And I don't know back then about taking babies into the movies to watch things, but they probably wouldn't have taken me to the movies anyway when I was like a toddler and stuff. He's like, yeah, there's a standard loading screen, but whenever you use subway stations, Marvel Spider-Man, you've got animated subway train loading screens, and they're so fun. Well, that's cool. It's good to make a bit of a difference with the loading screens in those contexts. You can add anyone to the game, Templar. Arnie will beat everyone. Arnie likes to talk in third person, like Hulk. Don't you, Arnie? Yes, Rod, I do. Like to speak like Hulk. Arnie does. Templar Andre is the coolest motherfucker of all the wrestling when he came out. Well, that's cool. I don't really know too much because I did follow wrestling a little bit, but only in the sense of whenever it was on television, I'd watch it with my friend if he was over that day, and also video games. Spicy Chicken, Jason directed Ghostbusters Afterlife alongside his father. Yeah, that was cool that they got him to do that movie. I think it was very fitting too because it's a sequel to, you know, the first two movies. So I think it was very fitting to get him to direct that particular Ghostbusters movie because it is a sequel. It's like this one time a guy's reading the newspaper and notices Spider-Man's right there and he's looking at him. You can just tell he's trying to figure out if he's the real deal or a cosplayer. Oh, that's quite cool. That makes me think of the elevator scene in Spider-Man 2. When he gets into the elevator and the guy is in the elevator with him, and I think he says something like, "Nice costume," thinking it's someone dressed up as Spider-Man. Templar, you weren't alive when he came out, but growing up you would watch old broadcasts recorded by your parents of him fighting. That's cool that you're able to, you know, and that was the beauty of, you know, recording things back then, was able to, you know, pass it on to your children in a way, I guess, things that you might have liked yourself, and then it's like, oh, one day my child can watch this and enjoy it maybe too.
Ezio.
La Volpe. I'm surprised to see you.
And why have you appeared at my door? Wait, I know the answer.
You always do.
You want to put my spies to work?
Then join me.
In aiding Machiavelli? No, thank you. That man is a traitor to our order.
A serious allegation coming from a thief. What is your proof?
He was an ambassador to the papal court and traveled as a personal guest of Cesare himself. I also know he abandoned you right before the villa attack.
Machiavelli may not please all tastes, but he is an assassin, not a traitor.
I am not convinced. He is meeting someone in the Trastevere right now. Care to accompany me?
I will follow.
Templar, refused to buy wrestling games without Andre. If 2023 comes out without him, you will petition for him to be added. That's totally understandable as well. If there's someone that you really, really want in a game, but if they're not in it, you don't want to see that happen, so you want to fight against it. That's definitely understandable. Double agent. Spy on Machiavelli with La Volpe and persuade La Volpe to rejoin the Brotherhood.
Avete qualche
Damn it, he's not doing it the way I want him to do it. Templar, it's like making a wrestling game without Macho Man, Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan. Classics always have to be in there. Yeah, except those pants and shoes have got to go. Oh, La Volpe's pants and shoes have got to go. I see. But yeah, that's understandable as well if those wrestlers aren't present in a game, to not think it's good to do that. Yeah, Hippie. He does. It's actually funny too because his character model, his face doesn't have as much of a wrinkly forehead as he did in Assassin's Creed 2.
What do you make of that?
Help!
Giuseppe! My son Claudio has been injured!
They are going to shoot him.
I will kill these. Go! Get the others!
Oh, no, you don't! Hurry! We're losing him!
Man! It's man! Kill him! Figlio di puttana! I'll feed you your own liver for that! Figlio di puttana! I'll feed you your own liver for that! Kill him! You will pay for that!
Quick, hide from the guards.
I cannot. They are going to kill me.
Pay attention, do what I do. All right, this way.
Yeah, but I get some baggier pants and boots, but that cape with the hood and tunic is great. Yeah. Not Chaka, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for that.
It was nice of the Arcivescovo to come see.
I don't know about this offer. That thief I told you about, he sought me out, told me I should join their gang. Me?
So hard.
Stay
Claudio! Molte grazie, messere.
Keep out of sight for a while. Desi?
The guards are looking for you.
I see they have posters up.
Then rip them down. You can pay the heralds a few florins to silence them.
Or I can eliminate witnesses.
You know how to disappear.
Can't remember in this game how much bribes cost. But in Assassin's Creed 2, to bribe a herald, it actually costs 500 florins. So in Assassin's Creed 2, if you want to save money, don't worry about, early on at least, bribing heralds to reduce your notoriety. Just pull down the posters or kill the officials.
Is he an entertainer of some kind?
Hold you!
Hurry!
Ah, the Borgia captain escaped.
Ora, you die! I will do whatever you say.
I thought I'd just segue and go over and deal with the Borgia captain, but it's all good. I'm not doing optional objectives anyway in this playthrough, so the fact that it failed means nothing to me for this playthrough. But we'll just loot these enemies while I'm here. May as well. Yeah, spicy chicken, that'd be a good idea, especially if it might have been a while since you checked. Because I do that from time to time as well. Actually go through the full list of Game Pass games, instead of, you know, just looking at the most recent editions. Sometimes I'll seek out just to see what else there is. Hey there, hit pigs. Sneaky, sneaky. That's the aim of the game. How's it going, hit pigs? Hippie, how does killing witnesses in the public in front of everyone take down notoriety now there's just more witnesses? That's a very good question. Because to kill the official when you're doing it in public would then, you would think, make your notoriety go back up instead. Hitpigs is going good. How are you? That's excellent to hear, Hitpigs. That's really awesome. And I'm doing great. Been having a good weekend. Having a nice relaxing Sunday, running around in this game assassinating Templars. It's a great way to spend a weekend.
Oh.
It was funny, I had that glitch happen earlier where Ezio climbs things really fast. And he does this weird thing with his leg when you're trying to make him just like shimmy across something when his legs are actually touching the walls. So that was quite funny. I don't even know how I triggered it, because to be honest, I've never actually had it happen to me in a playthrough before. I've seen it happen to other people, but I've never actually had it happen to me, so I don't even know how you trigger it, but it happened.
What a night this has been.
Volpe, listen to me. I know what we saw, but you have nothing to fear from Machiavelli. I am sure of it.
I have you to thank for saving Claudio's life. If you believe Machiavelli remains loyal to the Order, I trust you.
So, what of the thieves?
We had plans to repair this old building, but now that you and I are working together, I would like to know what you think.
We need to make sure the Borgias stay away. Perhaps it could look like an inn.
Yes. I like that idea.
Then I will make it so.
Hey there, Stocks. Welcome, how's it going? The second best Ezio game. This is a really good one. I love this game, it's so damn good. It's going really well, Stocks. Going really, really good. Hippie, was Machiavelli loyal? You forgot. He was, yeah. Because he is in a position of power, he uses that to get information, you know, so even though he was basically involved or had to, you know, do things with Rodrigo Borgia, it's all part of, you know, his way of, you know, getting surveillance, I guess. Something that is one way to put it. But yeah, Machiavelli is actually on the level though. Stocks, how far is this into the game again? Not very far actually. We're only in sequence 3, I think. Yeah, so we're only in sequence 3 at the moment. I'm not doing the Christina memories, not doing the Leonardo War Machines, not doing the Subject 16 puzzles, and not doing the optional objectives. So this playthrough overall won't be a long one. But that's okay, because I'll be playing it again, of course, for my annual 2023 Assassin's Creed playthroughs, so... Hey there, Afro. Welcome. I hope things are going great. Arthuri, good morning to you also. That's right, we're playing Brotherhood now. I'll be doing Revelations as well after I finish this playthrough, so that'll be good. Such a great trilogy of games. Afro, so we're doing a Brotherhood trailer outfit playthrough? Not necessarily. I may at some point in the game, like, get different armor, but at the moment, I'm not really worried about that. I'm more concerned about saving money to get the crossbow. Stock, seen Black Panther yesterday, got the Arkham games on Xbox, you own them on PS4, and you got a PS3 for free and got Call of Duty on it. Oh, cool, Stocks. I haven't actually seen either of those Black Panther movies yet. Come to think of it, there's so many MCU movies that I haven't actually seen over the years now. Such a big backlog of them. But that's cool too, that you got you got a PS3 for free and Call of Duty on it. It's always awesome when that happens.
Es job well done. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Ezio, to La Volpe Addormentata.
The inn looks perfect. No one will ever suspect its real purpose.
The guild will be run from here. Visit me whenever you like. There might be objectives to pursue that will help our cause in the city.
I see you thieves compete against each other.
You can participate if you wish. Perhaps you will show them a thing or two. Ah, yes, I forgot. We also have gambling. It is a great source of income, especially since we ensure that the Borgia guards always lose.
One last thing. I need your spies to find the apple. It has been taken from me.
We are searching the city for it already.
Molto bene. Come to Isola Tiberina with your findings.
I shall.
Something else I won't be doing in this game is all like the thieves missions, the courtesan missions, and the mercenary missions as well. Afro crossbow is too OP. It's so good to use though. I absolutely love using that. Because like you're weirdly not interested in the MCU movies at all, but Top Gun Maverick, you rolled in there hot. That's not weird at all, because well, because that's definitely not something to feel like it's a weird thing, because you know, I mean, I don't like the Twilight movies and I've never seen them, and I'm not going to, so that's not weird to not like them. But someone who loves them might think that's weird, but it doesn't matter. So if you think the MCU is something that you know, you're not interested in, I wouldn't myself say that's weird. I sort of lost strong interest after Iron Man 3. But the best way to tell people what movies I haven't seen is just by telling people what movies I have seen in the MCU. Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Thor 1, Captain America 1. I know it's called something different, but just for the sake of quickly saying things, I'll just say Captain America 1, Captain America 2, The Incredible Hulk, Avengers 1, and then Spider-Man Homecoming. They're the only MCU movies I've seen. I haven't seen all the other ones, or any of the series or anything like that. Afro molto bene, indeed. Absolutely. Very good. Hit pigs, so they rig the gambling. They sure do. I like that idea, that they rig the gambling so that the Borgia guards always lose. Because like you say, there's an Iron Man fan. Oh, sorry hippie, I went over your message. I don't think it's weird at all. MCU has grown from stories with substance to bland projects. Yeah, that's one of the things about a long-running franchise is, you know, inevitably there gets to a point where there's a massive kind of shift in how things are done, and, you know, for some people it's a great shift, but for others it's different. Because like you say, there's an Iron Man fan, mind you. You prefer the comic version anyway. That's understandable, to prefer the source material. Before Iron Man, the first movie, came out, Iron Man was a character that I didn't really know too much about. In fact, I didn't even know his origin story or anything like that. So when Iron Man 1 came out and I went to see it, I really, really enjoyed it. Afro, of course, we need that sort of Altair. Yeah, I don't really... When I play games, sometimes I just play them the way I want to without really worrying about getting certain weapons. So I'll just keep playing this way, and then if I feel like getting a different weapon, I will. We'll just wait and see. Our theory, are you going to target 100% completion for mission and sequences, or only play through without 100%? Just without 100%. I will be doing a playthrough for my annual series though, later on, where I will do more than just the main stuff, as in main story and things like that. But yeah, for this playthrough I'm not doing optional objectives, not doing the Christina memories, not doing the Subject 16 puzzles, not doing the Leonardo war machines, not collectibles, not getting collectibles. What else is there? Not doing the thieves missions, or the courtesan missions, or the mercenary missions. I'm not doing the Copernico content, and I'm not doing the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC as well. I know that's a lot of information, but essentially the only thing I'm doing in this playthrough is playing through the main memory sequences and doing the tombs. That's right, that one is not available yet.
Stop! Having this odd feeling. After him! Oh, I'm here, fratello!
Hit Pigs Ant-Man 3 trailer and Guardian of the Galaxy 3 trailer look pretty good. Never actually saw any of those trailers. I know that the Ant-Man one just came out recently, but haven't actually
Die! Ora!
It's like, honestly, your MCU Iron Man interest has started waning when you found out they weren't ready to pay Terrence Howard enough money. Like, with all due respect to Don Cheadle, Terrence Howard had more roadie energy. Yeah, that was definitely a whole thing. Because when the first movie came out, Terrence Howard actually was getting more money than Robert Downey Jr. because Robert Downey Jr. was still in some circles a bit of an unpredictability based on his past. And when Iron Man became a big hit, of course,
I've nothing to do with anything.
they wanted to pay Robert Downey Jr. more money than Terrence Howard. And understandably so, Terrence Howard felt like he deserved to get more money, you know, than he was going to be getting for the sequel. There's probably more to it than that, but that's just the amount of information I know about it. And then Don Cheadle was like a last-minute choice to replace, just like with Aragorn in Lord of the Rings, where Viggo Mortensen was a last-minute recast for that role.
Leave me alone, I swear.
Afro, can we go and stand on top of the Colosseum, listen to the ambient music? It's such a great soundtrack in this game. Hippie, girls love listening to Taylor Swift. You don't find her music good, you'll just find a woman that has better taste, music taste. You don't have to feel weird for not liking Taylor Swift. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, like, there's so many different variations between people, you know, like, not everyone will find something that someone else loves as much as they do, and the other person might actually hate the thing that they love, or vice versa. The thing that they hate, someone else might love it, and they don't like the fact that that person loves it. A theory, great. Yeah, because I like to make sure that when I do these playthroughs of games that I've already played multiple times, I like to try and find ways to not only make it fresh for viewers, who might have seen me play through one game one time and they're watching me play through it again, I want to make sure that it's not always the exact same type of playthrough for their benefit, and also so that I'm having a fresh experience as well each time.
Come in, come in! I'll kill you if you don't.
Bartolomeo.
Wait here. You have to meet my wife. Pantasilea! Pantasilea! Where is she?
Did you check behind the table?
Ah, here she is.
Lieta di conoscervi.
Charmed. Truly.
Now, we talk about war.
How goes the fight against the French?
Bene. My men are holding their own.
Machiavelli seemed to think things were more difficult.
You know Machiavelli.
Abbiamo bisogno del vostro aiuto!
Scusatemi. Throw me Bianca.
Ezio, let me get straight to the point. The fight is not going well. We have been attacked on both sides. Borgia on one, French on the other. But know this. The Borgia position is weak. If you can defeat them, we can concentrate our forces on the French front.
I think I know a way to help. Thank you for disclosing this to me, Madonna d'Alviano.
It is the least a wife can do to help her husband.
Aha, I finally saw in the IMDb credits who actually plays Penthesilea. Afro, chain kills for days. Oh yeah. That's definitely a great move. And there we go. So Millie Treziera plays Penthesilea d'Alviano. Hippie, so she is a woman and not a sword. That is true, exactly. Yeah, I love how in Assassin's Creed 2, when Ezio first meets Bartolomeo and they return to where his base of operations is, how he's looking for Bianca, and Ezio thinks he's looking for a woman, but then he pulls out a sword when he finds his sword that is called Bianca. And I love in this game, of course, how we just saw that Ezio is, thinking that it's a similar situation. So that's why he says, have you tried checking under the table? But he finds out, surprise, in this case, he actually was talking about a woman and not a sword. Hitpigs, is this the 100 Years' War? No, I don't think so. Although I'm not really sure about the 100-Year War. 100 Years' War. Having a look. It says 24th of May 1337 to the 19th of October 1453. And this game takes place in 1500. I'm pretty sure, yeah, 1500. Gisela, can you just say you love how this family is written? Yeah, the two characters do have such a great dynamic as well. And Penthesilea, basically acts as the more kind of like calm and rational of the two. That's okay, Spicy Chicken. Thank you so much for being here and for watching and chatting. I really hope you have a good one. Between a rock and a hard place, eliminate the Borgia captain sending his troops to attack the barracks so the mercenaries can focus entirely on the French assault.
Someone stop their leader before he gets to the tower!
Please, don't do this.
Hitpigs, the Italian War of 1521 to 1526, sometimes known as the 4 Years' War. Note 3, French, 6e Guerre d'Italie, was a part of the Italian Wars. The war pitted Francis I of France and the Republic of Venice against the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, Henry VIII of England, and the Papal States. It arose from the animosity over the election of Charles as emperor in 1519 to 1520, and from Pope Leo X's need to ally with Charles against Martin Luther. Ah, okay. Yeah, I had absolutely no idea about all that. There's certain things from history that I've heard of in the sense of, you know, like the Renaissance period, as well as, you know, the American War for Independence. But there's some that I don't even remember hearing about as well.
Blessed Mary.
Arthuri, you love Brotherhood's music sounds. You feel it deep, even horror movie type music that fits the atmosphere of Brotherhood perfectly. Absolutely, Arthuri, especially those parts of the music where you have the female whispering voices that are happening along with the creepy music.
No, the last time there was open their legs with a car and stressful in any way?
Afro, look at this agile 40-year-old man. That's it. And I think he's even a little bit older as well at this point. Because it's been a few years now in the story since Ezio said it's been over 20 years. Was it over 20 that he says? When his father, brother, and brothers were killed? But yeah, he's definitely still very agile. Even when he's getting closer to, well, when he's in his 50s as well. In Revelations. Hitpigs women are scary? Well, I guess it depends on the woman. Just like anyone can be scary, depending on the person.
Ezio, we sent those luridi codardi running for the hills.
Yes, we did.
Now that the Pope's dogs have fled, I will be able to draw more men to the fight. But first I want to reinforce our barracks.
Who will take care of this?
I'm no good with these things. You are the educated one. You approve the plans.
Va bene. But in return, I need to know Cesare and Rodrigo's every move. Can your men keep track of them for me?
Of course.
This is not a good place to sit the marble. No, no good, no good.
A nice bit of work.
Isn't she a thing of beauty?
Very impressive.
More men join us every day. It has become very competitive, which is just the way I like it. As you can see, this board shows the ranks of our top warriors. Prove your skills, and you will move up the list.
Shouldn't I already be at the top?
Jan's fighting downstairs.
If you're looking to show off, we also have fights. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got money on this match.
Where is Bartolomeo?
At the fight downstairs.
He has such an aggressive view of the world. However, strategy is equally important. Take these carrier pigeons, for example. Each one sent from Machiavelli bears the name of an important Templar in Roma. Eliminate them, and you will have more of an impact than a battle ever could.
Thank you, Madonna. Can you ask Bartolomeo to come see me at Isola Tiberina with a report about Cesare and Rodrigo's whereabouts?
He will be there.
So the idea of having pigeon coops that give you assassination contracts. In Assassin's Creed 1, Al-Mualim often uses the pigeon coop that he's got in his room, so to speak. I don't know what the actual technical term would be for it, his pad, his room, his tower, or top of his tower, whatever you want to call it. And in Assassin's Creed 2, Ezio has to retrieve a message for his father at the start of the game from a pigeon coop. And then later, when you get assassination contracts, Ezio goes to pigeon coops to get them, and then we have them returning again in this game as well. But this game actually added the assassin recruitment system, and that was the first time in the series there was such a system, where you recruit people and then they become part of the Brotherhood of Assassins, and then you send them on missions and they get XP. You can also get them to help you during combat or any other situation, and they also get XP for helping you out as well. And that was a really cool system, and it tied in really well to this idea in this story, which is the fact that Ezio's rounding up more people to become assassins, to strengthen the assassin presence in Rome and Italy, of course, as well. And it was a great sort of system. I wish they brought it back but expanded upon it in such a way whereby you could plot out your strategy with a main assassination target, using them and positioning them, and you could even actually control them if you wanted to. Because I can imagine a situation where, let's say you have a main target that you want to kill, and you've made note that there's actually a patrol of 2 guards that are wandering around one area. Then you see that there's a guard who is patrolling underneath another part of the area, like under a building. Now imagine if you could move each individual assassin recruit to a position and make them stay there, and then go back to playing as the main character, and then when you're ready, making the main character use a signal to tell the other assassins who you've already planted around certain spots to all strike at once, and then that way you can time your strike as the main character to take out the main target at the same time. And that would be a great way to sort of like use the assassin recruits. But they didn't do that, of course, and the assassin recruits kind of fell off. And they did bring something similar back in the idea of having a group of, you know, quote-unquote warriors that you could call upon, and that was in Valhalla, but it's not the same for me as having the actual recruits come along on actual main story missions with you too, and actually help out and all that type of stuff. Because like, he will be there. Not sure if confident or about to yell at him if he doesn't immediately go. Hippie, you'll be honest, you never finished Brotherhood, so you haven't seen the end. You remember doing a bunch of Leonardo missions. You think not being able to do 100% sync back then put you off a lot. Yeah, and a lot of those Leonardo missions, the optional objectives, can be damn annoying too. Some say the flying machine one is more difficult to get the optional objective in, but at least in that particular mission, it's easier to avoid damage being taken from the enemies. Whereas when in the tank mission, it's more enclosed spaces, and it's very easy to take damage. So I often always think of the tank mission as the most difficult to get full synchronization in, but some think the flying machine one is too. And it can be annoying in that one when you get take damage as well. Because like, remember them as tricky, but then you did them 2 and 3 years ago, or whenever you weren't playing 500 whatever hours or so, thousands of Unity Syndicate Origins and Odyssey, and somehow turned out to be easier than you remember. Even the tank mission, even though it's easy to take damage, it's somehow easy to shoot first. Yeah, and there's also a glitch that you can take advantage of to help you get past the final part of the tank mission without taking damage. It doesn't help you for the pathway to it, but if you hang back at a certain distance, you can still do damage you can still do damage to them, but not take damage yourself, even if they shoot at you. I can't remember the exact specifics now, but there is a way to cheese it so you can get through that last part without taking damage.
Why would anyone guard forces or militias within the rioni della città?
Isn't there a decent
Any soldiers, guardsmen, mercenaries?
Islik, and you don't remember thinking of it like that. That's understandable as well, you know. And then sometimes you just get lucky with certain parts in games where you just get through without, you know, doing anything where you die or anything like that. We do Hippie, yeah, so we've already met Katerina earlier in the story, and they actually changed her character model quite a lot from Assassin's Creed 2 to this one. They did do that with a lot of the characters, but I actually prefer the character model of Katerina in this game. Mario looks a bit older, like a lot more older than he did in Assassin's Creed 2, and La Volpe, while he still does have a wrinkled forehead, he doesn't have as many wrinkles nearly on his forehead. So there's various different things with the character models of characters that were in Assassin's Creed 2 that then reappear in this game.
Welcome to the Rosa in Fiore, stranger.
Salve. Would you be kind enough to call the owner for me?
Madonna Solari is not in.
Do you know where she is?
Aiuto, aiuto! Madonna Solari! Oh, Lucia! We thought you were gone for good.
The men took us on a ship. They released me, but she...
Who took you on a ship?
Slave traders, Messere, near Isola Tiberina. They want coin in exchange for her life.
I will get her back.
High stakes negotiation. Deliver the money necessary to save the mistress of the Rosa in Fiore from the slave traders holding her captive.
Facciamo un...
What that pig...
Salute, come sta? Imbecille! Lascia stare!
Picking up. I've seen him before. Which way did he go? Must have been drinking a good.
Are you here for the whore?
Aiutatemi!
I have your money. Let her go!
No! Take it up with Cesare!
ragazzi! Ora!
Hippie, dang, Lucia's much older too and blonde. Oh, do you mean Lucy Stillman? Is that who you mean, or...? Oh, the courtesan. Ah, I see what you mean now. Yeah. Hey there, Harbinger. I hope things are going well. For some reason you thought today was Saturday, so you tried to sleep more because you had work to do on a Sunday. Oh, did you? Oh no. I hate when that happens. Getting days sort of like mixed up, especially when there's, you know, something that you might want to do.
You won't get away! Out of it! Dannazione! Looks like I have had enough working for
There isn't Harbinger, no. Not doing any kind of challenge. Pretty much the only thing I'm doing is the main memories, as well as the tombs, and that's it. Hippie, do not swim. Yeah, that's the optional objective if you want to do it. You need to make sure that you don't fall into the water. Funny how the water just dissolves them. Pardon me, absolutely. It's funny that the enemies can't swim. That eventually changes in the series though. Enemies, if you knock them in the water, will just basically swim until they get to the shore or wherever it's possible for them to grab on, and they'll just come back at you. You can understand it for the knights though, the helmet probably gets waterlogged. That's true, and the weight of the armor as well that they're wearing on top of that fact too.
Stranger man.
Ho fame. Vi prego, messer.
Why would anyone carry on like that? Kid.
Well,
Carita.
Am I dreaming this? Which way did he go? There! Put that dog down! Sweet lady, protect me! Help! Lives are in peril here!
Qualche spiccio. Vi prego. Dio di cielo.
He's crazy!
Theory, from these ACs, you think that this Brotherhood is a bit similar to Odyssey. Think about AC2, you were able to do basic functions with Ezio. Well, some functions have been made easier, designed even better in Brotherhood. The same thing in Origins, Odyssey. Yeah, like there's definitely a lot of improvements that were made from AC2 to this one. And things that were continued on with as the series went on, but some up until a certain point. And then they made decisions to take away those things. So you get the example where you have Assassin's Creed Unity, which to date still has the most advanced parkour in the series. And the thing about it was that you don't have to utilize all the advanced parts of the parkour system, because if you're just satisfied with playing through the game and not worrying about the advanced parkour mechanics, that's something that they should have kept going with, and even get to a point where players who didn't really feel ready to learn the more advanced stuff could basically have things in the options where it makes it a bit easier to traverse things. Like even have like a equivalent of like a follow road, where instead of following the road automatically, what would happen is some structures would be climbed automatically, taking the best possible route up to it, you know. But then if you change the option to bring up prompts telling you the more advanced techniques, then you could choose that in the options. That's something I think they should have done after Assassin's Creed Unity, instead of just basically reducing the parkour slightly from what it was. Like Jacob and Evie can't do a simple thing like jump on the spot anymore. When you're doing parkour up and down in Assassin's Creed Unity, you don't always have to do parkour down to make Ezio actually jump off, to make Arno actually jump off something. You can actually, you know, do the parkour up button. But in Syndicate, there's a lot of jumps where you can't do both. You have to do one. But then there's some instances where you think you have to do the one, but when you do it, it doesn't work, and it wants you to do the other, you know, so it's very convoluted as well. But yeah, I wish they actually kept advancing the parkour from Unity onwards, not de-evolve it to what it is now. Or at least to de-evolve it in the way of not allowing players who wanted the more advanced stuff to have the option to actually play the game with the advanced stuff, and allow people who weren't interested in the advanced stuff to also enjoy the experience.
Mother? Sister?
Ezio. Sir Machiavelli said that you might be here.
What are you doing in Roma? Has Firenze been attacked?
No, or rather, I do not know. We did not go to Firenze.
Why?
Ezio, we want to help.
I was trying to help you by sending you to Firenze.
Where is Madonna Solari?
She's dead.
Merda. What now? Will we have to close?
You cannot close. I need your help.
Messere, without someone who can run things, we're finished.
I'll do it.
You do not belong here, Claudia.
I know how to run a business. I ran Uncle Mario's for years.
This is different.
What alternative do you have, Ezio?
You do this, Claudia, and you are on your own.
I've been on my own for 20 years.
Fine. I intend to repair the brothel. This place is a real mess, and I want your courtesans to find Caterina Sforza.
You can count on us.
Hippie, the heavy organ music really gets you in this. You'd never hear that in AC2. Cesare Borgia is just much more sinister than what was up with Rodrigo. He really is hippie. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Rodrigo Borgia is a piece of shit as well. Cesare is a bit more sinister. He's also more cunning than his father. So I think he's a very formidable enemy to have in this game. I've heard police work is dangerous. It is. That's why I carry a big gun. Aren't you afraid it might go off accidentally? I used to have that problem. What did you do about it? I just think about baseball. Thanks for redeeming that Talmani impression, Harbinger. And that quote from one of the Naked Gun movies. I can't remember which one that's from, because it's been ages since I saw any of them. He's like, you're so anti-follow road, it leads to weird level design decisions in your honest opinion. Yeah, I mean, the way I feel about follow road myself is, as a streamer, it's good sometimes, because if I want to take a quick bite to eat, or a quick drink, I can just put it to follow road, and then grab a bite to eat, grab a drink, and I don't have to worry about stopping the gameplay on stream. So in that respect, I find it handy. But yeah, sometimes it's not 100% reliable anyway, even if you do use it. Hey, Sword Prophet, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you very much. And welcome everyone who's come in with Sword Prophet. Thank you so very much, I really appreciate it. I hope you and your raiders are going well. Welcome on in. You finally finished AC Odyssey. So, did you do just the main game, or did you also do DLC as well? But that's cool that you got it done. And Brotherhood is going well. We just did this mission where we had to deal with the madam of this brothel being kidnapped, and they wanted ransom for her, and Ezio brought the money, but they killed her anyway, and so they got killed. And then because they needed someone else to look after the place, we just saw Ezio's sister Claudia say that she could take it over, and they sort of had a bit of a sibling spat where Ezio feels that it's not her place to be here in Rome because he wanted them to go to Firenze. But that changes. But yeah, it's going really, really well. So you did the DLCs as well, 150 hours. Now that is a big amount of time. And that's good that you also did the DLC. Which one do you like the best out of the two DLC? Like, do you like the Legacy of the First Blade, or you like the Fate of Atlantis more? Arquitecto.
A pleasure. See you next time.
Welcome to the Rosa in Fiore. As you can see, the most popular brothel in Roma.
My money went well invested.
Here, I keep a list of the skills taught to my girls.
You're not teaching them much.
Think you could do better?
Nessun problema.
Ezio, the Borgia make it difficult for Claudia's girls. There are several things you could do that would aid them.
I will keep that in mind. Anything else?
No. Ezio,
Did you find Caterina?
we are working on it.
Bene. Come to see me at Isola Tiberina with her location.
So this opens up the courtesan missions, but for this playthrough I won't be doing those either. Sword Prophet. Legacy of the First Blade had better story, but Fate of Atlantis had better bosses. That fight with Cerberus, and also the fight with Hades, like, they're quite epic. Legacy of the First Blade, the only issue I had with it was Episode 2's handling of whichever character you played as. So I think the first and third episodes of Legacy of the First Blade are better. I also don't like Natakis, or Nutclackers, as I like to call him. I much prefer Nima. It's a shame that they didn't make it so that if you played Cassandra as a lesbian, that you could then have Nima as the one that she fell in love with, you know. And if you played as Alexius and you had him romancing male characters most of the playthrough, that it would be Alexius and Natakis, you know. Or if you didn't want any romantic thing with Natakis or Nima, that it also provided that too, but they definitely didn't do that. And that was one of their big advertising things for the game. But that also happens because the writers of the DLC didn't write the main game as well, and I guess they didn't want to try and program the main game into the DLC in that way. But I think that was something that they could have done. But in any case, I think Nima is a much better character than Natakis. But it is what it is. But yeah, the Fate of Atlantis DLC has some really great visuals as well. I think each one has some great visuals to it, whether it's Elysium or it's the Underworld or it's Atlantis itself. Because if you're going to advertise that you're catering to all types of players and their preferences for what they want their characters to do, also in regards to romancing options, you need to follow through with it. Grab this and go here.
Machiavelli, we must talk.
Yes. I secured something of great worth from one of my contacts. We now have the names of several Templar agents Cesare has recruited to terrorize Roma.
How do I find them?
I can give you a general location. I suggest looking for signs of distress nearby. Perhaps you will uncover citizens who can point you in the right direction. My contact will continue searching for more names.
This information came from a city guard.
Yes. How did you know?
Lucky guess. Grazie.
Claudia, Bartolomeo, and La Volpe are waiting for you inside. I can't imagine how you did it.
Virtù, Machiavelli.
Virtù?
I like how Machiavelli's like, Virtù.
What have you discovered?
That bastardo Cesare is in the Castel Sant'Angelo with the Pope.
My spies tell me that the apple has been secreted to someone for a study. I am working on determining his identity.
Caterina will be moved to the prison within the Castello next week.
Bene. So the Castello it is. Roma will heal quickly with Cesare and Rodrigo gone.
Only if the opportunity to assassinate them arises will I take it.
Do not repeat your mistake in the vault. You must kill them now.
I'm with Machiavelli, Ezio. We should not wait.
Bartolomeo is right.
They must pay for Mario's death.
Do not worry. They will die. You have my word.
Harbinger, AC2 used to be your favorite game overall, not just in this franchise, but it hasn't aged very well. Oh, I see, Harbinger, yeah. Yeah, I still like Assassin's Creed 2 a lot. It's still my favorite game in the series. And the Ezio trilogy as a whole is very strong, I feel. I saw what you mean. That would have been cool, but you think the point of it was that Darius and Cassandra Alexius bloodlines mixed. It would have been cool if in a future game you play as their son, and he has extremely powerful abilities. Yeah, I wonder what their plans originally were for those characters moving forward from that point as well. If they were going to do that in a future game.
Ser Ezio, I represent the combined resources of Bartolomeo del Viano, Claudio Auditore, and La Volpe. Through my associates spread across the city, you can channel your florins to any part of the underground you desire. You may have seen notices posted around Rome which allow you to purchase buildings. Income from your new tenants will be deposited with bookkeepers, as well as additional profit from renovations. Bookkeepers can be found throughout the city.
Molto bene.
Signore. Vi prego.
Haven't you achieved 100% sync 4 times in like 2 years, did you? Oh yeah. Well, that's definitely a decent chunk of time. Yeah, Hippie, so Leonardo da Vinci, yeah, he's in this game as well. There's also a whole DLC dedicated to his character, where he goes missing, and Ezio has to figure out where he's gone and rescue him. Plus there's some other plot details in it too. But unfortunately, this is the last game in the series where he actually appears. There's no appearance of him in Revelations. Harbinger, Connor and Arno felt brain dead as characters after playing 3 games as Ezio. Don't know if I can agree, but it's understandable if you feel that way, because playing the 3 games where you're playing the one character, you really get to connect with them a lot, and there's more in-game time spent with the character also, so kind of, you know, gives them a bit of an advantage.
I've lost sight of him.
He's like, it's okay, Layla pretty much inherited Cassandra's powers by the fate of Atlantis. Hippie, you wonder if you can bob your head like that on the PC version? That'd be cool if you can. It's always fun to do that. I love doing that. In fact, in any video game, sometimes I like to make the characters do certain movements and try to time it with, you know, maybe the music that's happening, or maybe, you know, try and time it for comedic effect if possible, or if there's like music, actually have the character dance or something like that, you know, just add a bit of, you know, difference to the gameplay.
Truly.
Hippie, I mean, Ezio's story is from birth to death, so the character depth is a lot more. That's true. you know, so much time that we see of Ezio's life, and they did that really well, I felt, across the trilogy. And also the Assassin's Creed Embers short animated movie is something I cannot ever recommend enough, because it is just so well done, and I really like how it gives Ezio a final send-off as well. Sword Prophet, have a great stream. Going to grab some food. That's okay, Sword Prophet. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate you doing that, and I really hope you have some great food and that you enjoy yourself.
I have a great...
Speaking of Embers, I just want to grab a link on YouTube to it. But if anyone has the Ezio collection and you haven't watched it, it's also included in the Ezio collection in the menu for Assassin's Creed. Well, you have to cycle past Assassin's Creed Revelations, but it's included. Same with the live action short movie that has Ezio's father Giovanni, which is set before Assassin's Creed 2. But here's a link to Assassin's Creed Embers, which is an animated movie with Ezio in it. Harbinger, you finished Plague Tale Requiem in New Game Plus yesterday. It wasn't hard. You should definitely do a New Game Plus run in October if you don't want to worry about upgrades. Yeah, the next time I do play that game, I do want to do the New Game Plus, because it might make several things for me a bit smoother with my gameplay and stuff in that. But I don't yet know what I'll be doing in October, but I may actually decide to start my October horror streams earlier than October, but I'll just play it by ear because we're still very early in the year. I do have plans for what I want to do for this year with games, but it's all a matter of timing and scheduling and moving things around if need be and when. Yeah, it's a great game, Hippie. Both games together, they're a great duology of games. Hey there, Evie John, welcome on in. You always loved Assassin's Creed Brotherhood on Xbox 360. It was really good, and while Assassin's Creed 2 is still my top favorite, I still really enjoy Brotherhood. It's such a great follow-up. And I love the music in it too, as well. And the addition of the assassin recruits, the chain kills, so good. The liberation of Roma has begun. It sure has. Thank you, Hippie T, for redeeming that. Every John, Watch Dogs Legion made a tribute to the Assassin's Creed series, Templars in an Assassin's Creed suit. They did, yeah. I actually played through that content once when I was doing a playthrough of Watch Dogs Legion. I think it was quite cool. It's just a shame that none of the events are actually canon to the series, because I didn't mind Darcy. I thought Darcy had potential to be a character that they maybe could have actually had in a future Assassin's Creed game, with her in present day as a character that you could play as. But she's not canon to the universe, so it's a one-off kind of story thing. Yeah, and I quite like the similarities with her and her brother, which are very similar to the way that Evie and Jacob sort of were with each other. That sibling rivalry kind of thing where, you know, they sort of like they get on each other's nerves kind of thing. He's like, meanwhile, they can't seem to decide if Watch Dogs 1 and Black Flag was canon or not. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And it's one of those things where it's ridiculous that they decided to make that non-canon, but I'm just like, whatever, Ubisoft, you can say that, but I'm still going to treat it like it's in the same universe, because it's solid, you know, it's a solid connection that proves that they're in the same universe. It's not an Easter egg just for the sake of an Easter egg.
Una moneta.
Come on. Here we go. Prompts returned. Alright, I forgot to go to sell items. Okay, so we almost have enough money for the crossbow.
That should do, I hope. And please come back often.
Soon. Just another notch on my belt.
Assassino! Please spare me, please!
It's not like one is a Tom Clancy title, they can perfectly coexist. Exactly. Because in Black Flag you have the document by Bloom, who is in Watch Dogs, the main antagonistic corporation. And then you have Olivia Garneau, who is the CEO of Abstergo Entertainment, visiting Chicago. And in Watch Dogs, which takes place in Chicago, Aiden Pierce has to deal with Olivia Garneau. If you do the convoy missions, that is. He's the final convoy mission. But it's interesting because in the Watch Dogs game, when you do that mission, if you kill him, you actually get failed, because in the gameplay of it, you have to knock him out. But Origins then confirmed that Aiden Pierce actually shot and killed Olivia Garneau. So once that information was known to me, whenever I would replay Watch Dogs and do that last convoy mission, after the mission was finished, after I'd knocked him out, then I would shoot him dead. Because by that point the game doesn't punish you because you've already done the requirements for the mission, i.e. just knock him out. So I make that match up whenever I'm playing Watch Dogs and I do that convoy stuff. Cool, we have someone that's here that Ezio can get the money from.
Dio beato, not another southerner.
Awesome. Now we have enough for the crossbow.
The Orsini family will hold festive games this Saturday in the plain before San Paolo.
He's like, you mean that's how the picture in Origins shows, so whatever. Exactly. Yeah. But I also add some extra to that too. After I shoot the knocked out body of Olivia Garneau, after the mission's fulfilled, I then use the grenade launcher and give him a few extra rounds when he's dead as well. There we go. So now we have the crossbow.
Tell your friends about me. I'm warning you, Messere. Consider your next.
So that's all I really wanted to buy in the playthrough, and I will still loot treasure chests and all that type of stuff, just to make sure that I'm keeping Ezio's money at a certain level, so that if I need to get medicine and instant healing, I've got as much money for Ezio as possible. I think what I might do is I'm going to take a break, but before I do, I'm going to actually get near the mission start. And then once I do, I'll take a break, and then that way, as soon as I come off my break, I can just jump straight into the next main story mission. Every John, confusing mess. You've heard Ubisoft is not doing very well. Yeah, their stocks plummeted recently because they had an investors call, apparently, and they didn't have good news for their investors, and once they got wind of that, and then once other people obviously got wind of it, they decided that, well, we don't feel there's any value. There's not much value at the moment in stocks for Ubisoft, so they went down. That whole side of thing, I'm not really like fully into, as in researching it and keeping up to date. But I did hear the recent news that they had an investors call and that their stocks were down and that they cancelled some more unannounced games as well. And then they had to delay Skull and Bones again for the 6th time as well. So yeah, they're not really doing too well, and I'm sure that they believe the way to do it is to add more microtransactions to things and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes you need to do quality over quantity. I don't know if Ubisoft can do that anymore though. Like, I think that at the very least they should only focus on 3 games in each franchise, and then
Lovely tight ads.
stagger the releases of them. So for example, you might have a new Assassin's Creed, let's just say in 2025, a new Far Cry in 2026, and then in 2027 a new Watch Dogs, just for the sake of argument. And so what that would mean is each game in those franchises would get a lot of time put towards their development, and if they were to make sure that they were fully ready for people to play with minimal need for updating, then what that would mean is you'd have a stronger focus on each game in those franchises, and also you could then have a situation where they would start work on the next entry in those franchises, but wait 2 to 3 years before releasing it. If they focus more on quality, then they may find that people will be more happy with the end product, and therefore more people by word of mouth as well will want to actually buy the game, even people who might not have actually played any of the other games in the series before. So yeah, but they're not doing very well. Gizlek, Ubisoft's doing great. By the way, they decided to take more time to flesh out Skull and Bones and the Settlers and Avatar. Yes, because I'm hanging out for that Avatar game. I played a bit of the first one they did, and I was like, meh, and didn't play any more of it. Every John, you want to see more Assassin's Creed video games, and you definitely still will. They definitely still have a lot in the pipeline. The next one, of course, is Mirage, but they're also working on that Japan set one. They're also working on that Witch Trials in Germany set one, and also the one that is the Chinese game that's coming out for mobile. And then you've got the other one that is shit, I can't remember now, but they've got heaps that they're working on. Then you got Infinity, which is like a hub thing that they're going to come up with, where you get Infinity, and then apparently you're playing as an Abstergo employee in present day who, when you buy a new Assassin's Creed game, it connects to Infinity, and then the character in present day accesses the memories of that game, and that's how you experience the story. That's apparently what they're doing with Assassin's Creed Infinity. But at the same time, they're wanting to do Assassin's Creed Mirage for old school fans while still doing RPG games, and wanting to keep, doing those for the separate parts of the fan base as well. But I predict that what's going to happen is one of their RPG games is going to make more money than their smaller scaled one, and they're going to think we shouldn't do smaller scaled ones now and just focus on the big massive RPG ones, which means 1,000 hours every 2 years to put into a game in the series. You know what I mean? So we're going to have 6 games in a row, for example, that are massive open world RPG games that have multiple hours and all that type of stuff. And I don't know, but I couldn't see myself doing a marathon playthrough 100% completion of 6 games in a row, I just would be burnt out. So, you know, we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. Ubisoft did the NFT stuff like Square Enix. They need to make more video games. You're always sad when video games are cancelled. That's true. Yeah, they're focusing too much on that, and it's, you know, part of their downfall. Plus other companies too that are doing that. Because like, you don't see the stock drama here, to be honest. 20% drop in value is pretty standard on the market, but Ubi spending habits are very concerning. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it might only be temporary too, as well. That drop, you know, it might actually go back up. But then again, it might even drop even further, depending on what else happens, I guess. Every John, that is awesome. Watch Dogs Legion Bloodline DLC, you recently beat it. That's a good DLC. I really liked playing that. It was cool to play as Aiden Pierce again. So I'm going to go and take a break, and when I come back, we'll continue on. We're up to sequence 4, I think, in the story. There will be a point where I will sort of like stop doing main story and then focus on doing the tombs, because by then I should have unlocked the areas where there's quite a few tombs already to do. But I'm going to go take my break, so I'll be back soon. Alrighty then, back from my break. Let's take care of this Borgia Tower. I know that I said that I'd jump straight into the mission, but this Borgia Tower is right here, so let's deal with it now.
Go away.
Where has he gone? Aha! Now we have you! I think we'll amputate his feet first. Eh, ragazzi?
He won't get
We
fight for a new obsolete power. Will not die.
That's true, Harbinger. That guy was just standing there. He's like, not my job. I just guard this entrance. I will not move from this spot for anything. Even if there's a murderer right next to me killing people. I just burned 4,000 calories. That's the last time I leave brownies in the oven while I take a nap. That's a good one. That's a good one, Godfather Owl. I like that one.
Now!
There we go. Time to ignite this tower now. No. Fine then, game. Alright, now that's sorted, let's jump back into the main story. So we're currently up to sequence 4 in the story.
cittadini di Roma, behold a sight most splendid. Caterina Sforza, she-whore of Forli, has at last been brought to heel.
Ha! No one kneels as low as Lucrezia Borgia! Who put you up to this? Was it your brother or your father? Perhaps a bit of both? Perhaps at the same time?
Chiudi la bocca! None speak ill of the Borgia! The same will happen to any who defy us!
Good people of Roma! Stay strong! You will be free! Your time will come! I swear it!
They are going to torture her.
You are here for Cesare and Rodrigo.
Caterina is a powerful ally. If we help her now while she is weak, she will aid us in return.
Perhaps. But kill Cesare and Rodrigo first.
Castello Clascia. Infiltrate Castel Sant'Angelo and assassinate Cesare and Rodrigo. Gislik, and then she died of pneumonia. That's true, ultimately. That's what Caterina Sforza dies from. I won't be triggering it in this playthrough, but there is a point, I think after when Ezio says goodbye to Caterina and she rides off, if you get out of the Animus and you speak to Sean, it's at that point where Desmond will actually ask Sean about what happened to Caterina, and after he explains, he's like, that's sad, and then, or he says something like that, and Sean makes a comment. And I always like to point out the fact that because when Desmond's experiencing Ezio's memories, he literally can feel emotions that Ezio is feeling. It means that when Desmond says that's sad, it's because he spent so much time as Ezio that he knows how Ezio feels, and that is transplanted on him. So the sadness that Ezio feels about the fact that Caterina is out of his life, because she basically says, you know, you have to be the head of the assassins now. That's your calling. I'm on a different path, kind of thing. And Ezio is obviously heartbroken by that, because he did actually have feelings for Caterina. And so Desmond, when he says that to me, he's not just saying it because he himself feels, you know, sad to hear that she died of that, but because he's felt the emotions of Ezio, it would add an extra layer of sadness for him, knowing that she died of that on top. That's true, Gislik, yeah. Yeah, normally when I play this game, especially for my annual playthroughs, after every sequence I get out of the Animus and speak to the characters. I think there's only 1 or 2 sequences where once you exit the Animus, they don't have anything new to say. But in this playthrough I won't be doing that.
Forget the Pope, you only answer to me. Roma is the pillar that holds our entire enterprise aloft. She cannot waver, which means neither can you.
What of Il Vaticano?
That tired old man's club. Play along for now, but soon we will have no need of them.
He's left us Roma. She'll be in good hands.
He's like, I hate how they got rid of that narrative dynamic just because dialogue skippers felt their immersion was broken. It was always interesting when the character just went through that genetic memory, and all of a sudden these knowledge bombs happen and sometimes banter. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things that, you know, any game, it's understandable that some people only care about the actual gameplay and don't care about the story, so they'll skip dialogue and all that type of stuff. Which, it is unfortunate, but it's one of those things where what can you do, really? From a developer's point of view, though, I don't think they should get rid of that stuff, you know what I mean? It's like the optional objectives in a video game. The reason they're optional is because people who don't want to do them don't have to do them. Therefore, if they don't have to do them, they can just ignore them. And if people want to do them, at least they have the option to do it. So why punish the people who actually want to do that option by appeasing the people who don't like that option when it's an optional thing in the first place? So I guess with dialogue stuff, I think it's important to still have the ability to obviously be able to skip, you know, dialogue, even if it's in moments where two characters are speaking to one another, you know what I mean? Not just in like an actual cinematic cutscene where you can skip. But at the same time though, if you're a really big fan of dialogue and all that type of stuff, then it's good to have games that actually give you that ability to realize that, you know what I mean? Hey there, Mama Ara. How's things going? Thank you so much for redeeming the random horror movie quote. Okay, so I've got a random horror movie quote. It's two characters. How did Lucy die? Was she in great pain? Yeah, she was in great pain. Then we cut off her head and drove a stake through her heart and burned it, and then she found peace. Sorry, I started off doing a bit of an Arnie accent there with Van Helsing, but that's actually from the 1992 Dracula movie starring Keanu Reeves as Jonathan Harker, Winona Ryder as Mina Harker, Gary Oldman as Dracula, Anthony Hopkins as Van Helsing, and there's a whole lot of other great actors in it, like Richard E. Grant and Cary Elwes, and yeah, so there's quite a few people in that movie. So that's what that movie was. Thanks for redeeming that, Mama Ara. I love that moment too. That's my favorite Van Helsing moment. For those who haven't seen the movie, they're actually eating in a tavern with other people around them, and Mina is wondering how her friend died, and her friend actually gets bitten and turned into a vampire, and they get together and they kill her, but she wasn't there when this happened, you know. So she's asking Van Helsing if her friend was in great pain when she died, and in front of all these people that are eating food, Van Helsing is like, yeah, she was in great pain. Then we cut off her head and drove a stake through her heart and burned it, and then she found peace. So I quite like how funny that is because of the context. You know, imagine sitting there enjoying your meal, and all of a sudden someone's raving on about the gruesome work that they did while you're trying to eat. Harbinger, hello, Barna. Cesare. That is true. Andreas Abergus voices those characters in Assassin's Creed, and there's his other roles in the series. For those who've played Deus Ex Human Revolution, he also plays Francis Pritchard, and he's even in Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. He's actually Mylon Nedich is the name of his character in that game. Plus he's been in heaps of other stuff too. Mama Ara, you're doing alright. Enjoyed a much needed day off. You're finally getting winter down here in the valley. Oh, that's great. That's good. it's always good to get a day off, and especially if you can enjoy it. So I hope that the day didn't actually go quickly, that you're able to savor it. And winter time is good. I actually like that time of year. Hippie T, you missed the ability to run on walls like Prince of Persia. That was cool. That was really, really cool in those Prince of Persia games. Mamara Wood, yes, that's a good one too. It really is. Yeah, I quite like that adaptation. And I know that Keanu Reeves gets a lot of shit for that role. And I do agree, he is a weak element to that movie, but it's still a good adaptation, I think. I remember though, the only downside I sort of had with it was that it's got a lot of, like, you know, Mina being, you know, romantically linked to Dracula, and while I don't mind a little bit of that, the movie does go a bit overboard, I think, in that regard. But that's just a nitpick, really. It doesn't really ruin the movie. Hippiani really loves sneaking in on these. Love that guy. He well and truly does. You know, every so often he'll just pop in and be like, "Hey, I know you're doing another voice right now, different accent, all that, but still, I'll come in and I'll sneak in and I'll say these things. Goodbye, Rod. See you next time." Mamara Hopkins is so literal in the German brutal honesty. He really is. You know, he doesn't mince words, and he answered the question. I mean, you know, he was honest as well. Gizlek Nedic, Displace International. That's the one, Gizlek. Yep, so he even plays that character. It's quite cool because there's a lot of actors that were in Splinter Cell that I didn't actually really notice their voice work until I became a fan of Assassin's Creed, and then when I would replay the Splinter Cell games, I'd be like, hang on, that's fucking familiar. You know, that's the dude who was this guy in this Assassin's Creed game. He was also in this Splinter Cell game. Mama Ara, yeah, the day's been deliciously slow and cold. You're grateful for it. Well, that's good as well, that it's been really, really cold and slow. You know, when you have a day off, it's always good to get the ones that drag on, not the ones that just go quickly. Because, like, you always somehow end up just hard skipping Double Agent because you hate how weird the JBA levels are. But the new gen mission design is pretty solid still. Yeah, those moments with the JBA when you're in the headquarters, especially because there's a lot of activities that you can do that are basically the same, you know, that can get a bit monotonous. I kind of like the idea, though, of showing that side of Sam Fisher's mission, but I can understand why people might not think that much of it. But Double Agent, I feel, in terms of, like, the other stuff in the game, it's really underrated. I mean, Chaos Theory, deservedly so, is such a great game in the series, but Double Agent actually carries on a lot of what Chaos Theory introduced, and so it still follows on from that in that respect, but it obviously changes up the gameplay a bit by having the whole, you know, choice system where it's like you've got these objectives. This objective is for the actual people you work for, but this is the objective as well for the people that you're pretending to be an ally with. You know, which one do you want to do? And if you actually go with one or the other, it will affect the trust meter of the other organization. You know, so I thought that was quite interesting as well. But Pandora Tomorrow, same studio. You love Pandora Tomorrow to bits. To be honest, old gen Double Agent is pretty much Chaos Theory engine plus co-op mode. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, by the time I played Double Agent, I was onto Xbox 360, whereas with the other games in the series before it, I was playing the PS2 versions. And I never actually played the PS2 version of Double Agent, and I haven't even played the original Xbox version, because it wasn't until recent years that I actually had to play the Xbox original versions to actually be able to play them and stream them, whereas I was so used to the PS2 versions of Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow, and Chaos Theory as well. Hey Teddy, welcome to the stream. How's things going? We're just currently infiltrating this castle, because Ezio has to save Princess Peach. I mean, has to try and rescue Katerina Sforza.
Cesare.
Lucrezia.
Yuck. Brother and sister kissing. Ugh.
I hope you have treated our guest with kindness.
That mouth on her. How I'd love to sew it shut.
I rather like it open myself.
Oh.
Have you talked to the Pope about the funds requested by my banker?
He is away from the Castello, and he might need some convincing when he returns.
That shouldn't be a problem, should it?
No. Only it gets quite lonely here. You and I spend so little time together these days, busy as you are with your other conquests.
Soon. Once I have secured the throne of Italia,
You are going to be my queen. And your loneliness will be a thing of the past.
I cannot wait.
behave yourself while I am gone.
Gizlake, me neither, to be honest. Only old gen game you got to enjoy was Star Wars The Force Unleashed. Now that was a good game actually. Come to think of it, I haven't played that for years, and I think I started playing the sequel, but for some reason I lost interest and never picked it up again. So maybe I should actually play it eventually as well. Are you going good, Teddy? That's awesome. That's great to hear. Gizlake, and you know what? It's so much better than the PS3 version, the PC, Xbox 360. Is it really? Yeah, it's interesting how that pans out sometimes. You know, sometimes the version that you think would be better ends up being not as good. Hippie T, Katarina is greater than Princess Peach. It's like Katarina versus Princess Peach in the next Smash Brothers game. Because like the way game devs cut levels from new gen games to release on time really ruins story mode coherence. Good old inbreeding. Yeah, that's the thing about the Rodrigo family is I think some sources dispute the fact that they were incestuous as a family, but I think some say that it was just rumors that people had made up about them after they became you know, weakened, or even before that maybe. But yeah, it is a disgusting sort of like thought, and unfortunately it was something that actually did happen in real life, you know, so it's like, ugh. It really is, Teddy. It really is. Oh, sorry, which one do you mean, Teddy? Do you mean Brotherhood or Force Unleashed or Splinter Cell? Because like, they cut a whole ass escort level with a Mandalorian boss to boot. Really? Oh, Rebel Alliance, you mean? That's the word. That would have been interesting, actually, to do something like that. Hippie, Cesare could have anyone with that Keanu Reeves looks, and he decided to be some Freudian fantasy. Yeah, it's like Cesare. I don't even know what to say. Cesare. What can I say, Cesare?
Open the gate! The Captain General is leaving for Urbino! Buona fortuna, Padron Cesare!
Machiavelli is going to be very disappointed.
Oh, Teddy, so you're referring to Force Unleashed. Oh yeah, I really enjoyed that game a lot. It was so fun too to use the Force to pick up stormtroopers and just throw them around as well. And some really epic moments with, you know, using the Force against TIE fighters and stuff. Because like, yeah, you think there were also RAM coda bits that were cut from new gen, the Force Unleashed, that were in old gen. Just a lot of cool detail that ties the Force Unleashed story in a lot better. Yeah, that is unfortunate too, and like you expect graphical differences from, you know, games that came out for what at the time was still considered current gen, but next gen had also come into play, you know. But to actually cut out content, you know, that's definitely a bit detrimental.
Open her cell. How was the journey to Roma? Did you sit in Cesare's private carriage?
You're pathetic, Lucrezia.
What did he talk about? His plans for Napoli? Did you like it?
I can't remember.
Perhaps you will remember this. That puts you in your place. Lock it and give me the key.
Oh, my back. Please, can you reach this water jug for me? I cannot get it myself. Ezio, what are you doing here?
Paying a visit to the tailor.
Rescuing me will provoke Cesare's wrath.
Fortunately for us, he is away. Any chance there is a second key?
The guard handed his to Lucrezia, so I assume not.
Do you know where she is?
Her quarters are at the top of the castello.
Alright, stay here. That key is as good as mine.
I'm not going anywhere.
I love how Ezio says to Catalina, who is at the moment in a cell where she can't get out herself, Ezio's like, stay here. And in Assassin's Creed Revelations, there's a dude who was arrested for stealing food to survive and to feed himself and his family, and he gets put into a cage, and Ezio is like, stay right here, I'll be back. So I like how they do a callback to this moment with that. He's like, you think that'd be cool, but that'll never happen, lol. If Ubi designed a Splinter Cell co-op experience in the vein of Chaos Theory again, yeah, I mean, that game is definitely a good template for any future Splinter Cell game, whether it's a remake of any of those games or if it's a new entry, you know. I tell you, you're gonna get Assassin's Creed, which one would you recommend? That's a difficult question because there's so many different games in the series at different points that, depending on like how you feel about certain game mechanics, especially in games that, you know, Assassin's Creed 1 was released in 2007, so you know, you've got those early games in the series which some people might be put off by because of the old school style of, you know, gameplay. But if you can really sort of like persevere with that old school style, then I would definitely recommend any of the games from Assassin's Creed 1 through to the Ezio trilogy in completion. So Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood and Revelations. But out of those three Ezio games, Revelations is probably the one that has a lot of advancements, and also the graphics, especially the remastered version, are the best looking out of the three games. But if you want something that is still a bit old school, but maybe a bit more evolved in gameplay or even graphics, something like Black Flag, Assassin's Creed 4, would be good as well, because that actually is on, obviously if you're a PC gamer, you can get it on PC, but it's also on the Xbox One and the PS4 as well. It also came out on the PS3 and the Xbox 360, but the only version I've ever played is the Xbox One version. So there's that. Assassin's Creed Unity is probably another good one, because by that point they really advanced the parkour system quite a lot. But if you're more a fan of RPG games, then maybe the newer ones would be the ones to go with. So yeah, it really depends. So I don't know if that really helps you anything, Teddy, but there's so many different games in the franchise, and you know, different people have different preferences and would say that, you know, don't even bother with, you know, all the games up until Origins or whatnot. But if you're interested in the older ones, definitely play them, you know. Gives like two guys ways to advance that rely on each other in a creative way that isn't two people reaching a single door, like providing a human ladder, letting the partner agent down by a rope, double retinal scanner checks, coordinated dual lock picking, little things like that, passing cameras with temporary disables. Yeah, I mean, and that would really promote fast-paced gameplay as well, especially between two players who are in sync with each other and are very skilled at the game and know the missions, you know, quite well in and out. Yeah, Teddy, good old Captain Kenway. Kenway! Femme Fatale. Obtain the key to Catalina's cell from Lucrezia Borgia.
I love you so. I want to sing it to the heavens.
Please, you must whisper it only to yourself. If Cesare found out, who knows what he would do.
Are you not?
What was that?
I'm late for rehearsal. Farewell, my love.
I heard the entire exchange, mia signora, and can vouch for it.
Good. Tell Cesare. We shall see how it feels when the shoe is on the other foot.
Yes, signora.
He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me.
Please, continue. I did not mean to interrupt.
Ezio Auditore da Firenze. How nice to finally meet after hearing so much. A pity Cesare is no longer here. He would have enjoyed this.
My fight is not with you, Lucrezia. Free Caterina, and I will stand down.
Impossible.
Then you leave me no choice.
Guards!
Faster! Run faster!
Bring him to his knees.
I cannot leave you out here to cause trouble, so you're coming with me. Scream, however, and I will be forced to take your tongue.
Get him! There he is! Get him!
Rescuing princesses from castles now? I bet you think you're doing great things, charging around, killing whomever you wish. was finished, your dear friend Lorenzo stripped them of everything and threw them into prison, even those who played no part of the conspiracy.
Now you die!
The women were forbidden to marry, and the family tombstones were erased, wiped from the history books. Poof! Just like that. You ignored the consequences of your actions, content to set events into motion, but unwilling to see them through. Cesare will finish what he started and bring peace to Italia. He kills for a higher purpose, unlike you.
Oh, was it Teddy? That's awesome. That would have been cool to have that. That would have been cool to have that as your first Assassin's Creed game.
Whatever, my words are wasted here. Hypocrita.
And that game is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year as well. Hey there, Lidus. Hypocrita. Welcome. How's it going, dude? I don't blame you, Teddy. Yeah, it's such a great game. I'm definitely doing something very special to celebrate its 10th anniversary this year. That's one of the reasons why I want to do my annual series earlier as well, because once I do my annual 2023 playthrough of Black Flag, throughout the rest of the year, I'm going to be doing multiple different kinds of playthroughs of Black Flag, including a playthrough that I don't know if anyone's ever done it before. But I'm not going to say what it is, just in case no one has, because I'd like to actually be the first to actually do it. Or at the very least, be the first streamer who's done it. But I'll talk more about that when I actually get to that playthrough. But aside from that playthrough that I'm keeping to myself at the moment, there will be multiple other ones as well. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do my annual series earlier. That way I've got more time in the year to dedicate to multiple playthroughs of Black Flag.
Salute, Lucrezia. How I've missed you.
Vai a farti fottere, Troia!
Always a pleasure. Bring her here, I'll take the key. Classy. Guards! Guards! That's enough out of you!
Can you walk?
No.
I guess we are going out the front.
I guess we're going out the front. Light, I see you backtracking. Sorry, I'm lost. Yeah, sometimes when I'm streaming and talking at the same time, I go the wrong way in the game because I'm trying to do multiple things at once. But I just remembered where I had to go. Because I can get easily turned around in games anyway with mazes and stuff like that, so... But I'm going well, Lidus. Things are going great. I'm having a good weekend. Having a relaxing Sunday. And I'm glad to hear that you're going well, also. That's awesome, dude. The burdens we carry. Escape from the Castello with Caterina and head for the stables.
Wait here.
As if I have a choice. Ezio!
Why save me, Ezio? With Forli taken, I am useless to you.
You have a family.
It is not your family. That night at the villa, I had to ensure our allegiance to protect Forli. Do you understand, Ezio?
E la politica. Of course. I knew it. You did not explain.
Lighters, shut up, Katerina. He's clearing their way. Damn girl, no patience.
Caterina. Di Cesare.
No. My name must still have some small value. I was left unspoiled.
That's okay, Teddy. Absolutely no worries at all. I hope you have a really good sleep. Catch you next time. But yeah, it's funny doing this game, this mission, Lidus, because you got so many enemies to deal with, but you've also got the fact that you can't get too far away from Katerina. So it's definitely good that if you're like, I mean, I'm trying for the optional objective in this memory too, where you don't get detected. But if I do get detected, it's not going to be the end of the mission. Like, I'm just going to keep on going. But
Come, Ezio, this way.
that last part where you have the doors to open can be a bit tricky. They're all converging on the center. This moment's funny.
Don't you dare!
Bit crowded in this haystack. We've got a dead body, then we've got Ezio, we've got Caterina, and now we have another dead body.
Figlio di puttana! Never do that to me again. It seems to open from over there.
And there we go. That's getting it done without being detected. If you want to get the optional objective, that is. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Hurry, Ezio.
Ride across the breach. I will cover you.
Guardian of Forli. Escort Catalina on horseback as she flees from the Castel Sant'Angelo.
Here!
Hey, another. You win. I'm through.
Go to Isola Tiberina. Find Machiavelli there. He will be waiting for me.
What about you?
Someone has to stay here and distract the guards.
Get back in one piece, or I will never forgive myself.
Go! That?
Quick! Back to the Castello!
Now! Get it! Close your hole, little mouse! You won't get away, come here! How long can you keep rather that? Do I've lost sight of it? Why are you here? Not a name. There! I have him! Be in the range of the archers up ahead. He's there, on him! Have at him! Forza! No! Please, God, just let me in! I see him! Hurry!
No, couldn't get it to work this time. If you're careful, you can actually still have all these dead bodies over this way, but they're despawned now.
I'm not involved! Spare me!
But of course, when I actually want to show it off in a playthrough, Murphy's Law says no, Rod. Story of my life. When I want to do something, I can't get it done, but when I don't want to do it, and I'm not thinking about it, I get it done. But anyway, I was hoping to loot all those bodies, but I think my notoriety was way too high. Oh, the other target was fucking highlighted when I pressed the button. Desmond, enemy. We have an army. The Brotherhood. We have Ezio. One-man army. Didn't want to pick that up.
What's this? Holy Father, protect us. Why are the guard not doing anything?
Yeah, Afro, the chase music in this game is awesome. The series overall has a lot of good examples of chase music. Hippie, you had to run some errands. Did we rescue our princess? Absolutely, we got that done. And Katerina is on her way to the assassin hideout. welcome back as well. I hope things went well with your errands. Ezio's just been doing some killing.
Innocent! I'm innocent! Not involved!
Drop, drop, drop. Hippie, are you aware of the Cat Jam emote? I actually am. I don't know why it's not available to me because I do have BTTV emotes enabled. But for some reason I don't actually have the Cat Jam one. Unless it's one of those ones that you have to actually specifically activate. But the funny thing is, it comes up for me to use in other people's streams.
Here.
Ethan, all right.
Damn fucking enemy getting in the road of the other enemy.
Please, just leave me be. I'm not prepared to do any of this.
Yeah, but you have to pick the emotes on BTTV that can work on your channel. Oh, do ya? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't aware. I thought once you had BTTV enabled at all, you gained access to all the available ones. Of course, there are some global BTTV emotes, but Cat Jam isn't one of them. So where do you go to actually get it?
That's audacious.
Afri, love the bank system in Ezio games and renovating the city. Yeah, that was a great addition that they added in Assassin's Creed 2 and carried into Brotherhood and Revelations. It's a good way too to amass money in game, so you can buy the things that you want. And the good thing about it is too, like, you can leave the game running and go do something else and keep an eye on it, and you'll see the message pop up, you know, telling you whether it's full or whatnot, and then just go and get it and then rinse and repeat. Hippie, you think the BTTV website linked to your Twitch account should allow you to add or remove emotes for your channel? Let me find something for you. Oh, I see, so like actually going into the settings for it. Because that's something I haven't looked at for a while actually, the settings for it. If you're logged into BTTV using your Twitch, you can simply get it by clicking add to the channel button. Oh, that link's not coming through, Hippie, but feel free to send it in a whisper.
Ezio.
Where is Machiavelli?
I could not find him.
I brought the Contessa here.
Caterina.
Care to tell us where you have been?
Looking for Ezio. What of Cesare and Rodrigo?
Cesare rode off before I could get close to him, and Rodrigo was somewhere else entirely.
That is odd. Rodrigo is usually at the Castello.
Very odd indeed.
What a waste. No offense.
None taken.
With Cesare gone to Urbino, we must build our forces.
I thought we intended to strike now.
Impossible. Cesare commands a massive army in Romagna. You would never reach him.
I say we work here, in Roma. Erode the Borgia's influence, while restoring our own. And in fact, I want to begin right now. Volpe, bring Claudia and Bartolomeo here. Machiavelli, meet me outside. Take care of her. Look, the Borgia rob everything from the people to maintain power.
What do you intend to do?
We will recruit him to our cause.
You cannot be serious.
To win this war, Machiavelli, we need loyal soldiers. By recruiting enemies of the state, we arm those who have been disarmed by the Borgia.
Go then. Recruit our first novices.
Thanks, Hippie. After also renovation changed the city over time, keeping it fresh and changing the general morale vibe the NPC had. Fruits of Labor love seeing it. It's good that they made those changes as well, you know, so it's not just a money sort of like thing, if you know what I mean. It actually makes visual improvements and things like that happen. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Hippie, because on my end it came up with the message saying that it had been added, and then I refreshed and then I tried it and it wasn't available. So I've just refreshed again and it's still not available. Maybe because I changed my channel name, there's something going on with it. Cat Jam channel. Okay, what if I unadded then add it again? Unless it's unless it'll pop up now. Man of the people. Fight with 2 citizens of Rome against the oppression of the Borgia and recruit them for the Assassin's Guild. That's weird, it's still not coming up. So here we have it, the point in the game where you can actually recruit assassins.
Break your arm! You will be...
I see you! You are a dead man!
I'll talk to the citizen in a moment. Just want to loot these enemies. Because if you speak to them without looting these enemies, they'll actually disappear on you. So for any people who love looting things in games, and if you're a trash panda, as my friend Lucinda likes to put it, if you're a trash panda, it's definitely good to be able to actually know when something will basically be unavailable for you, to be able to actually collect because the game despawns it. And I've got a special command that I've got set up for this playthrough.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
You have my thanks and my respect. Allow me to serve you.
That's certainly adventurous.
Yeah, Lucinda's actually got some really cool emotes on her channel, both animated and also just static as well. Yeah, hippie. And we'll definitely know how to use it.
I have never seen a stranger man. Truly.
Reserve Guard wishes to enlist all men capable of bearing arms in a new Rione-wide militia.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
I owe you my life. I am a marked man now, but you fight them, signori. Allow me to hunt with you.
Oh, that is impressive. Direct.
Of the Rione, Sua Santità, in his generosity, wisdom, and benevolence, is requesting all young Roman women be presented for a special...
You offended? I was...
Tom, please.
Surely there's no need to be...
So embarrassed. I must be working too hard.
Hippie, on PC you were heavy with keyboard smashing, so you slipped up a lot and ended up calling assassins when you didn't intend to. It's like, damn, I didn't want these assassin recruits at this point. And the thing about it too, like especially early on, because you might not have the recruits upgraded high enough, it doesn't take long for them to get killed, and then you have to of course go and recruit someone else then. Hey Matthew, welcome to the stream. How's things going? Hey Molecule, welcome to you as well. How's things been? Worst AC game. Hopefully the sight of it isn't too jarring. You're doing good. How are you? Oh, that's excellent, Molecule. I'm glad that you're doing well. And I'm going great. My weekend's been going well. Finished Assassin's Creed 2 yesterday and started this today. Hippie, yeah, it got bad because a lot of them died during intense Borgia tower fights. So now you didn't have enough assassins to send on missions. Oh, wonderful. And that'd be so frustrating as well at the same time. Thanks, Molecule. I appreciate that. It's been a very productive Assassin's Creed weekend streams.
Who did this?
That monster, Malfatto!
Did you see him?
That way!
Serial offender. Malfatto hunts girls near the T-Bar. Locate and kill him.
Oh, Nina, I told you not to come out here.
Carità.
Animale.
Toby, what's the matter with you? Now, why would anyone in their right mind? Calm yourself. I am not involved. Please.
Requiescat in pace.
Ignore me! Got to get back home!
Rest in peace.
Hi, Vivek the Wise. Welcome. Wow, what an accent by the lady. It's a funny thing about accents in games is that sometimes there's subtleties to it that I sort of don't recognize that others might, and so some of that stuff kind of goes by the wayside for me. But it is interesting sometimes when you have accents done and it's done by someone who doesn't naturally have that accent. You know, sometimes it's easy to recognize that they aren't doing 100% accurate. Molecule, your favorite AC game is Unity and Odyssey. Unity is the best AC game. Odyssey is the best RPG game. Unity, Revelations, and Odyssey is your top 3. Yeah, that's the thing about Odyssey. Like, when I think about it as just an RPG game, if it didn't have Assassin's Creed in the title, and it didn't have any references to Assassin's Creed, I think it would have been a much better game for it. But when you think about it as an Assassin's Creed game, it is a very, 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 very poorly done one. Which is surprising because Ubisoft Quebec did such a great job with Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and even the Freedom Cry DLC for Black Flag, because they also did that too.
Shit. This is a dangerous place.
Yeah, rest in peace, Malfatto. He's dead. Hippie murdering doctor. That's it. He's murdering everyone. And then he just says, oh, I didn't mean for that to happen, I'm so sorry, but I still charge you money for the service. Molecule, ironic, AC Unity had motherfucking English accents. It wasn't even close. If Odyssey was not AC and removed from the AC plot, it's a really good game. Valhalla is a bad game. Arno Dorian said Requiescat in Pace and Dead Kings, if you recall correctly. Yeah, that was the thing. Apparently one of the reasons why they went with English accents for French characters in France for the English language version is because they felt that people would laugh at the French accents or find it funny. And I'm like, any accent can potentially be funny to people, you know what I mean? So I think that's a bit of a cop-out excuse, you know. But if you want to actually hear as close as possible you can to a French accent for all the characters and everything, if you play the game with the French language selected, that's one way to do it. Or if you want to know what Arno would have sounded like if he actually had a French accent speaking English, the actor who plays Arno in Assassin's Creed Unity, Dan Genot, he is actually in the DLC Siege of Paris for Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and in that he plays a character named Pierre, and for that character he does a French accent. So that's a good way as well. If you search Assassin's Creed Valhalla Siege of Paris Pierre, you'll probably find a cutscene or some video with the character in it, and it's the same voice actor who plays Arno.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
I owe you my life. I am a marked man now, but you fight them, signore. Allow me to hunt with you.
That beam always gets in the road. But yeah, that it is quite weird, you know, because all the other games in the series up until Unity, they did do the accents, you know. But yeah, if you remove the AC plot, it is a really good game, Odyssey. I can't say I find Assassin's Creed Valhalla as a bad game. It is, I would say, too long. Like the pacing of the main story can drag sometimes. As an Assassin's Creed game, you know, Eivor is, because he's not actually an assassin and he doesn't become one. Obviously that's something that people won't like about it, but there is respect paid to the actual Creed itself through characters like Basim as well as Hytham. So there is that aspect, but definitely returning to having a protagonist who is actually an assassin for the whole game will be a breath of fresh air. And I know that Basim is a hidden one, but the hidden ones change their name at a certain point in time to become just called assassins. So they're still the same group throughout history. It's just that at one point they were known as hidden ones, and then they became forever known afterwards as assassins. But it's definitely understandable to feel that Valhalla is a bad game, though. Definitely don't think that anyone who thinks that is wrong. I just can't fully agree with it. In some ways, maybe. But I will and truly hope that Mirage is actually good, because if it is, we might get actually more games that are smaller scaled in the series that are catering towards a style of gameplay which is more in line with, you know, the earlier games, and also take what Unity did so well with the parkour and actually advance that further, even more. And I don't think it would hurt to even include that in the RPG games, to be honest. But we'll just have to wait and see, because at the moment, all we have to go on with Mirage and what it's going to do is devs in interviews. We don't have any gameplay footage at all to back any of these claims up that get made by the devs about going back to the roots and all that type of stuff. And the fact that they have not just like a standard edition only, but they also have a special collector's edition already available to pre-order for a game that no one's seen gameplay of yet. So if they want to back up their claims and to make sure that people believe them before buying the game, then they should show some gameplay footage, because that'll be a good way to actually show whether or not they're going back to the roots of the series with parkour and everything, because if you know the differences, then you'll be able to recognize them in gameplay footage, you know what I mean? But yeah, he did say that as well, Molecule. Arno Dorian said Requiescat in Pace in Dead Kings. And there's so many examples of characters outside of Ezio saying it. You've got Evie in Assassin's Creed Syndicate even saying it when she throws the dress off that she had to wear. And she looks at it on the ground and she's like, Requiescat in Pace. Zon, ho ho, baguette. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, any accent can be done to an exaggerated way to make it comedic, you know. But you can also do an accent and still make it sound natural as well. Molecule, you saw a video on AC Unity where they played the French in the atmosphere. Yeah, I actually did a playthrough one time of Unity with the French language for the whole game, and it was really cool. I actually did the same for this game too, when I was celebrating its 10th anniversary in 2020. One of the playthroughs I did to celebrate it was to actually play with the Italian language selected for the whole game, and that was quite cool too. People want to hear Arno with a French accent. Wait till you hear Arnie with French accent. Unlucky, you'll never. That's a good one, Hippie. Thanks for redeeming that. Molecule, Valhalla was terrible and a waste of money. You feel like every hour you spent with it was a waste of time. That's understandable to feel that way, you know, because it is a long game as well. You're not buying Mirage till after the game comes out. I don't blame you, for sure, because I'm actually going to wait not only until it comes out, but I'm going to be watching spoiler playthroughs. I'm even going to find out what the ending of the game is first. If the ending of the game is something that I think works well, and if there's certain plot points that are done well with the story, then I'll actually buy the game and play it. But I'm not going to take that chance without doing that. And it's the same with all the games that are going to come out in the future in the series. I actually started doing that process with the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC. When it first came out, I thought, I don't want to buy it straight away because it costs $60 Australian. But then when I saw gameplay of it and watched the ending of it, I was like, I don't really like what they've done, so I don't need to worry about playing it now. So I'm going to keep that process going with the games in the series moving forward as well. I'm willing to sacrifice, you know, I'm willing to sacrifice a first-time playthrough without knowing anything in order to make sure that the experience is going to be good and that the game is going to be good too. Ubisoft banned your account with $500 worth of games and DLC for no reason. That's really fucked up that they did, and especially for no reason as well. They don't drop a gameplay trailer by the end of this month, it's delayed. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, they originally said it was earlier this year, but it's actually going to be later this year, I'm pretty sure now. Yeah, Gizlek, I bet you it's already delayed. Desmond Miles, but he's becoming an Italian. You know you fucked up when your fans want to see spoilers before they're buying. Yeah, that's a good point, you know. And the thing about Assassin's Creed is I've been a fan since 2008, and there's certain points where other fans have left the series and dropped off from it, and I still kept on going, but I eventually have got to a point where I'm very sort of like skeptical of future Assassin's Creed games, so I need to have more guarantees before I actually put my money down for them now. But it can happen to any company, like it's not just Ubisoft that I would do this to. If Rockstar started doing the same thing, I'd be like that too, you know. But for me personally, for example, Rockstar hasn't done anything that rubs me the wrong way, because I'm not really into the online gaming anyway, so that aspect is separate from me. I just really enjoy replaying the GTA games and Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, you know. Molecule, laugh my ass off. You play AC for the story. Absolutely, Molecule, yeah. Yeah, I'm really a story-driven gamer. I love a great story in a game. And if the gameplay is completely ridiculous and it has a great story, I might persevere for one playthrough. But if I ever want to see and experience the story again, I would just go to YouTube, you know. But if there's a game where the story is shit, even if it has great gameplay, there's no way I'm going to be playing it multiple times.
Bambino, why do you cry?
They're going to take my mama on a boat ride. They say I will go on the next one.
Who?
A man from the castle came with guards and arrested us. He scared me.
They are scary. But you look very brave.
Will you bring my mama back?
Human cargo. Find Silvestro Sabatini, kill him, and free his slaves. So this dude's name is Silvestro. Just want to keep note of that for a moment. Hey Retro Warrior, welcome to the stream. I hope that you're going really good. Retro, you will say Ubisoft did good at not taking away DLCs you've already installed. Well, that was good that they actually gave some extra time for people to sort that out. Because obviously they know ahead of time before they reveal decisions, so you would think they would have thought to give people more time than they originally did anyway, you know what I mean? But the only thing that fucked me over was, what game was it? There was a Ubisoft game that had content that I couldn't do. I can't remember now. But I missed out on making sure, because I think it was pre-order content that I eventually got, but something happened. But in any case, it's good that they gave a bit more time. But it does suck though that people who didn't actually install the DLC already lost it. Because like you play AC for the present day story, as long as you don't watch the Mirage cutscenes, there are no spoilers. Yeah, well that's true as well. And I think they're cutting down on the present day stuff across their games as well. Some games might not even have it in the future as well. Hippie, you don't think you've ever heard a game do justice to an Australian accent? Sky and Valorant sounds very stereotypically Australian, saying things like cheeky bugger and all every now and then. I used to have a channel points reward for a thick Aussie accent, but I actually got rid of it because it was very straining on my voice, because when people would redeem a long bit of text, it would be very grating on my voice. But that was an example of it.
You cheeky bugger. Bloody fucking hell, mate. Holy fucking shit. Oh yeah, man. I saw that fucking thing. I thought it was fucking stupid, eh?
So there we go. That's another example of it. Retro, you will say it is a shame that they decided to take away for people that have never installed them before, which means that there will be some missing out on the Da Vinci disappearance. That's very true. It's very unfortunate because there is a lot of really good content that is really well done. Because like when you think Aussie accent, StarCraft and Broad War, or StarCraft 2 Custom Campaign, the Antioch Chronicles. Never actually played any of those, but I imagine that there's some characters out there that are Australian in it. Molecule, you love story-driven games, that's why you play PS4 games. Well, that's good too, because they definitely have a lot of great games that have great story also. Because like Charlie Mox, best Aussie. Charlie Mox, never actually heard of him. Which might sound strange. You know, you would think I would, know about every, Australian personality, but yeah, here we are. I don't actually know who that is. Retro, only those that have the Ezio HD Trilogy on Xbox One will be safe. With being able to have DLCs for this game, you mean? Yeah, that's the thing. It's good that they're all integrated into it, so you don't have to worry about losing it. Well, thank you, Retro. I'm glad that you're enjoying your time here. Thank you so much for being here. He's like, oh my god, you like how he's on IMDb? Who, Charlie Mox? Retro, you missed out on Fable 3 DLC since the Games for Windows Live Marketplace got closed down over 10 years ago. Oh, did it? Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, that's the thing. Because the timing of that would have been so annoying too. You never actually did multiplayer much in these games because you were more story focused. The bad news is us PC gamers don't have the Ezio trilogy, it's console only. That was really stupid that they did that too. I don't know why they didn't make it available on PC as well, you know. That's understandable as well, you know, to not really play multiplayer much, because I'm the same way. I did dabble in it years and years ago, but I got to a point where I was like, you know what, I just don't enjoy it at all. So I just abandoned doing any multiplayer online sort of stuff. Here's Lego. Charlie Mox is voiced by Ruben Marino. Ah, okay, so it's a character then. I see.
Where did they take your mother?
Down that street.
Good. Do you have some place to go for now?
My uncle's.
Go there. Do not stop to talk to anyone.
Bella giornata, non è vero?
What a curious display.
Life expectancy? About 5 more years, I'd wager. Whoa! It's a novel way to get about it. Hey, get down! That man. That man.
Please, show no respect! You think you can just barge through me? Well, all right, maybe you can.
Your noble leadership has passed a new law to benefit you good peace. From now on, snap inspections of random houses and businesses throughout the area will occur nightly to ensure the safety of all.
Toss a dwarf and call me donut.
We must ensure the kidnappings continue.
But children, Silvestro.
To secure his reign, Cesare needs to control the populace. Fear keeps them quiet.
I can hardly look at you.
Please, Valencia. Soon, all this will be behind us.
Are you afraid of him?
Who? I am afraid of no one.
Did he do that to your hand? My apologies. That was out of line.
Please go.
I am sorry.
Die, Gustavo! Please, God,
Requiescat in pace.
Don't neglect your health. After your soul, what could be more important?
Alright, so I finally found the actor who played Silvestro just now. And here's his IMDb. Nick Jamison. Played that dude that we just killed. Retro, Ubisoft really do make some choices that are desired to be questioned. They well and truly do. So many decisions that they make, you think, what the? And so many projects that you think to yourself, why is it so hard to get it done and released? I.e. Skull and Bones. Getting delayed again. And it's like, how many delays more is it going to be? And that also makes it that there's immense pressure on the game to be good, and if it's not, then it's like you had all this time and delayed it all these times to give us still a shit product. It's like, you know, something must have seriously gone wrong.
Vertebrates are here at your disposal.
Because, like, don't remember if he was UK or American, but you're pretty sure Mox is just a very good Aussie impression. Ah, okay, so that's good, though, too. You know, like, it's very good when there's people who are talented enough to do an authentic accent that's not their own. Retro, you were right into getting the best armors in these games. Altair's armor, the armor of Brutus, and Ishak Pasha's armor, you got them all, and even the Templar armor and Black Flag. Yeah, the tombs that you do as well to actually get those. I love those parts of these games. He's like, oh yeah, there we go, North Carolina guy. Ah, so there we go. Retro, these games are the best ones without a doubt. Nice work. Thank you. Cheers for that. I thought I'd wait a bit to hear the dialogue, but also try and find the voice actor, but I didn't find him until after the cutscene was finished. Retro, they were even responsible for Driver San Francisco no longer being purchasable on digital stores. Really? Like, you want things to be preserved so that, you know, fans of it or people who could potentially become fans will actually be able to still play it.
Let's try to avoid pointy objects in future, okay?
It's gone. It's ridiculous. Alright, I really want to get the Arrow Storm, so we're going to actually go and rescue some other characters to make them assassin recruits. It's no longer available on Steam either. Damn. He's like, you want Alpha Protocol back. That sounds vaguely familiar. What game is that? Because I think I might have seen it a long time ago to buy, but never bought it. And after that fact, never even looked anything up about it.
You'll become a Gabby's darling.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
You have saved this life. Please, take it and do with it as you will. I will repay your kindness with my sweat, blood, and loyalty.
Retro, the only driver game still available is Parallel Lines. So, how many games in that series did they actually do? Gizlek, Obsidian made spy RPG with timed but constantly flowing interactive dialogue. Oh, that sounds interesting. Yeah, I never even looked anything up about it before. But I like the sound of that though. Obsidian. That sounds familiar. What else have they done? Hippie, there it is. Ah, so Cat Jam is now available. Is it? I'll just refresh my page to see if it turns up for me. There we go. Awesome. Thanks again, Hippie, for helping me with that, because I didn't realize that it was one of those things where there were certain BTT emotes you had to actually search for yourself and then add. He's like real slick in the RPG department, some balance issues in the skill tree and weapons balance department, but an ending but otherwise a classic game. Oh, a bit of a meh ending, but otherwise a classic game. Multiple endings actually, and of course Bond-style romance options. I think he's attempting re-entry, sir. She always did enjoy a good squeeze. Retro, it ended with San Francisco. That was the last ever Driver game. There have not been any more since then. Ah, so it was Driver San Francisco. Yeah, it's a shame when there's a franchise that they just end. You know, especially when there's still interest from fans.
That hood.
Get out!
Have at him! On him!
Strike, ora!
Oh, I yield. Please.
That's okay, Hippie. No worries at all. I'm going to have a look later on and actually look at some other ones to actually activate. Gizlake, Knights of the Old Republic 2, Neverwinter Nights 2. Ah, alright, so those games. Okay, the Outer Worlds. One Pillars of Eternity game, you thinks? Have heard of those, but never actually played any of them. But those games definitely do sound familiar. Retro, yes, that's the last one. And speaking of Bond, there's been news about the new Bond replacing Daniel Craig. It hasn't been officially decided yet who the new Bond is. Yeah, that's true. You know, like, websites like to claim that they know exactly who's been cast, but it never ends up being true because that's not how they do casting announcements anyway. You know what I mean? But I think it would have been good to
Stop! You there!
What? Where did he go?
I mean, maybe it's time to end the franchise. I don't know, but is that good? Good. The journey to the dark side is complete. Can't do that impression. Doug, honey, you wouldn't hurt me, would you? Sweetheart. Sweetheart, be reasonable. After all, we're married.
Stop
Boom,
that man!
headshot.
Hurry!
Consider that a bit worse.
Eccellente! Dove?
Yes! There!
He's like, never been a fan of Mr. Craig. That's no worries at all. I still will treat you the same way. Actually, the first thing I saw him in that I knew, well, actually I didn't know that was his name when I first saw it, but when I actually found out who he was, but anyway, the first movie I saw Daniel Craig in was the first Tomb Raider movie, starring Angelina Jolie. He actually plays her love interest.
Haven't I seen you before?
Hey JFC, how's things been going? Welcome to you. Obsidian did Fallout New Vegas as well. Ah, so they did a Fallout game also. Retro, it makes it harder to capture a tower if you're not quick enough to finish him. Oh, sorry, that message came after the one that was actually flagged by Automod for some stupid reason. It was flagged by it. You hate when the Borgia captains are cowards. That's right, the word cowards set Automod off. You hate when the Borgia captains are cowards and always run away. It makes it harder to capture a tower if you're not quick enough to finish him. I do as well. You know, it's so annoying when that happens.
Don't let him escape! That's it. I give up.
The Borgia
I won't do the devil's work anymore.
You had no idea the Automod would flag that. You should lighten up a little when you talk about the game. Oh, Retro, it's just because from past experience, I've had to keep the level of Automod really high, which is unfortunate, but it also flags a lot of stuff too that is good to get flagged. But I tell you what, there's some funny words that Automod will actually consider to be offensive, like the word put. No joke. One time someone put a sentence in chat that used the word put in it, and Automod was like, put, that's a very offensive word. I'm like, what? The word put is Automod worthy? It's like, what? If you're a pro at this, Roger, killing level 5 captains with no sweat. Well, thanks for the kind words. Sometimes I get lucky, and as I like to say, a lot of my successes in gaming is 99% luck and 1% skill. Yeah, Retro. It's unfortunate, you know, because the people who do the right thing, unfortunately, aren't able to experience the ability to not worry about their message being flagged, you know, at the same time. It's very hard for Automod, I think, to understand context as well. Like, if you're talking about a character in a game and you're calling them an asshole, obviously you're not saying that someone in chat is one, or you're saying the streamer is. You're talking about a video game character, you know, in this example. So it doesn't make sense for Automod to flag the word asshole, for example, in that context, in that example. But yeah, it had issue at that point with the word put for some reason. And as you've tested, JFC, it doesn't actually do it now, thankfully, because that would be quite stupid if it still flagged the word put. So I'm glad that the word put actually came through for you. Oh, better actually light the Borgia Tower. Oh, you did really? Yeah, that's just unfortunate, Retro. It sucks that you've had to deal with that. Questioning your name and playing both old and new games. Really? I always find that amusing that people take time out of their day to actively go to a streamer who's playing an old game when they don't like old games themselves and complaining that this streamer is playing old games, you know? It's like if someone was eating food at a restaurant and I went over to their table and I said, you know what? I hate that food that you're eating. The person would be like, and so what? You know, like, it amuses me sometimes what people will do. And even one thinking it was one of your mods' fault for restricting him when it was nothing even to do with him. Oh, really? Jeez. Yeah, I mean, you know, mistakes can happen. Accidents can happen too, you know, and you can accidentally ban someone because you may not have read their message, you know, close enough, and you know, you hope that by unbanning them that potentially they might, you know, even just ask, you know, what the hell went on, so you could even explain. Hey there, Awa. When is AC Mirage coming out? That is a very good question. Hopefully it comes out before Skull and Bones does, because Skull and Bones might not come out until 2028. I'm just joking, of course. Maybe it will come out this year sometime, but who knows. But Mirage is supposed to be coming out in the last part of this year, like the last quarter, apparently. Retro, so you've had to ban people recently, because believe you don't like when someone hurts your feelings by insulting you or any of your friends. Someone even sent you a hurtful message thinking that nobody would want to even watch you with you banning just because you were doing it for your own personal sanity. It's just maddening. Yeah, that would be frustrating, you know, all these sorts of things, and it's definitely understandable as well. You know, it's good to want to stand up for your friends as well. Hippie, I left you some emote suggestions in your whispers that you can check later on. If you like them, feel free to add them. You think every channel can add up to 50 BTTV emotes. Oh, nice. That's cool. Because, yeah, I'm very curious to have a look at all the ones that are on option, that are available. Okay, so now we can recruit another assassin. For this playthrough, I won't be upgrading all the assassins, but I do want to get enough to be able to do the arrow storm ability, because I love using that. And it comes in handy in a lot of missions. Oh, Retro, that's absolutely no worries at all. You know, I don't mind when people who also stream actually talk about, you know, the fact that they stream. It's only when someone completely new to the channel just pops in chat and basically says, I'm a streamer, come check me out, here's my handle, see ya. You know, things like that. I definitely don't mind people talking about being a streamer. But the ironic thing is, personally for myself, I very rarely mention to people when I go into their chat that I'm a streamer. Because personally, I feel weird saying that, but when it comes to other people in my channel, though, who also stream, talking about them streaming, I'm completely fine with it.
Perché spera Florin, bel signore? Just one? Or two?
It's really sharp.
Synchronized assassinating. Gotta love it. Yeah, exactly, Retro. You know, it's good to do that. It's good to be able to get things off your chest and not keep it inside. You know, it's good to have, you know, somewhere or, you know, someone to confide in, you know. That definitely goes a long way. Funny enough, we actually recently finished renovating the whole entire city of Rome in this game and got the the Auditore cape too as a reward for it. That's cool. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of rewarding thing that you can do in this particular game as well. And it's been a long time since I did a full completionist playthrough of this game, but I'm thinking because I'm doing my annual series runs earlier this year, it might give me time to actually do a completionist run for some of the games in the series as I go along.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
They have much to answer for. I owe you my life, and will gladly dedicate it to this cause.
Alright, so let's take out another Borgia tower. Let's see. Okay, this one should surely be available, I think. Retro, and also to help get more support for it too, because believe you never aim to make anyone unhappy. Yeah, that's the thing too. It's good to have that mindset, because it's very easy to forget sometimes that, you know, there are people who genuinely feel the same way and will actually act accordingly, even though there are also the opposite. You know, you got people that go out of their way to cause problems. Hippie, you wish you could watch the Legions movie and the Embers movie today because it's a Sunday, but you have a bunch of assignments to do. Oh no. Yeah, the Embers movie is just so good. I mean, it is short, so if you want something that's a lot longer, it's a shame that it's not longer. But what it would have been cool, it would have been cool to have like a follow-up to that. I mean, we do get it in a way because we get Assassin's Creed Chronicles China that is set after Xiao Jun comes back from Italy after seeing Ezio. But it would have been cool to have an animated movie with Xiao Jun returning to China after meeting Ezio as well.
Please, I have a family. You don't. You won't escape. We are Borgia. We know nothing. Keep on him, Borgia. We are Borgia. Take him down, Paolo. What are you waiting for? We are Borgia. We know no fear. We are Borgia. We know no fear. Really? Come, Fred. I'm just doing my job, right? Take him down, Paolo! What are you waiting for? Keep on him, boy. Take him down, Paolo! What are you waiting for? Perhaps the Borgia are not so far. Ah! Get the bastardo! Oh! No need to...
As you value your life,
Retro, what you also love about this game is the cutscene that shows when you promote an assassin to master, something they don't have in Revelations. Yeah, that's really cool that they do that. It's a shame that they did take it out of Revelations as well. And I like the games in the series where you see the initiation process that the new assassin recruits go through. You know, that's actually one of my favorite parts of Unity, is when Arno is having that really surreal experience before he actually becomes an assassin. And they really did a great job at doing that kind of stuff in the series as well.
This is none of my affair.
Please, don't.
Left without breath, as cold as death. Always guarding, something rewarding. Clad in flesh, never hardened. Walks on dry land, becomes an island. Precious is puffing air. So sleek, so fair, what a joy to meet. We only endeavor to assassinate a Templar. So juicy, sweet.
Gollum. Gollum. That was a bit wonky. So sorry about that, Gizlek. But thank you so much for redeeming that, though.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Yeah, the way that they cheese you in this game with the horse, with the enemy on the horse, is so damn annoying.
Leave me alone!
Retro, but the rewards in Revelations for promoting your assassins are even greater. The Master Assassin armor, which in contrast to Ishak Pasha's armor, is also unbreakable. Yeah, I really like that armor actually, in Revelations, the Master Assassin armor. And also Altair's sword. That was a perfect impression of Gollum. Well, thank you so much, Retro, I appreciate that. Because some of these some of these impressions are easier to do than others, depending on what the text is, and sometimes the amount of words used and what type of words. But then there's some things that are actually from specific movies, and it makes it easier to do the impression.
Ah! Now, damn! I'm losing it!
Yes! There!
I didn't, Gizlek. I did not. Did not at all. Did not expect that. Doesn't help that Twitch doesn't allow formatting. Yeah, that's something I've found as well, which is very annoying. You would think, especially now, by now, that wouldn't be a thing. Retro, but wearing Ishak's armor is kind of better considering it, I might not be able to get this one yet because of not having the climb glove. Yeah, I think this is one of those ones. And the Turkish assassin outfit, which is cosmetic, considering it comes with a mask. Sorry, I started reading your previous comment and then stopped and then went to your next one, sorry. But wearing Ishak's armor is kind of better considering it comes with a mask. And the Turkish assassin outfit, which is cosmetic, is also something that you like to wear in the game. Yeah, there's a lot of intricate design work on that as well that I find. And while I don't really mind the mask as in how it looks, in cutscenes though I really prefer to see the character's face. So that's only the downside for me with that, but it's still quite an impressively designed piece of armor and actually really looks good.
impressive. Managed to clear the guard.
Okay, so now we can go and recruit another assassin. So I'm only doing this for as long as it takes to actually get the arrow storm ability. Hippie, if only people would go to their way to better their lives instead of creating disruptions with the intent of malice. Imagine the same people who like to go out of their way to be a dick to others decide to go out of their way to sleep on time, wake up early, work out, read and gain knowledge, form fruitful relationships with people. Yeah, you know, just like do other stuff as well. And instead of going out of their way, like, because surely there's other stuff that would be good for them to get done, you know, instead of that. But then again, you know, people obviously like to enjoy the misery of others and like to go out of their way to make sure that if it hasn't happened, it does happen, and if it is happening already, to make sure it continues, you know. Retro comes as a bonus with the Lost Archives DLC, which thank goodness has not been removed by Ubisoft. They've allowed that DLC to stay for us PC gamers. That's good. Yeah, because that is actually a good DLC. It's really good to get more information about Clay Kazmarek, who of course Abstergo dubbed Subject 16, which Desmond does call in that for a little bit, and so does Lucy, but once Desmond knows that his name was Clay, he generally refers to him as his name.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
I thought I was dead there. Thank you. But the Borgia will still be the death of me. Unless you know how to fight back.
Nice view for a girl.
Following last week's fire in Farione, all
There we go, so now we have the Arrow Storm ability.
water as well as a lamp, when administering discipline among their parishioners in Halo.
I distilled an elixir of lead and pomegranate. Ideal.
Whoops.
That's it. Going back anytime. At least we got one.
What I want is a tailor. Gizlake, you like visible helm hood options for cutscenes, to be honest. Works just better for you in the right setting. I forget what SWTOR is. Star Wars something? Mass Effect, similar vibes as Soldier Shepard. Yeah, it's a really good option to have, you know, because you might really like the rest of the outfit, but you might not care for the actual mask part on the outfit, so it's good to be able to have that, or even if it's like a headdress or like a helmet or something like that. It's always good to give those players who don't like certain things the option to remove them in cutscenes as well as gameplay, if they don't like it in gameplay either.
What's your problem?
Oh, so is Star Wars The Old Republic. I gotcha, Gizlek. Because I was going to say that, but then I thought, oh no, maybe it's not what it actually is. Hey there, Code. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. Went to get your refills again. Oh, you did? So how was this experience this time with it? Pouches is what we want. Smoke bomb pouch. Medium quiver for the... and large quiver. I'm not going to worry about that for this playthrough. the medium quiver will be enough.
An excellent choice, Signore.
Well, that definitely took a lot of money. I wasn't even paying attention to how much money it cost, but it's okay. Alright, so I've got the Arrow Storm, and we're currently up to sequence 4, Den of Thieves. Retro, but for this and the original Assassin's Creed 3, DLCs are no longer purchasable or even able to be installed unless you purchased and downloaded from prior to the announcement. Funny thing, Ubisoft announced that multiplayer in Assassin's Creed 2 would be removed as well, despite that fact that the game never had any multiplayer at all. Exactly, because it wasn't until Brotherhood that multiplayer was actually introduced into the series, so that is weird that they would say that about Assassin's Creed 2. But that's the thing about Ubisoft's decision, is making that stuff unavailable even to people who haven't actually bought it before. It's just still one of those things where it would be good if they didn't, so then players who are actually looking forward to it could experience it and enjoy it. Just having a look at something for a moment. Let's see. Alright, so up to sequence 4. Den of Thieves. So we've only got one more memory left in that. I'm trying to figure out when I would like to segue and do some tombs. He's like, you can't believe they're making AC2 multiplayer unavailable. Yeah, it's like making something unavailable that doesn't exist in the first place. Retro, you found the news very worrying at the start. We're thinking that they would even remove DLCs already purchased and downloaded, but you were assured that would not be the case. Yeah, I think if they did that, that would have been a really dick move to make it that anything you purchased, content-wise, wasn't available anymore.
Permits must be obtained from the council before opening for business. Those caught in the act without permits.
Code, thought getting Mexican-style pizzas for later, but for the same price you snatched lemon and parsley, spiced chicken breasts, and more of that potato and onion mix, and some sliced jalapeno, ending probably with 3 times the amount of prepared food versus the 2 pizzas. That is quite a lot, but at the same time, that all sounds so damn delicious, Code, as well. Retro, that would have started a lot of riots for sure. Yeah, you're definitely not wrong.
Over here.
An unexpected visitor. Discover the source of the mysterious voice.
Ezio, come here.
I like this Metal Gear Solid reference.
Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here.
You can also get Raiden's outfit.
Over here. Ezio, come here.
That's so funny.
Ezio,
they've tied somehow Leonardo's dialogue and made Ezio actually do the mouth movements for the words.
Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here.
That is a perfect
Ezio,
Leonardo impression, Ezio. Amazing.
Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here.
Chi è là? Ezio! Leonardo!
I knew you were behind the break-in at Sant'Angelo. It is good to see you, friend.
Come here.
Forgive me. The Borgia have commandeered my services. Actually, they would have killed me had I refused.
What do they want?
War machines. I have constructed weapons for all the Borgia guards and other terrible monstrosities besides. They are very well designed, Ezio. Here, the names of the Templars overseeing their construction. Cesare intends to supply his army with my creations. You must dismantle them.
Grazie. I will take care of the plans and the machines.
There is far graver news, I am afraid. They have the apple.
Yes, I know. I gave the apple to Mario.
I am sorry, Ezio. Cesare left it in my hands to study, to make it work. Then Rodrigo took it from me. I know not where.
I will recover it in time. Leonardo, I have lost all the Codex inventions you once fashioned for me.
Remaking them will be easy. I never forget the design. But you must compensate me for the raw material.
Really? They're not paying you at Il Vaticano?
Very, very little. If we are to do this, we must appear to not meet at all.
A hand pointing.
It's pointing to where you should sit. So, sit!
Yes, maestro.
Yes, maestro. JFC, but if you had purchased and not downloaded unlocked like you, then it was bye-bye. Oh, damn, JFC. So in that, it was like that if you hadn't downloaded and unlocked it, even though you had already purchased it. Oh, fucking hell. I didn't even realize that was what happened, or could happen. Especially after you've already paid for the damn thing, like shit. Yeah, Hippie, that was so funny. I've never noticed that before. I wonder if that always happens, or if that's just a glitch for this playthrough. But yeah, I've never ever, in all the times I've played this game, since 2010, have I ever seen Ezio do the mouth movements for Leonardo's dialogue when he's hiding in the box. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk, Retro. Hippie was sad to see Mario die, but even more sad to learn that Mario never existed in history. That's true. Yep, there was no Mario Auditore. Alright, we don't even have enough money anyway for any of these at the moment, but
I will wait nearby for a few more hours in case you change your mind.
Desmond, I've scanned Leo's location into the map so you can keep track of him when he moves. To synchronize with Ezio, you will have to destroy Leo's machines. I've marked the whereabouts of the Templars overseeing their construction. I'll update the map when the machines' locations are found.
his leg butt. But what about the guy who was freaked out by the Shroud of Turin?
I'll have the guard on you, bitch.
So which guy was that, Gizleg? Didn't Leonardo have something to do with that too? I want to say that for some reason, but I might be wrong, I think.
Bless him. The world itself is unchanging. We must change to understand it. Its secrets will only be revealed through a careful study of the truth. But we have...
You're pretty sure Mario Auditore was very, very angry at it. He's like, no, get that out of my sight.
Such pain as you have, I can only...
Hang on. That's right, isn't the Shroud of Eden another name for the Shroud of Turin? Now I get your wavelength. He's like, sorry. I was thinking about the actual real life Shroud of Turin. Yeah, that was interesting actually in Syndicate to find out that information about that, but also how Mario actually got that scar over his eye. Alright, so I did say that I won't be doing the Leonardo War Machines for this playthrough, but this is actually one that you have to do because it's actually a main memory. But after we do this, I won't be doing the other three for this particular playthrough. However, in my annual playthrough that I'll be doing this year, I definitely will be doing it. Doing all of them. But for this playthrough, just the only one that you have to actually do. War plans. Kill the Templar Overseer to recover a map showing the location of one of Leonardo's war machines.
Where do you... Die! Drag you to hell with us!
There we go, they're looted. Outgunned. Leonardo's designs have resulted in a machine capable of cutting down 100 men in mere seconds. It cannot be left in the hands of the Borgia.
Watch the weapon carefully. He must be ready. take it to safety should anything happen.
Nice try. Imagine these things are there.
Go home! You do not! All of you will die!
Il mondo è migliore.
I like how Ezio tells them all to go home. So there we go, that's the war machine that you have to do as part of the story, but once you've done that you don't have to do the other ones if you don't want to. And to save time in this playthrough, I won't be doing it. Won't be doing the rest of them. However, in my annual playthrough I will be.
Stop it! What's the matter?
Are you trying to impress the ladies?
My wife's sister lives in... Sua Signoria Cesare Borgia would like to invite all cittadini to witness the might of a new war machine.
It'd be funny how these guys had the thought to make all these massive machines but not a hidden blade like the assassins. Imagine if all Borgia equipped all his guards with a hidden blade, that would be tough now. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, like it took a while for the Templars to start using the same kind of tactics, you know, and you get assassins in the lore of the series who would go on to actually betray the assassins and become a Templar, but still use the hidden blade, you know, like Haytham Kenway in Assassin's Creed 3. He became a Templar, but still uses a hidden blade and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you'd think that they would equip, at this point, at least, all the Templars and all Borgia guards with hidden blades as well. Basilica Aemilia Clarka.
Have you been drinking?
Have you been drinking? I have been, but no alcohol. Been drinking a Coca-Cola, if you need to know, NPC.
I hear the
Lovely tight hair.
Basta!
Oh, did you, hippie? Well, as long as you enjoyed yourself, that's the main thing. And hopefully the hangover wasn't too bad the next day as well. Just went out with the boys, did you? Nice. Well, I hope you had a great time. Hope it was enjoyable.
A real modern Romulo, raised by wolves you were.
A real modern Romulo. Raised by wolves you were. Haven't heard that NPC quote in this game for a while.
Where have you been?
We all have our secrets.
I took the liberty of setting up a means of communication with your recruits. We sent orders via carrier pigeon.
Thank you, Machiavelli.
Bartolomeo sends his apologies. The French have doubled their assault.
Claudia.
Ezio.
All right. I have a plan to deal with the Borgia.
We can either go after supplies or Cesare's followers.
My plan is to attack both. If we cut off his funds, Cesare will lose his army and return without his men. So, I ask you, where does he get his money? Volpe?
Agostino Chigi is the Pope's moneylender, but Cesare does business with someone else. As of now, all we know is that he is called the Banker.
I know someone who owes the banker money. Senator Egidio Troche comes in all the time and complains.
Bene. I will follow up on that lead.
French soldiers are guarding the road back into the Castello. Once Cesare arrives, you will never get to him.
I intend to kill the French general. With him dead, Bartolomeo will have the Frenchmen on the defensive, and they will abandon their posts on the bridge.
Even with those troops gone, the Papal Guard will continue to protect the inner gate.
There is a side entrance. Lucrezia's latest plaything, Pietro, has a key.
He was at the Castello.
Come see me later. I will have my thieves ascertain his location.
You can, hippie, yeah. So you can do that in Assassin's Creed 2, in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, and also Assassin's Creed Revelations. And you can actually unlock the ability, I'm pretty sure, in Assassin's Creed Unity as well, to actually do it. But I very rarely ever, I don't think I've ever actually done a playthrough of that game where I've gotten that skill unlocked. Because I just find no real use for it. I even don't really use it that often in the Ezio games even. Not that I don't like the mechanic, it's just that it was one of those ones that I never really use whenever I play the game. This is quite a bittersweet moment for Ezio and Caterina, because Ezio does have strong feelings for her, but Caterina needs to go, and she feels that Ezio needs to basically, what's the word I'm looking for? Not sacrifice. Well, I guess in a way, sacrifice the potential future that they might have had together, because he needs to focus on being an assassin. That's probably the good way. That's probably the best way to put it.
Where are you going?
I am of no use to anyone without Forli. I leave to be with my children, and await the restoration of my lands.
I wish you would stay.
You are the leader of the assassins now. Unite them, Ezio Auditore, and take back Roma. Vittoria agli assassini!
Vittoria agli assassini.
Oh, did you, hippie? That's cool. Yeah, it's cool that you can do it for that purpose too, not just as a distraction, but also to give beggars in the game some money. It gives Lek time to talk to Sean. Not in this playthrough. I know you know that though, but just for the sake of other people. Normally what I do when I do an annual playthrough really is after each memory sequence I jump out of the Animus and have different conversations with the present day characters, and if you do so at this point in the story, Desmond speaks to Sean about Catalina, and basically Sean tells him what happens to her, and ultimately she dies of pneumonia, and Desmond is like, that's so sad, and then Sean has some kind of like very nonchalant kind of matter-of-fact response, and it's a good moment because it shows that Desmond, number one, because he's been experiencing the memories of Ezio, he can actually feel the emotions that Ezio feels. So whenever Ezio was in the presence of Catalina, whatever emotions he felt, Desmond would also feel that when experiencing the memory of it. And so when he says that's quite sad, he's also saying it from a point of knowing exactly how Ezio felt about Katerina, and in that moment just now, how she leaves. So quite an interesting moment. But yeah, in this playthrough won't be doing that, just to save time. He'd be glad Ezio ended up with a woman of strong caliber. It suits his type. Oh yeah, yeah. Sophia is such a great character, and it's awesome that they became married and, you know, had a child. It was really cool that they both were able to experience that.
Petty crimes, hospitality issues, or other complaints.
You should spend more time.
To the office of the receiver of complaints in the Vatican. For more serious criminal activity. The precious. Come back and see me if the arm turns black. Usually.
He's like, come back and see me if the arm turns black. I think by that point it would probably be amputation. Rosa in fiore. Alright, so we're up to sequence 5. There's 9 in total. I definitely won't be finishing the playthrough in this stream, but let's have a look at sequence 5. And I'll have a look at the memories in sequence 5. Because I think I want to at least do one more memory sequence in this stream. I think that'll be good progress in one stream. That way there'll be just 4 left before the playthrough's finished. But I also want to do the tombs as well. So I'll be doing them also. Alright, so there's only about 5 memories in sequence 5. Alright, so what I think I'll do is take another break, and then when I come back we'll actually do sequence 5, and then after I've done that I think we'll go and do some tombs, and that'll be a decent sized stream then for Brotherhood, and then that way next Saturday I can finish off the rest of the game and then jump into Revelations. So I'll take that break now, and I'll be back soon. Hippie, did you have dinner yet, Rod? Yeah, I always sort of like make sure that I can eat something as I'm playing as well. You know, sometimes I'll take a long break and grab something actually to eat and sit down and eat it and that, because I want to, you know, obviously eat something that takes a bit to eat. But sometimes too, I just like to have, you know, finger food sometimes as well when I'm streaming. How's Ezio's armor looking? Oh yeah, just got the Roman Spalders. There we go. So I'll take that break, and I'll be back soon.
Please, God, just let me live!
Fuori! Merda! Cazzo! Cazzo!
That's what they get for pushing Ezio around. So, I'm back from my break. We're going to continue on with the story. We're going to do the next memory sequence, sequence 5. And then once I've actually finished that, I might have a look around and see which tombs are actually available for me at the current point in this playthrough.
Mamma mia, this is good.
Thanks, Hippie. I had a good break, thank you. Had a great one. Hey, Mr. Newt. You would have done the same. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's annoying sometimes when that happens, and also in these games too. Sometimes your allies will actually push you down and attack you sometimes too. Even though they're not actually specifically attacking you, you'll be in the road of them attacking the enemy and they'll hit you as a consequence.
What do you want?
You spoke of a senator at the meeting.
Find him on the Campidoglio. You do not need me.
Once I kill the banker, your girls must take his money back to the underground.
Fine.
Stay alert.
Escape from debt. Visit Senator Egidio Troche on the Campidoglio to ascertain the banker's location. Oh, nice, Hippie. Absolutely. Definitely do. People arrive. Nice. Mr. Newt, you're currently going through Assassin's Creed 3, more enjoyable than you remember. Oh, good. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I actually like Assassin's Creed 3. And, I also like Connor as a character too. I know that that game to some is terrible and that he's terrible, but I actually really like Assassin's Creed 3 and Connor as well.
Break something, the idiot.
That NPC's like, he'll break something, the idiot. Ezio's like, if you keep talking, I'll break your face. You don't think Connor got a fair deal? Everyone was comparing him to Ezio at the time. That's very true. And that makes it a bit difficult because you have 3 games where you play as one character and you see them at various points in their life, and so you have that strong connection, and then it's understandable to want more of that character. But the way that Assassin's Creed Revelation goes, it really suits this idea that Ezio himself wants to retire from the assassins and live a quiet life now and try and live out the rest of his life in peace with his family. And in a way, it's like...
No, he's that senator.
It's like the players of Ezio who like him also have to accept the fact that he wants to, you know, sort of like retire, you know. So there's that angle on it as well. But if you're going to be doing a different time period to make it different to what has come before, you're obviously going to need to change who the main character is, and the fact that they changed into a character like Connor rubbed some people the wrong way because they were expecting maybe even not,
been asking for money again.
Why would we get our
even
money
if it
for
wasn't
this?
a different
We know
time
what he
period
intends to do with it.
than the American not Civil War, the American War for Independence, they were at least expecting or wanting to have a character that was along the lines of Ezio. But I feel to do that would have been retreading old ground with a character. I think it was much better to go with a different character with a whole different background, a whole different personality.
No more arguing. Your bill has come due.
Make an exception for an old man.
No. The banker sent us to collect.
I will have his money momentarily.
Not good enough.
This is none of my affair!
A good Samaritan in Roma. I thought they were a dying breed.
Senator Egidio Troche.
I don't owe you money too, do I?
I'm looking for Cesare's banker.
Ha! Cesare Borgia. And you are?
A friend of the family.
Cesare has a lot of friends these days. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them.
I can pay.
Ma che meraviglia! He fights guards and he gives away money. Where have you been all my life?
We better get out of here.
I know a place.
Qui, let's do it.
You're going to have to protect me, though. The guards aren't being very friendly, if you know what I mean.
Someone really wants you dead.
A few months ago, my brother Francesco, the Pope's Chamberlain... I know, don't get me started. He told me of Cesare's plans for Romagna. I wrote to the ambassador of Venezia, warning him. One of my letters must have been intercepted. The Senate has nothing to do these days. The Borgia have taken all the power. You know what it's like to not have un cazzo to do? It changes a man. I admit I've been gambling, drinking...
And whoring.
Oh, you're good. Was it the perfume on my sleeve?
Something like that. It is not safe here. We must keep moving.
Senators used to petition about real issues, like unlawful cruelty, abandoned children. Now we write up legislation on the appropriate width of women's sleeves.
Not you. You raise money for false causes to pay back your gambling debts.
False causes. I am interested in pursuing them as soon as I am financially able to do so. You ever look at a grave and think, this is the most significant thing I will ever do?
Fare il furbo.
They are attacking me!
Don't let him get away!
It's funny, for some reason I had in my mind that being detected would be a desync in this mission, but it's just the optional objective gets failed if you get detected. Hippie, does Rome and Romania have a connection? I don't actually know, to be honest. Old man has quick feet for someone old like that. Yeah, he sure does. I just had a funny thought about in the early GTA games how you would have old ladies that were walking really slow, and then all of a sudden, if all hell broke loose, they'd be running full pelt without any trouble.
Hurry, get him! Am I in your way? Yes. What are you doing? Oh, let me go! Stop, amigo! We only wish to talk to you!
Is this fucking enemy immortal or something? Jesus fucking Christ, here, have a bullet. If you're speaking of Rockstar games, you're glad they're taking all their time for GTA 6, unlike Cyberpunk? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I know that everyone's been up in arms about the fact that we haven't had GTA 6 yet, but at the same time, the fact that Rockstar are still taking time with their games before releasing them is a good sign, because with all the changes that have happened where they've lost a lot of key creatives that were there and all that type of stuff, I was hoping that they wouldn't become a company that would release a new game every 1 or 2 years, you know what I mean? Taking time with their games and making sure that they're polished is definitely the best way to go. And GTA 6 will be all the better for that time spent. As much as people would have loved to be able to be playing it right this year, you know, for example.
We cannot stop here. Too many guards.
We are actually short of staff.
now.
Shall we just pretend?
All right. Maledette letters. I should never have sent them to the ambassador. Now Cesare will murder me. Benvenuto to the home of my brother Francesco. Thank God he's not here. We haven't talked since he found out about the letters. What did you want again?
Cesare's banker.
Right. I need to arrive with the money. Problem is, there is no money.
You are meeting the banker. Where?
I never know until I'm there. I go to one of 3 places. Then his friends take me to him.
I will bring you all the money you owe.
Sul serio? You need to stop this. You might actually give me hope.
So you need 3,000 florins to access this memory, so obviously if you don't have that amount, you won't be able to continue the story until you do.
one solution for a Pinocchio.
Oh,
Leave me out of it, please!
It's a shame that they eventually took that out of the games where you couldn't do that anymore. Use an NPC to break your fall, or if they were on a horse, also use that to break your fall, or to jump on the horse while they're still on it. I'll just wait a bit for this second bar for the arrow storm in the top left to fill up. There we go.
I cannot believe you would just do this.
There is a condition.
I knew it.
Keep an eye on the politics of the city. I want you to report back to Maria at Rosa and Fiore about targets who are helping the Borgia.
And what? You'll make them disappear? The pezzo di merda may hate me, but he's still family. Va bene, we go.
I will follow you to the banker.
Va bene. We go. Follow the money. Follow the senator as he delivers his payment to the banker.
Egidio, it seems you are ready to die like a gentleman.
I have the money.
Oh, that's different then. The banker will be pleased. You came alone?
Do you see anyone else here?
Follow me, furbacchione.
Have you heard anything about my brother Francesco?
Cesare is dealing with him.
I hope he's all right. So, what are you going to do with my money?
The banker likes to treat his friends well.
How generous he is.
What did you say?
Nothing.
has blessed the enemy.
The Consiglio Rionale reminds visiting pellegrini to walk with...
Grave news from the east. The Turk has completed his advance upon the Kingdom of Montenegro. Reports of fierce fighting on a massive scale are filtering in, but the news bearers all fled before an outcome could be determined. We remind all pellegrini to avoid the bridges and taverns near the Rione of Ripa and Trastevere once the sun has set. The Guardia are attempting to control the region past 6 of the pilot.
Egidio brought the money.
Well, well. The banker has a special evening planned. I will be delivering your payment. Give it here. Hold him until I get back.
I better not lose sight of the money.
Why not release me? I have paid.
He is counting the money. Until it is counted, you cannot leave.
If Ani could, he would also jump on rooftops. Sadly, Ani, too big and muscular. Yeah, it's funny because I think it would have been interesting actually to see Arnold be either in some kind of like Assassin's Creed project or even a video game as a character. Even if it wasn't a big role, you know, it'd be interesting to see Arnie play the role of an assassin. I think that'd be quite cool.
The money from all the banker's clients. Did he not do that already? He must not have written it down.
By the way, if you're doing the optional objective in this part of the memory, you can actually touch the ground now. It's only when you're actually tailing Egidio and the guards that you have to worry about not touching the ground if you want to get the optional objective done. But I just like running across rooftops, so that's my excuse for going this way.
As the people all love Il Duca, he expects a large turnout. Notice to any prostitutes operating within this rione. As Il Pontefice is in direct control of the area, it is unseemly to continue practicing your craft, permit or no. His Holiness asks that you present yourself to the nearest papal court of time. For the immediate time.
Now, go kill that senator.
Everything going well in there?
We have to go, Luigi, or we'll be late.
The count is complete? Va bene. Kill him.
No.
Lucky you. Luigi says he gets to live. Lead the way, boss.
I do not blame you at all, Hippie T. I would not want to climb down that either, because knowing my luck, either my grip wouldn't hold, or what I was grabbing would be brittle enough to actually just break. When in Rome, disguised as the chest carrier, lead the guards to the banker's location without being detected. Listen to their reactions to determine the correct route. In Assassin's Creed 2, there's a character called Antonio, and he's got a mustache. It's thin. He also wears a lot of green. And I always say, I wish they called his character Luigi, because we already have Ezio with an uncle named Mario. So it would have been cool to have a character in Assassin's Creed 2 called Luigi, especially because obviously Mario Auditore has a mustache, just like obviously Mario from Super Mario has a mustache, and Antonio having a mustache and wearing green, and he's actually tall and skinny as well, would have been perfect to call him Luigi. But of course, we have in Brotherhood an actual character that is called Luigi that Ezio is becoming. So that is the closest to having a Luigi in this game. And of course, because Mario is actually in this game too, technically they did get a Mario and Luigi duo in this game, but it would have been cool if it was actually Antonio who was given the name Luigi though.
We're on track.
I hope they let us go inside. You'll probably hear that dialogue a lot.
I hope they let us go inside.
Soon we will be there.
I hope they let us go in.
Isn't the banker the other way?
Now we are making good time.
Isn't the banker the other way?
We're on track.
Now we're going the right way.
We're on track. I know this, Signor. Going this way.
Soon the party will be all around us.
I hope they let us go inside.
Now we are making good time.
Do you think he's forgotten where we're going? Now we're going the right way.
The route you are taking is now we are making.
Soon the party will be all around us.
Soon, Signor, are you all right? We are nearly there.
Isn't the bank?
We're on track.
Now we're going the right way. I hope they let us go inside.
I hope they let us go inside.
We are nearly there.
Hippie Ezio become Luigi.
Soon the party will be all around us. Soon this job will be over. Soon we will...
Hand me the chest, Luigi.
I will bring it to the banker.
You may enter.
We can't go in.
You have to patrol by order of Cesare.
Porca puttana.
Cesare? He's here?
Luigi has been killed. We discovered his body at the Pantheon.
Luigi? We just let him in.
Luigi? We just let him in. Oh my god. In and out. Follow the money to get to the banker. Kill him and escape. And just want to get ready the actor who plays this main target. Just set it up so I've got it ready to go. Juan Borgia, that's the name of this. Borgia.
Tell Claudia that the banker is here.
What is your plan?
Fatti vedere, bellezza, tesoro, eh?
The situation is so bad, even the cats are there.
Oh yeah, hippie. What Juan Borgia is actually wearing is just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, we don't want to see all that.
So another corpse in Strada. Not violence this time.
All yours. Have fun.
Wasted hustle.
Bellezza! Mamma mia, dove vai, bellezza?
I'm from the Impero, Milos of Pleasure.
It's really my lucky day, eh?
For the bank.
Hello there. Hello. Mind if I walk with you?
Yeah. I mean, I do not mind.
I've never been to Trastevere before. The old ruins make me nervous.
I can protect you.
I bet. That is quite a chest.
It's not mine.
But you are holding it in those strong arms of yours.
You want to touch them?
What will I tell the priest in confession?
Oh! What happened to me? Messere, aspetta un momento. Hold a moment, Messere.
Isn't there a decency law that applies to just such things?
Money for you, banker.
I will take that. And that. You are dismissed.
Where did I put my coin purse?
Onoratissima.
Welcome to my party. I am Juan Borgia.
Cesare is about to speak in the main room, Eccellenza.
Come.
This dude's eyes.
Are you having a pleasant
Yes, Excellenza, I am. There is so much to look at.
Oh, good. I spared no expense.
I can tell.
The finer things in life make power so rewarding. I see an apple. I can pluck that apple. No one will stop me.
Well, it depends whose tree it is.
You don't seem to understand. I own all the trees.
Not mine.
On the contrary, I watched you steal my guard's money. I believe I've earned a free ride as repentance. In fact, I want you here all night long.
We have a long night ahead of us.
Well, aren't you a funny monk?
What better way to celebrate my victories than to join in the Brotherhood of Man? Soon, we will be here once more, celebrating a united Italia. And then, the feasting will last for 40 days and 40 nights. Cominciamo ora!
We did not agree to conquer Italia.
If your brilliant Captain General says we can do it, why not rejoice and let it happen?
You risk upsetting the delicate balance of control we have worked so hard to tighten.
I appreciate all that you have done for me, but I have the army, so I am making the decisions. Don't look so far. Enjoy yourself.
Not too bad for time, is it?
I might let myself be taken. Oh, how's Gina? She's still off on the street.
Those muscles.
I'm pretty sure it's mine. The tall one.
Don't let him escape!
This is too much.
The things I have felt, seen, and tasted, I do not regret a moment of it.
Men of power must be contemptuous of delicacies.
But I gave the people what they wanted.
And now you pay for it. Il piacere immeritato si consuma da sé. Requiescat in pace.
Assassino! Other
Hippo Rodrigo, sorry, Hippie, sorry. Sorry, Hippie. I didn't mean to say Hippo. Hippie, Rodrigo does have white hair now, but in like a buzz cut. That's true. Yeah, they made that change to him to reflect that it's been quite a few years since Ezio last saw him, and obviously he'd be getting close to what, maybe his 70s or something? I'm not sure on what age Rodrigo Borgia is across the two games, but it's good that they went to the trouble, because they could have just easily not done anything different. Wouldn't it be cool to just break the lock in the tower right now, kill both Cesare and Rodrigo? Like, they're right there. Exactly, you know? Just basically deal with them right here, right now, right here, right now, you know? You can say hippie or hippity or T, and even hippo, even though hippo is not intended, you do not mind it. Yeah, I think what happened was when I looked at your name and then your comment, I saw the Rodrigo and somehow put the PPI, but changed it to PPO for hippo. It's funny how that dude that we killed is like, the things I have seen, felt, and tasted, I regret nothing.
The Camera Trionale asks all bankers to please park their wagons and carriages responsibly. The
Actually, in a way, it reminds me of Thomas Hickey in Assassin's Creed 3, because Juan Borgia is obviously talking about, you know, he's been able to have the pleasures of, you know, various women over the years and all that type of stuff. And that's something that he doesn't regret. And it makes me think of Thomas Hickey, because when you kill him, he basically says, you know, he'd rather have a titty in one hand and a beer in the other. And he didn't really follow the Templars because he believed in what they wanted. He just went with them because they had money and power, you know. Paper trail. Claudia's girls have stolen the banker's money, but there's trouble at the Rosa Infiore.
Where are Claudia and Maria?
We came back with the money. They followed us home.
What?
My sister knows how to wield a knife.
And I am ready to do it again.
Spoken like a true auditore.
Finally, you two came to your senses. It's about time.
I like that moment. The resentment between Ezio and his sister Claudia about the fact that Ezio felt that she shouldn't be here, and her feeling that she deserved to be able to run the business and all that type of stuff. I like how they bury the hatchet there. Yeah, exactly, hippie. You know, remove the money from that guy and he wouldn't have tasted any of that. So there we go, that is that finished. Sequence 5. I'm not actually going to do any more of the main story in this stream. So for those who only wanted to see the main story, I mean, feel free to stay and watch the rest of the stream, obviously, because I'm still going to do some content, but if you were here just for the story, that's completely fine. Thank you so much for watching up until this point. For those who will be staying, I'm going to be doing some tombs. And so next Saturday is when I'll actually do more story in the game. And most likely I'll finish this game on Saturday next weekend, and then jump into Assassin's Creed Revelations as well. So I think what might be a good idea is to actually synchronize some viewpoints a little bit. Bring up some of the locations. Although there's one there. I won't be able to access all of them right now, of course, because there's still some that are yet to be unlocked through main story progression. But I'd like to actually get a head start in this stream on those tombs that are available, so that then that way, on Saturday next weekend, I will already have done some of the tombs. But it's kind of good that, for my purposes anyway, that final part of that previous sequence is just basically a cutscene, but then there's nothing that plays to set up the next kind of sequence. So that means that it's a good time to stop doing the story, and then that way there's no kind of like story cliffhangers happening on the end of the stream. Thrown to the wolves, find the shrine to Romulus.
Kill him! Romulus demands his death! The assassin must suffer as Remus suffered!
Haven't I seen you before?
Your death is written, assassin!
By your Borgia masters?
You know nothing!
I know you receive enciphered letters from them. Prove your innocence. Tell me where the code sheet is hidden.
Never!
Via! Via! Maledizione! Bella Madonna! I want no part of this! Via! Partner! Via! Via! Maledizione! Bella Madonna! I want no part of this!
Merda. Which one is he?
You hurt someone pulling stunts like that.
He must be late. And she must be beautiful.
Bro, are you trying to press the
That's right, Hippo. I did it again. Fuck me dead. They are hippie. Yes, they actually are wearing wolf skin. Actually, they're wearing hippo skins. No, just kidding. Got hippos on the brain now. So for those wondering, that target, you can't actually assassinate him earlier than the game lets you. So even though I was literally running right behind him, the game doesn't let you actually kill him, even when you get that close at that point. And you can just call you Hippo, it doesn't matter. So this whole area that we're actually in now as Ezio, in present time, when we get to that point of the story, this is actually where Desmond, Sean, Rebecca, and Lucy have to go. And these statues are of Juno. Because this is a temple where we actually see Juno for the first time in the series. That's right, hippie, yeah. Juno was mentioned in Assassin's Creed 2 by Minerva, but we didn't actually see Juno until this game. Oh, where am I going? The wrong way. Here we go. Now that Ezio has a lot of money too, I'm going to go and get some things from Leonardo.
We will kill them all, though it may take a little while.
Have you been drinking?
Wanting to join the forces of our most holy father Alexander and fight for the glory of God should present themselves at the nearest paper bag.
Hey there, Johners. Welcome. I hope things are going good.
Back for more designs?
Alright, so we'll go for the double blade, so we can have 2 hidden blades again.
I must return to my workshop. Wait here.
I can kill double the guards.
What can I bring you this time, Ezio?
It's good that you don't have to have a cooldown period before you can actually get some more stuff from him. And I'll get this. Poison darts. Firing poison darts at distant enemies.
I must return to my workshop. Wait here.
Just a small sting, and my enemies will fall.
Led by His Holiness, calling for any soldiers, guardsmen, mercenaries, militia members, or officers wanting to join the force.
Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. I hope you're having a good weekend. It's going great. Yeah, Brotherhood is going really, really well. I'm putting a hold on doing the story now, but we've done quite a lot of story. There's 9 memory sequences, which are essentially chapters, and I'm currently up to chapter 6, I think it is. And there's only 9 in this one, so making good progress. I'm going around and doing these tombs, because I love doing tombs in these Ezio games. And right now Ezio's just taking a fun run across the fields of Rome. And I may not be able to actually go to this one because it's currently locked. So we go to another one. Hey Lucinda, good morning from Arnie, Rod's roommate. I suppose we've met before. Hey there, Shin. How's it going? Listen, they're glad to hear the stream's going well. You just got back from dropping Necro off at the airport, got up at 4 AM today. That is very, very early. So, how long is the flight? Like, is it a relatively short plane trip, or is it a long plane trip? I hope he has a good travel over there. So what time is it now for you? Yeah, sometimes Lucinda, he pops in. You're talking about me again, Rod. Yes, Arnie, I am. Okay, that's alright though. I like you. So it's alright. And I promise, I'll kill you last. Thanks, Arnie. I appreciate that. Listen, he has a 2-hour flight, then a layover, and then another 1-hour flight at 7 AM now. Hopefully he has a great trip. I mean, I've never really been on, like, long flights. Although I guess when you think about it, like, 3 hours over to the ultimate destination isn't that long, but the most I've been on a plane for is just an hour. But the airport is an hour away, so that's why it took so long. Oh, of course, yeah. That's the other thing, having to incorporate travel time to the airport. Shin, Far Cry 5 kicked on your insomnia even though you took your meds. Did it really? Ah, that must be so annoying when that happens, Shin. If I kicked that open, I would have broken my foot and would have had a reaction like Aragorn in Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. When he kicks one of the helmets in a moment that wasn't scripted, he just did it, and the yell from the pain is actually real because he actually injured his toe when doing that scene. But I digress. Wolves among the dead. Locate the follower's lair. Won't be worried about optional objective, but if you are, you need to do it within 8 minutes. Listen, you have a local airport in your small town, but it's just for little prop planes, not commercial. The nearest airport is a mile away, and even if it's a small one compared to others, the big airport is an hour and a half away. You live in the middle of nowhere. Oh no. Right in the smack bang middle of nowhere as well. But that's the thing, you know, like, you've got a small size plane, but then you've got a small size plane as well. Hippie, to be honest, if you had really thick boots, maybe you'd be fine. That's true, because Ezio really does have thick boots on, so he might be fine. Listen to hour equals mile. Don't know where you got the word mile from. Oh, I definitely know what that feels like as well. Using words that you're not necessarily wanting to use, but you just use them and you think to yourself, where did I get that word from? What the hell? You blame having woken up at 4 a.m. I would definitely think that is very valid, for sure. I'd be the same as well. Waking up at that time, not really 100% awake fully maybe yet. That's why I'm not good at taking phone calls or making phone calls when I first wake up. I need time to wake up fully. Hey there, Vinman. I hope things are going well. Hippie, you would probably like a local airport and a private jet, not even a fancy double turbine jet, just a nice single-seater aircraft with a rotating blade on the nose would do. But if your budget is even lower, you might stick to one of those Leonardo wings. Could you imagine getting around in one of those? I don't know if I'd want to trust that 100%. That's for sure. It's here. Thank you. Vinman, just took your dog outside in 37-degree Fahrenheit weather, but just checking in to say hi and see how you're doing. Oh, that's definitely no worries, Vinman. Hopefully, it was a good temperature.
I seek those who lead the followers of Romulus.
And I'm doing really well, Vinman. I've been having a good stream. And having a good Sunday as well. Hippie, in Celsius that number is a very hot temperature. Yeah, I'm not really one that likes when it's really, really hot. You just came back and Arnie reward is on cooldown. That is true, Harbinger. Yep, it was just used recently.
Perfect. A route up if I fall.
That part always reminds me, in the original Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy Krueger doing that with his knives, gloves.
What must we do to this trespasser?
Come to Freddy.
Do not listen! Only the Borgia speak through him, not your god!
God, you said that the assassin must die! You're finished, Strong. Bastard! Die now! Danato! We're losing him! Bastardo! Master! Now, die! Was it worth dying for, idiot? Cats! Getting clear! Sooner or later you hit a dead end, amico!
We cannot follow! Come! One of the other tunnels will lead us to him.
When getting the optional objective done, which is to get this done in under 8 minutes, that final part can be a damn pain because it's very easy for them to knock you off and make you fall down, and depending on how fast you've been at actually getting to that point, that could very much mean losing out on getting the optional objective done. Plus, in all those parts where you're actually running through corridors, if you just follow the lit torches, you'll actually find the right way through. And that's that tomb done. Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression, Harbinger.
When I was little, we found a man. He looked like butchered. The old women in the village crossed themselves and whispered crazy things, strange things. El Diablo Cazador de Hombres. Only in the hottest years this happens. And this year it grows hot. We begin finding our men. We found them sometimes without their skin, and sometimes much, much worse. El que hace trofios de los hombres means the demon who makes trophies of man.
I probably butchered that Spanish, but I think it's Spanish. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Thanks for redeeming that from the original Predator movie, Harbinger. Thank you so much. That's right, Vinman. Absolutely. Hey there, Cellcat. Welcome to you. Nice dungeon. Is it for rent? It is. It'll just cost you an arm and a leg. And it might cost you your life. But it's a one-time use kind of dungeon. Hippie, do you use a water bottle for that? I actually don't, but you can if you want. What I actually use is a Pringles can. Whenever I buy Pringles, I make sure to save the can afterwards, and then I use that to do the impression. But you can also cusp your hands around your mouth and actually do it too, as well. But for a base with the impression, without using something like that, it's pretty much trying to speak like this. And in some ways, Tom Hardy is almost doing a Sean Connery impression sometimes when he's doing the voice for Bane. So it's a combination of attempting to do that Sean Connery kind of thing, but then you put something around your mouth while you say it. Then you were referring to the creature, not the movie. That's right, yeah. I understood that the name of the creature that you used was referring to the creature. I just basically said that that's from the first movie. And that, of course, the Predator is a creature in the Predator movies and the Alien vs. Predator movies. That's right, Lucinda, a Pringles can. It just works so well. Sometimes to actually get into the groove of the impression, I need to go, ah, before I actually start for some reason. Victory has defeated you. Theatricality and deception are powerful agents against the uninitiated. But we are initiated, aren't we, Bruce? Let's see, okay. So I can't get to that one. Might not be able to do any more of them currently. Let's look at additional memories. Nope. There we go. Alright, so we've got 2 done so far. I haven't memorized the intervals or increments through the story as to which ones become available. I know that there's one that isn't available until you renovate all of the aqueducts So there's that. But how about we synchronize some viewpoints just for the hell of it. Vimin, you wonder if a Yatua shoulder cannon can do AoE, not just a direct bolt of plasma, almost like a plasma rocket. Well, I don't really know much about the technical details about his weaponry, but basically I remember that he can both use that cannon with a very, let's just call it a light damage attack, but he can also use it as a full blast attack, you know. Like, when he actually uses it against Dylan, he's using it at a power level that actually is able to blow his arm off. Whereas when Dutch, Arnie's character, gets hit with it, he's getting shot with a light damage, you know, version of that projectile, I guess you could say. Which is why his arm doesn't get blown off, or worse. Hippie Pringles can is a very useful piece. You can make a signal antenna using one. You can also make something out of it that the Banker Borgia would have liked. You probably could. You can really do a lot of great things with a Pringles can. In fact, you could create a plane that can hold 50 people if you actually just use a Pringles can and a bit of know-how.
Sua Santità has ordered the remaining followers of Girolamo Savonarola submit to Inquisition or be put to the sword. The contemptible falsehood they profess as truth is the foulest heresy. The fate of their leaders shall be theirs if they do not recant immediately.
Up this way, there we go. Harbinger, the first time you played Revelations and got the special tomb armor, you thought it was a bug because you did only one tomb, while in AC2, a Brotherhood who had to do several. Really? You thought, okay. Yeah, because there's definitely more than one tomb in this game, that's for sure. Bimin, as it would be extremely useful in a survival-based firefight, like an apocalypse while scavenging or guarding a settlement. That's true, yeah. Definitely would be great for those uses. So Salcat, this is actually in Rome. And at the end of Assassin's Creed 2, Ezio goes to Rome to assassinate Rodrigo Borgia, but obviously doesn't. And then he returns to Montelegione, which is in Tuscany. I'm pretty sure it's in Tuscany anyway, maybe I got that wrong. But then Ezio flees to Rome. Or rather, he is on his way to Rome, but then basically collapses from his wounds and then wakes up in Rome again.
I've not eaten anything yet today.
Don't let him escape! Effect, he won't outrun us. You murderer! Please, ignore me! Mercy, please! Go! Right! Take him now! I don't know what's going on! Die! Now, finish him! I am not involved! Please, ignore me! Shit! I've got to get out of here!
Hey there, Soupy. I hope things are going well. Welcome. Hey there, Cider. I hope things are going good. You remember Brotherhood is the one with the creepy music? Yeah. I like the piece of music that has the female whispering voices. That one is quite good as well. I think it's very fitting also. Super, you're like almost pulling your hair out over this one game trailer right now. Oh really? So what game trailer is it? Zelcat, you're playing as Rome right now, and barbarians are pounding you left and right. Send help, Rod. Oh no. Don't you hate when that happens? That happens to me every week.
I'm only visiting. I don't know what's going on.
I like that. He's got a market set up here and he's only visiting. I don't know what's going on, but I guess that could be true. Maybe he's from out of town. Harbinger, that grab from behind reminded you of Arkham Knight PTSD. Oh yeah. It's so annoying when that happens in this game and in that game, but at least it's good in Arkham Knight how Batman can basically bash the shit out of the person holding him and break free. We've got the glitch where the music doubles up on itself. Super Dead Rising 1 trailer. Just can't find it anywhere. There's one specific official Dead Rising trailer you cannot find anywhere. Well, not in good quality. The only version you can find is like 280p or something to that level. Oh no. I really hate when that happens. And you would hope that there'd be some kind of like archive where they actually have saved a higher resolution version. You know, like in its original form as well. But that really sucks. I don't remember seeing many of the trailers for Dead Rising because when I actually came across the game, I did see one trailer, but that was years ago before it came out. And then I played the game and never really looked at any trailers, but that would be damn frustrating, especially in that quality as well.
I say.
Ah, most impressive.
Super, all the rest of the trailers are high definition and you can find them everywhere. So the Tokyo Game Show trailer, the Las Vegas trailer, the pre-E3 trailer, but not the release trailer. You don't think it was Tokyo Game Show, actually, you think it was Xbox Summit. The first Dead Rising was the best, you can't tell me otherwise. That was actually one of the games that made me want to get an Xbox 360. It was that and the first Gears of War. And that first Dead Rising, it has that very distinct arcadey feel about it. And because it was right on the cusp of that generation of consoles, it was interesting because it took a bit to get used to having to actually go somewhere to save. Because sometimes you'd be in the middle of trying to rescue survivors and you want to rescue them, but you're running out of time. And you might die before you get to a save point, and then you have to redo all the stuff that you might have missed again, you know. But yeah, that's strange that you can't find the actual release trailer, as in like it's not easily available to find, you know. Vivian, you didn't enjoy the time constraints in those games. Yeah, they can be very daunting, but also very frustrating sometimes. Especially if you want to rescue all the survivors as well. As a game to stream, I always find it one of those ones where I have to time my breaks to be at points where there's a long wait anyway for the next mission to become available. So I found that Dead Rising 1 is a difficult game for me as a streamer to maintain some kind of like level of interest for the viewers, because it's pretty much, you know, waiting around sometimes until the in-game timer hits a certain point. And that's why it's great that there's psychopaths that you can deal with, because that helps break things up a bit too. It's been a long time since I did a playthrough where I actually rescued all the survivors as well. But I just haven't had the patience for a long time to do a playthrough like that with it. But you never know, in the future when I play it again I might. So at the tower where they store all the city's gunpowder, Ezio must have dropped a candle by mistake. It's like, Ezio, what are you doing? Number one, why are you actually carrying a candle at all? And number two, why are you carrying it in a location like that? It's almost like when someone lights up a cigarette next to a petrol Bowser.
I wish there was some way. Reach prizes for all games winners are promised, as well as a purse of 2,000 gold scudi to the most manful, chivalrous cavalier.
Soupy, you're just so annoyed that one trailer is just so difficult to find in good quality. You've searched all of YouTube and the only version you can find is that super crappy quality one. It's a trailer that uses clips from the 0.70 milestone disc. And the guy horribly mispronounces Willamette. Really? How does he actually say it? Like Willamette or Willamette or Willamette or something? Willamette. Will M et. Right? Will M et. Huh. I've ended up doing more of these than I was actually expecting by this point. I think between the end of this stream of this game and next Saturday, I'll probably just do some grinding to get Ezio's money up, and then that way I'll be able to afford to upgrade all the aqueducts. Because I need to upgrade all the aqueducts to unlock access to one of the tombs that I want to do for the playthrough. Yeah, Vinman, like, that's how I've always pronounced Willamette. And I think even in Dead Rising 2, Tyrone King says Willamette as well. So he puts an uncomfortable amount of emphasis on the am. Will am it? Will am it come to the front desk, please? Yeah, but you don't travel often using the horse. Not really, no. It's funny, one of the reasons why I don't really travel much on horseback in this game is because it's a great way for me to be able to catch up on chat and still be able to have something happening on screen for people while I'm talking. So I use it for that, but I also get into a habit of just, you know, having Ezio just run everywhere. Soupy, I'm going to drop you the link to the crappy trailer so you can hear how he just butchers Willamette. It's pretty much in the beginning of the trailer. Well, thank you for doing that, Soupy. I'm very curious to actually hear them say the actual name of the town, or the city, I guess. I don't know if you could say it's a city, but it'd be interesting to actually hear that being said that way. Thank you so much, Soupy, for doing that. I appreciate it.
Saltimbanchi? Here?
What would make a man for horse? Ah, of course. A woman must be involved.
And we've got the double up music glitch happening again. Nope, the quality is 240. Alright, synchronize this viewpoint. Soupy, you've got your chat settings to block people who haven't messaged first because of some crap that happened ages ago. It wasn't a fun situation to be in. You don't trust having your inbox open to everyone because of it. Absolutely, 100% with you there, Soupy. You know, I definitely understand needing to do that. I mean, it's a shame that you have to do that, but you need to definitely do what you need to do, for sure. Oh, of course, the vacuum for the leap of faith would be at the point where Ezio's feet started off before I made the jump. To make him shoot straight over it. I just wanted to do a diagonal jump to get to the perch. That's right, Soupy. I do believe that you did when it happened. And it just really sucks when you have to go through that, and then the unfortunate aspect on top of, you know, having to go to that length. But you definitely got to do what you need to do. Well, the vid is called All Dead Rising 1 Trailers, 2005 to 2016 by 8TEY. Hippie, I see you upload the streams on your YouTube often. Yeah, I actually have a backlog of ones that I need to make public, actually. Come to think of it. I'm not really used to... Well, I guess I haven't got into the habit yet of making sure that, you know, things are exported after the stream's over and then, you know, make it go live. I guess in some ways, it's good to hold off on making them live, because then that way, if there's like 3 streams before I finish the playthrough, at least that way people on YouTube can just jump from one video to the next. You know what I mean? Like kind of binge watch type of thing. Subi, the gasp that left you, the quality is beautiful. Oh, so it actually is on there, Subi, in high quality, is it? Hippie, that's okay. Yeah, it just actually you reminded me, because I was exporting them, and then you know, because I do other stuff. Which is kind of cool. It's cool that you don't actually have to keep your YouTube active, as in, like, you know, you don't have to keep it open up, or your Twitch even. Once you start the process of exporting, it's cool that you can just close Twitch and YouTube down.
Aspetta! Hurry, I'm losing him! Stop, you! You will become...
Let's show him some Borgia hospitality!
No way to live one's life. Merda! Merda!
Soupy, in the one specific trailer you're on about, basically in the parking lot, you can see Frank just standing in the middle of it. It's funny. Just in the parking lot. Cool. That's because in 0.70, Frank for some reason was standing in the parking lot in the main menu screen. That would look so funny. I think I remember the trailer where he's standing on top of something, I think. I don't know if it's like a bus or something. Maybe that's the same thing that I'm thinking. Maybe it's not a separate trailer.
You won't get away!
That's okay, Binman. I hope you have a really good sleep. And thank you so much for popping back in again.
Hold the mountain.
Pezzo di merda! Where is he? Eccolo! There! There! I don't see him anymore. If you stop running, I'll let you have! Shoot him, ragazzi! I don't see him! There! Cazzo! Die!
That's no worries at all, Soupy. I hope that all goes well. Hippie, no, I haven't actually thought that far ahead yet, but TikTok's not really something that I think would suit my channel, but also me and my personality and everything. I'm just not. But there may be some stuff in the future that I do on the YouTube channel that isn't sourced from Twitch streams that I do, as in, like, you know, well, that aren't just exporting a stream. I've always found that NPC dialogue amusing, where it's like, toss a dwarf and call me Donna. Like, what the hell? I think that's what they're saying. Listen, you try getting into watching TikTok, it's stimulation overload for you. Yeah, that's definitely something as well. You know, if you get that happening, it can be very overwhelming as well. And I imagine, just like YouTube is sometimes, it can be like a bit of a rabbit hole as well. Hippie, that's okay. You just figured you'd ask. I'll send you a follow-up message on your Discord DMs if they're open. Oh yeah, that's no worries, Hippie. Definitely no harm in asking.
A nice bit of work.
Hey there, Seni. Good day to you as well, Asa Seni. How's the liberation of Roma going? It is going excellently. It's so cool having free follower emotes as well, because it means that stream elements can display free follower emotes when I do commands. So I set that up for this stream. But it's going really good, thanks dude. How's things going with you? I am up to sequence 5 in the story, but I've been doing some tomb stuff. Listen, do you prefer to see still images in the occasional video, more like meme format, but seeing video after video, some people cut their videos in such a way that it's actually hard to keep up with, even with subtitles? Oh no. That would be infuriating as well, especially when you're trying to keep up with it. Listen, that's true. You were glad to realize that too recently, that follower emotes are now available everywhere. Yeah, I think it was something that you would have thought that from the get-go it would have been available to use in other people's streams, because the idea is, you would think that if you're going to follow a channel and that channel has follower emotes, then why wouldn't you, as the follower of that channel, want to be able to use those follower emotes in other people's streams? You know what I mean? So if it was very weird that it took them a little bit before they actually made that a thing. You would have thought that was the very first thing they would do. You're doing well, having a nice day so far. Slept in, had some British breakfast, watched some more The Last Kingdom. Good start into the day so far. Now that is excellent, Crooked. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, that you're having a great day so far. I really hope that continues, and that you have a great Sunday as well. And that's cool, watching more of that show. I hope that because you've seen, because it ended right, and you're doing a rewatch of it. So I imagine if that's the case, then there's probably a lot of stuff that you might have noticed that you might not have seen the first time around, or noticed the first time around.
What would you like me to make for you?
Yeah, I didn't realize that you had to actually go in and manually add BTTV emotes, because I just assumed that it was like once you activate it at all, you get access to all of the available ones. I didn't realize you had to actually specifically go in. So that was good to know. So the last thing I need to get, or that I want to get, is the Climb Leap Glove. So just don't have enough, but that's alright. I just wanted to suss it out.
Longer if you change your mind.
Oh, it's your first time watching it, Crooked. But Levy has seen it before, except for the last season, which you're currently watching. Ah, nice. That's cool. That's good that you're both able to actually watch a season of that show that, you know, you both haven't seen before as well. That'd be cool.
My father is bedridden. My brother's taken by God. I can turn to none for aid.
Listen, yep, you can pick and choose. You used to only be able to get access to choose up to 5 free ones, but they changed it to where you can add up to 50. Crazy. That is really cool that they extended it to that much. You know, they could have been stingy and just added an extra 5. You know what I mean? But to actually add it up to 50, that's awesome as well. The Ezio Brotherhood look is just so good.
Ottimo lavoro, no? Grazie, messer.
Grazie a Maseli.
when taking bricks and marble from old ruins. The Camera Rionale asks all residents to please visually ascertain whether or not the street is empty before...
Alrighty then, this is actually where I'm going to call it a stream. So I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate that. The next stream of this will be next Saturday. I'll do some grinding off stream just to get Ezio's money up, and then that way on Saturday's stream I'll be able to get all the aqueducts upgraded without having to worry about spending time on stream going around grinding. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Control. I've actually finished the main game of Control, so if anyone hasn't played that game before and you don't want to be spoiled for things that happen at the end of the main game, just a heads up that I've finished the main game, but there still may be some references to the main game in the DLC that I'm doing. So I'll be doing the Foundation DLC as well as the AWE Alan Wake Experience or Alan Wake Event DLC for that playthrough. So if you see me streaming Control, then you know it's Monday for me. That's actually my Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday game currently as well. So 3 days a week with that game so far. Thank you so much everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. We're going to go and raid out. We're going to go and see how Saint Ravage is doing with Red Dead Redemption 2. See if he's been able to prevent himself from pulling all his hair out from the frustration of some of the characters that he has in that game. But before I do though, I just want to give some shout outs to some people that I'd highly recommend people check out. Recommend people check out.
The Colosseo collapsed and killed a kitten last week. Greatly distressing Senator De Rossi. A procession to mark San Vincenzo di Vernazzano's crossing the road with the Lake of San Duarte will be blessed by the bringing out of Giotto's...
Ronnie, thanks for the stream. That's no worries at all, dude. No problemo. Crooked, nice progress, dude. Catch you next time. Absolutely, man. Yeah, I wanted to focus on the story as much as possible, and I'm not doing so much stuff as well, like the Christina memories, which does feel weird, but I wanted this playthrough to just be like a very basic kind of like playthrough, because I definitely will be doing a more in-depth one when I get to my annual series run, for sure. See you later, Harbinger. I hope that you have a good one too. Want to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's a massive fan of Assassin's Creed as well. And he'll be doing his Assassin's Creed annual playthrough, doing the Montreal games that were done by Ubisoft Montreal. But he's also going to be including Watch Dogs 1 and 2, because Watch Dogs 1 and 2 are set in the same universe as Assassin's Creed, and they were games that were done by Ubisoft Montreal as well. So he's also including them into that marathon. He's doing a playthrough of Pokemon Black/White, as well as Secret of Monkey Island. So highly recommend checking out Crooked. The same for Ronnie. He's doing some Spider-Man Remastered. He's also playing through Assassin's Creed Chronicles China as well. He's an actual scientist in real life, working in the field of regenerative medicine, looking at curing things like Parkinson's as well as MS. And he actually wears a hat when he's streaming, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on what game. Lucinda is also highly recommended. Has been doing a playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance, playing through that game for the first time. She'll also be doing her annual Resident Evil marathon, and she'll also be including the Resident Evil 4 remake in that. So she'll be doing a lot of the games in the series. I don't actually know the full list of what games that she'll be doing, but if you're a big fan of Resident Evil and looking for another streamer who plays Resident Evil, highly recommend Lucinda for that content, as well as any stealth games. She also likes Dishonored, the Dishonored series as well, and she's a Stream Raider captain too. So if you're looking for a Stream Raider captain that you'd like to join in on the fun with, definitely check out Lucinda's channel, and highly recommend checking out Shin as well. He's doing some Far Cry 5. He's also done some Assassin's Creed. as well as Watch Dogs Legion most recently. Thank you so much, Hippie. I'm glad that you enjoyed. I really do appreciate it. I'm just 3.5 minutes until the 11-hour mark. That's true, yeah. Yeah, almost as long as the 12-hour stream that I did of Red Dead Redemption 2 earlier. Senny, that is absolutely no worries about the shout out. More than happy to give you one, dude.
At the request of the Condottiero Simone Occhibianchi, his execution will be conducted via strangulation. His honorable surrender makes meeting his demand equally honorable. Campo dei Fiori tomorrow at the
So here is a raid message that people can feel free to use when we go and raid St. Ravage. You can also add obviously any other emotes that you might have. If there's any follower emotes that I have that you want to incorporate in that too, definitely feel free. And I'll set up the raid now for St. Ravage, and we'll see how he's doing with Red Dead Redemption 2. Hell yeah, Ronnie. Absolutely, dude. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. That's the current schedule at the moment. So Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays is Control. Thursdays is Red Dead Redemption 2. Friday is Tomb Raider 2013, doing a no abilities or upgrades challenge. And of course, the weekends is currently Brotherhood. And when I finish this playthrough of Brotherhood, I'll be playing through Revelations as well. Lucinda, no worries about the shout out. That's no worries at all. Hell yeah, hippie. Let's go, absolutely.
His honorable surrender makes meeting his demand equally honorable. Campo dei Fiori tomorrow at the usual time. To members of the Guild of Architects, the Architetto Maestro Jan Kempkins of Delft will next Friday conduct a seminar in modern bridge building and writing techniques. Camera Rionale asks all residents to please visually ascertain whether or not the street is empty before throwing grass from their windows and shoes. The Camerlengo will be using public funds to replace his tablet. A procession to mark San Vincenzo di Bernazzanos crossing the road with the Lake of San Duarte will be blessed by the bringing out of Giotto's Ascension and Sant'Orstola's left arm. Several rioni will be visited. See the Chiesa door for details. To members of the Guild of Architects, the Architetto Maestro Jan Kempkins of Delft will next Friday conduct a seminar in modern bridge building and writing techniques. At the request of the Condottiero Simone Occhibianchi, his execution will be conducted via